would be honored if you would join us.
Oh my God!
We would be honored if you would join us.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Mexican Iron Man has been with us since almost the beginning, and he has been a wonderful friend. Thank you, Mexican Iron Man. Echo Base Network
I love those guys, by the way.
Yeah, I love those guys too.
Did
with
you
Coach
see their
Nick.
documentary?
Yeah, I've been with Coach and Nick. I've been watching their channel since the very beginning. I guest sometimes over there. I get to hang out with those guys. True brothers of Valhalla and Echo Base, hand in hand. We love Coach and Nick.
Go ahead, Coach Nick. What did you guys think? I know you're wanting to say. Go ahead,
Nick. You're in. I'm the coach. You're in.
I'm gonna go on and say it. Holy shit is what
Yes.
I was thinking the whole time. I mean, anybody that's watched me and Coach over on Echo Base knows that we've been very critical of this show since season 1. It's had its moments, and it's had its moments that we're very critical of. We're very mad on, a lot of cringe. And there's things in this episode that can be criticized. But all of that criticization for this episode is completely overshadowed for what they did, in my opinion. I thought they knocked it out of the park. If you did not get emotional during the end of that episode, then you have no heart and are not a Star Wars fan. I do not know how anybody who grew up, especially with the original trilogy, and has followed this journey of Mando and Grogu up until that point. I mean,
man,
it was almost like they took a moment from the ending of E.T. You know, is a little bit what I was thinking.
We have another Titan, Mr. Gary from Nerdrotic. Gary,
He's pulled over getting a Slurpee.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me at all?
yes,
No,
yeah,
I
we
can hear your beard.
Sound like grated cheese, but we got you.
All I hear
Okay,
is
yeah.
beard.
It's my beard. That's right. Yeah, I'm in the Grapevine in driving down the butt crack of California right now on the way to go see Mom Roddick and go visit the Orville.
Oh, nice.
Lucky.
Yeah.
And
Congratulations, guys.
one of our favorite YouTubers on planet Earth, right here, John Talks, and then the next one, another one of our favorite YouTubers on planet Earth, the amazing Lucas. Holy moly, look who is the Echo Base Network. How are you guys doing?
Yo.
Can you guys hear?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yep.
All right, sweet.
Yeah, how you guys doing tonight?
That's all I care about. Forget about John Talks. I actually watched John Talks. That's the funny part. I went on. I donated on your super chat, I believe.
You did. I still got to get you back on that one.
Me.
There it is.
There you go.
Boom.
Now it's a party.
Wow.
Yeah. And then you can hear me. Is that all good?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Good. I'm just checking in. There we go. That's better. Now we're not.
Well, you just mentioned bring in or bring characters together, and look who we just had pop in. Not just the narrator, much bigger than that. Everybody's overlord. All hail Doomcock.
Hello, and everybody. I'm glad to be here, and congratulations, you guys, on your fantastic documentary. And thank you for letting me be a part of it. And hail to the amazing Lucas, and hail to the great Robert MEYER Burnett.
Well,
what
we're all
a hell of a guy.
I bow to you, sir.
I bow to you back. I'm not on camera for security reasons, but I bow to you. You are outstanding, and Free Enterprise is a hell of a movie.
Oh, well, thank you. I hope the center of the world is warm.
I got chills just listening to you say that. Well, Jeremy, thank you so much, man, for, I'll say it again, everything that you do, and especially coming on here tonight and just chiming in and being here with us. So,
hey, it's a pleasure. Really, I mean, I know I'm viewed in a certain light in terms of the channel size and whatever, but at the end of the day, you guys are my equals, you're my peers. You guys probably ultimately know more about Star Wars than I do when it comes down to the lore, you know. I'm
sure we do.
I'm just louder. Yeah, I'm just louder and more bombastic, so it gets me more views. But I'm pretty sure you guys are far more knowledgeable and respectable from that perspective. And I appreciate both of you and respect both of you. And we're equals as far as I'm concerned.
Echo Base Network, I appreciate that, Tim, man. You've been a long time supporter too, man. I got those comics from you. The Batman Predator comics.
He even tweeted out Echo Base Network's video. And it's important that we talk about this one. Echo Base Network is a great channel. You guys should definitely go subscribe to them. They have been supporters of Geeks and Gamers for a long time, and their channel is getting some traction. And Mark Hamill tweeting this out, and specifically listen to what they say. This is the video Mark Hamill tweeted out, okay? This is important.
There was a huge moment. Luke Skywalker, one of the most iconic heroes in history, Mark Hamill making a comeback in the season finale there. What went into that decision? There was a risk in doing that, and how did you keep that under wraps?
It was very tricky.
Oh my gosh.
Bro.
Oh my goodness.
It's in black and white, you can't tell. Oh!
It's excellent. Who could be on the X-Wing? I just thought about it. Oh my god, could it be Luke?
I'm Luke Skywalker. I'm here to rescue you.
I'm scared. Yes! No way! Yes! And it definitely is Luke.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this happening? Is this happening? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Is this happening? Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Johnny Luke Skywalker.
Who is it? It's Luke! Oh my god, I'm gonna... Please!
It's just so cool. Wow.
Oh, please, it's not gonna happen. Don't tell me it's gonna happen.
It's Luke, my god!
It is!
shout out to you guys for getting Luke Skywalker to tweet out your video.
That was awesome.
nice.
No, when I saw Echo Base get a bunch of clicks on their one video with the reaction and then getting that retweet, that was awesome. Those are the coach. You guys are awesome.
Here's what, like, I still don't like. I was watching the video about Star Wars Theory, and then suddenly they start talking about me. I'm going, whoa, I'm in the video.
We would be honored if you would join us.
This video is not intended for children. Viewer discretion is advised.
If you haven't already, please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now let me ask you this, Coach. If the Canon says this,
We are, you are, Echo Base Network. Welcome to the show. You guys know who is in the house tonight. I'm not going to introduce him because I told Nick that he would. I do want to tell everybody this is going to be an excellent show, an excellent stream. It's the ultimate Star Wars celebration. Usually what we do is we have everything planned, everything flows really nice, the order, the subjects that we speak of. Not tonight. Tonight's going to be an all-out Star Wars nerd party, geek party, the reasons why we love it. You just don't know what we're going to talk about. It could be toys, it could be lightsabers, it could be the return of Luke Skywalker. That's actually what we're going to start with here in a few minutes. So many things are happening, and we want to say thank you very much for being here, guys. Thank you to our subscribers for being here. Thank you for sharing this. Thank you for our members who are here. Thank you for our new member. Rogue Soul just became a Jedi Knight, so welcome to the family, Rogue Soul. We greatly appreciate that and look forward to everything that we're doing together in our community. Thank you for our first-time guest. It's a pleasure to have you here. At this time, I'm going to bring in my best friend of 30 years, only because of Star Wars, because of that. Before I knew he liked Star Wars, I didn't like him at all. So I totally messed that up. But Hale,
you actually threw paper at me in class.
Yeah, I did not like you when we were 12 years old at all. At all.
Yeah, and then he saw me reading a Star Wars book, and it was all over after that.
Yes. So Nick, let me kind of give everybody a really quick agenda. We're here to celebrate what we love, and that's what we do at Echo Base Network, if you didn't know that, by the way. We're here because we love Star Wars, and it just so happens we have a very special featured guest tonight, Nick.
Yes. So tonight we are humbly honored to have Star Wars Theory on the channel. If you guys don't know who that is, you've obviously been living under a rock. But if there's anyone out there that doesn't know who he is, go over, check out his Vader fan film, all his other content. He's got well over 100 videos with over 1 million views. He's absolutely huge in the Star Wars community, and we're just pleased to have him here tonight.
And I've said this in a video, and I've told it to him, and I'll probably say it again tonight. He has done the best job, better than anybody, in keeping Star Wars alive through some dark times. And I think we might be emerging out of those dark times now. He has amazing content, amazing fan films, the Vader movie, can't wait for episode 2, and he's a really nice man. So ladies and gentlemen, we give you Star Wars Theory.
Hey everyone. How you guys doing?
Brother.
Hey, buddy.
Thanks for having me on the show.
Yep, our pleasure. Thanks for being here.
We are really excited. Can you tell we're really excited? We're really excited.
I'm excited too.
Good. Well, look,
I'm liking that Shadows of the Empire comic behind you there.
Behind me? Oh, that's actually the PC
book?
game.
Oh, it's the PC game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I had it on N64.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Me too.
Oh,
I did too.
Yep. Me and Coach played the crap out of that at his house when it came out.
That Battle of Hoth, son, that might be why we're Echo Base Network, because of that mission.
So difficult. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually told Coach, I was like, man, your thing with all your figures in your cabinet, how cool would it be if you got all the old LucasArts games, like the boxes, and like put them back there behind all the figures? So he went out and bought all the boxes on all the games to put in there.
A week
Did
later,
they come
I had
with
them.
the game too?
Oh yeah, they're all complete and in great shape.
Cool, man.
It's a good collection. Yeah. It's unique, but that's my 77 through 85 Kenner complete run of Star Wars toys. So
I love it.
I'm proud.
With the red bar R5 D4 that he bought off of me that I got in the collection.
Brag on yourself, Nick. Brag.
Boba Fett in that game was so difficult to beat. It was just
so was IG-88.
Yeah, I know, man. It was so frustrating.
Well, guys, everybody in the chat, this is exactly what this show's going to be like. We are celebrating. We're sitting here talking about Shadows of the Empire and toys. So just get ready. It's going to be a Star Wars party is the best way that I could do it. And there is no party without Mexican Iron Man, our executive producer here at Echo Base Network. Hail, Mexican Iron Man. He's got a couple things he would like to say to Theory before we really get this party started. Actually, we're getting it started now. You're starting it, Mexican Iron Man.
Oh man, I feel like I feel like a bell at the ball. The great Star Wars Theory. How are you, sir?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Well, not to humble pie you too much, but I'm proud to tell everyone in chat that I've been a loyal and excited member of your channel for a year and I think 3 months now. I love becoming a member. There's an amazing amount of value that I feel that I've gotten as a member of that channel, and the live stream that you do. You're so gracious. It amazes me that you've got almost, 3 million subs, yet you treat all of us who are members of your channel as if we're a small community. I mean, it's wonderful. It's great. Well, none of us have met you, some of us have, but most of us have never met you in person. You treat us all so well, and I just want to commend you and congratulate that you've been able, as you've grown, to still make it feel like a small family, and you do great. So I encourage everybody to go check out his website and go to YouTube and become a channel member. You're going to get a lot of value, and the cost is incredibly low for what you get.
Thank you so much, man. That's very kind.
That's my opening commercial, but let's talk about the important stuff. That's also important, which is that I'm an avid lightsaber collector, have been for a long time. At any given time, I'll have, I don't know, maybe 10 or 30 lightsabers in my collection. And I probably bought over the years 50, traded some, sold some. I got 17 in the collection now. But you, sir, about a week ago, sir, made my heart literally stop where I thought I needed a defibrillator. Sir, could you talk about the lightsaber that you picked up? I think it's the number 2 or 3 video from this past week.
Yeah.
Talk about what you picked up, sir, because when I saw that little thumbnail, I absolutely fell over.
Do you have that one?
No, I don't. And in particular, no, I don't have it. That's why I stopped breathing. Not only do I not have it, I don't have one that on the box says it's the Obi-Wan Kenobi one.
Yeah, that's so weird. I didn't understand why it said that. Do you know?
Oh my God. No, I don't. Well, I heard a rumor from some collector friends of mine that because they were you have one of the early rare ones. You have the artist one, the artist accurate one. Yeah. And there are so few of those that and they were such a small company getting started. I've heard that there were mislabeling issues. Now, I don't heard about them on the Doku stuff. I never heard about it on the 1, 2, or 3s, But yeah, so when you actually had the mislabeled sticker, I was cheering for you on the video. I'm like, keep going. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. They made a mistake. Their inventory sucked. Keep going. I thought you were gonna stop and rebox it for a second.
I was so pissed when I saw that. I was just like, oh my God, dude! I wanted the Luke Skywalker one for so long since I was a kid, and it said Obi-Wan when I opened the box, and I'm like, no, dude, this guy probably just capitalized on the fact that Luke is back.
For those people playing at home, I got to interrupt you. What we're talking about is the master replica Luke Skywalker artist proof edition. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I thought it was, maybe this guy was just taking advantage of the fact that, Luke was back in the Mando, and he, put this up on eBay and, switched the name from Obi-Wan to Luke, and who's going to notice? So I was pretty upset, but I'm like, well, it's still Obi-Wan, even if it is, which is a pretty sweet saber, the weathered one. And I opened it up, and lo and behold, it was Luke's. It was very nice. It was a very, very sweet moment to hold that and just know everything that saber went through. And the fact that it's a 1-to-1, and the one that they used, from the model of the one they used on screen is just it's a cool feeling.
And ladies and gentlemen in the chat, the original run only had 2,500 worldwide, and Mr. Star Wars Theory here has one of the artist proof accurate ones, which I think there were only 30 or 50 of those. I think I'm not sure.
Really?
Yeah, it's extremely rare. What you have is rarer than the 2,500. You have the artist proof, and supposedly
I didn't know it was that few.
Well, that's that few now. That because apparently less than 50 people have them that we know of, or we know where they're at. And stuff.
Wow.
So, I mean, I could be wrong with my numbers, but I try to stay on top of the stuff. That's why when you said it was the artist proof one, my heart just fell over. Anyway, I'm done having kittens, guys. I'm going to turn the show back over to you. Star Wars Theory, welcome. I'm going to go backstage and keep putting on my executive producer hat. Sir, it's an honor to meet you in person, and I look forward to the many years to being your channel member. So
have
a
so
good
much,
show.
Man. Very, very kind of you.
All right. See you, Mike. Thank you. All right, Theory. You go back a couple weeks. We're going to go ahead and start this Star Wars party.
Yeah.
I don't know if you feel like we felt when... Actually, let's go back before a couple weeks. If you think about Clone Wars Season 7, we kind of felt like the first half of the season maybe was just kind of okay. It wasn't like... I wasn't getting excited about it. But then the final few episodes, the second half of it, was outstanding.
Excellent.
Very moved.
Some of the best Star Wars, yeah. The last 4 episodes.
The Mandalorian, for us this season, the first 3 episodes maybe, they were okay. They were okay. But then you get to episodes 13, 14, 15, 16, to those chapters, and you know,
Each
13,
one got
14,
better
15.
every week.
Yeah, they were creating a lot of momentum for Star Wars.
Yeah.
A lot of things to talk about, making content easy for all of us. Star Wars fans were getting happy. But then Chapter 16 happened.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, everybody has seen your reaction. I'm not going to put up any images of you.
Even Mark Hamill.
Yeah, that's true. Even Mark Hamill saw your reaction. You had a incredible emotional response to that, as so many of us did.
Yeah.
Nick will tell you about me. I'll be crying on camera here in a second because Nick he's making me show me to embarrass me.
I made him, so I watched it the same time you watched it, Theory, and every time an episode would end, I would cut over to your live stream, and I would back it up to get your reaction for the episode for that night.
To the hot moments.
Yeah, exactly. So as soon as that episode ended, I was like, oh, man, I know Theory's still live, so I cut over there and backed up and watched your reaction, and that's why people that say your reaction was faked, it's like this guy has done this every single week live. Mm-hmm. You know, it's not like pre-recorded and he knew what was happening.
How could you fake snot?
That's some good acting. Yeah. Put me in Hollywood.
Yeah. So did you just talking about it and sharing that moment, did you see Luke's return coming at all, or were you totally blindsided by that?
Oh, dude, I was making tweets like months out, and I was like, I think this could happen, this should happen, but I didn't actually think that it would. I'm like, you know, come on. After what happened with the sequels with Luke, it was just it was something I didn't think they would do. You know, maybe they'll bring some other character in there or whatever, but they did, and for me, it just really emphasized the entire emotional situation and the emotional connection I've had with this character, and it just made me relive my entire life and all my experiences of, you know, hardships, let's say, because everyone has a story. In that moment of seeing him return after the absolute massacre of his character, the castrating of his character, I would even say, in the sequels. So for me, it really exemplified so many more emotions.
It did. I feel the same way. Everybody has their own Star Wars story. It's so awesome that you bring that up, because one of the things that we do here at our network is every guest who comes on the show, they tell their Star Wars story.
Yeah.
Here's how I first watched it. This is why I love it. This is what it means to me, kind of thing. And I'm sure we'll touch on some of those things. It's been well documented what happened to you in childhood with your having cancer and Star Wars and things like that.
It wasn't cancer. I want to clear. It was. I went on chemotherapy. It was something called histiocytosis X, which, I mean, if you say that, people will be like, "What? You know, are you a mutant?"
I don't even know what that is.
What?
Yeah, but it requires chemotherapy. And so I went on it when I was diagnosed at 4 months. Went on it when I was 6 months old until finally fully beat it when I was 6 years old, and then constantly had to go in for checkups every year until I was about 20 years old to make sure it wasn't coming back and things like that. And just going through that kind of stuff gives you a different perspective on life itself, and you're definitely treated differently in the world. You know, your parents have to be much more protective over you because your immune system is completely destroyed and weakened, and you know, kids will pick on that. And so, you know, Luke for me was a character that was very special and very powerful. So seeing that, it was something that personal reasons.
Absolutely. I've kind of got a similar story. Growing up, I'm in my, well, I guess a similar emotional story, if you will. And a lot of times when I'm watching something like Luke Skywalker coming back and you're getting those emotional responses, it makes me think of my parents. You know, Star Wars was big for my family. Yep. That's something I experienced with my mom and dad, who were no longer with us. And when I saw the return of my childhood hero, it brought back those youthful feelings of me watching Star Wars with my parents and talking Star Wars with my parents. And that was all in my subconscious. I wasn't even cognitively aware that was happening until after it was over. And then I thought to myself, man, I wish I could tell mom and dad about that. And ironically, too, man, I don't know how much you've gotten this. I bet it's been a ton. We have gotten so many so many responses and comments that have been very nice and polite, talking about how the viewer got an emotional response by watching our response.
Yeah.
By watching your response. They cried when Luke came back, but then they cried again watching you watch Luke come back.
Yeah.
That's a special thing.
It is, yeah. It's a very beautiful thing, and I really love reaction channels and things like that. You know, a lot of them really lay it on too thick, I think, but we're talking about the more real ones, I would say. It's beautiful to see someone moved by a piece of art, and I feel like, you know, movies and shows are probably the biggest form of art in the world, because you have every form of art in there to make this big, beautiful piece. You know, the writing, the music, the actual art itself, the cinematography, the directing, everything is put in there to make this one piece. And to be moved by something like that, it's by, you know, someone's mind, so many people's minds and talents coming together. It's that's life, man. That's beautiful.
It is special. So that kind of leads me. I had to kind of sit back and think about this for a second, because I cried so much. Matter of fact, we're going to take a 1-minute break, guys, and I want to play this mashup. I want to play this mashup for the chat. Nick and Mexican Iron Man had this great idea of us putting together a mashup of responses. You will not see Theory in this one, because you've all already seen Theory. You will see this little chipmunk face right here in the very center of the screen. So please don't make fun of me too bad, but the tears be flowing. We'll be right back.
He never looked so good.
Are we gonna see it?
They just got it.
Oh my god. Shit. Can't be. Can't be, right?
No, it's his lightsaber. Thank you.
Oh my god. You don't get to do that.
Just taking them out. Luke Skywalker, I'm here to rescue you.
Oh my god, it's just
Are we finally gonna see the face? We're gonna see Can I get a hallway scene with Luke this time?
Oh.
Like we got with his father.
It's in the family of Skywalker. He's that scared that he wants to kill him. What's happening?
Looks a little off.
The glove.
Get him, Luke.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
What was the kid doing?
Go ahead, because I got something
All
else.
right, so hope you guys enjoyed the little mashup there, and seeing that's me at work, guys. That's not me here at Echo Base Network. That's me at work at my desk. I made sure that no teachers were there. Nick, did you kind of want to tell everybody how that happened that morning?
Yeah, so after I saw it and watched Theory's reaction and a couple other people's, I knew Coach was asleep, and so I texted him at like 4 something in the morning. I knew he was asleep.
My wife loves that, by the way.
Yeah. I was like, do not get on the internet until you watch the episode. Stay away from the internet. Don't go on YouTube. Don't go on Twitter. Don't go on Facebook. And when you watch it, record yourself watching it.
Which
was
told
like,
me, by the way, either Luke was back or Boba Fett was going to die. And I was either going to be happy or really pissed.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's sort of how that came about. But one other quick thing is after all the stuff with Theory's reaction video and all that, I put a poll up on our channel that got over 8,000 votes on our channel, and 94% of people all said that they got emotional and cried also, which leads into the question Coach was getting ready to ask here.
Yeah, so what I wanted to ask you, Theory, and me and Nick talked about this, you had this great emotional response. So many of us did. Most of you in the chat had that response. So this isn't just for Theory, this is for you too. And we want you to post your comment. When's the last time that something in cinema or something on television invoked an emotional response to that degree?
To that degree? Probably in there's probably a few more, but one that comes to mind right away is Creed. I remember sitting in the theater and watching Creed for the first time, and when he was knocked out and he was having flashbacks of Apollo, of his dad, and he got up and ooh.
That's good stuff. You just gave me chill bumps, man.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. To that level, yeah, probably something like that.
Yeah, that's good.
Not quite, but close.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had an emotional response like that. And I coached high school basketball for 20 years, and if I see like a Larry Bird clip or something, or Bob Knight throwing a chair, I'll get a little teary. But nothing ever like that. You know, which leads me to ask the next question, I think.
Yeah.
And this is one that, you know, I don't know. This is kind of hard for me, being a older generation Star Wars fan, been around a long time. Was Luke's return one of, if not the greatest moment in Star Wars history?
It was definitely one of, yeah. And it's unfortunate that it was, because I don't feel like there should have been a return. I feel like his return should have been in the sequels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I got a question just on that. So when you, because I know mine and Coach's thoughts on this already, obviously, but when you were going into The Last Jedi, before you ever saw it, is what we got in episode 2 of Mando, is that kind of what you're expecting to see going into The Last Jedi?
Episode 2 of Mando,
I mean season 2, the final episode of Luke's return.
Oh my God! That and way more than that. You know what we got with Luke was just very basic, but you know, in comparison to what we received with Jake Skywalker, it was nice. It was great.
Yeah. When I remember when Coach and I went into it, we were like pumped for that movie. Like, man, too. Luke's coming back. Like, we were there the very first showing, day one, and at the end of that movie, we literally looked at each other, speechless. We had nothing to say. We literally said nothing, and we got up and walked out, and he was like, "Don't say a word till we get to Waffle House." So we went to Waffle House to go eat. We were dead silent the whole time.
Waffle House was full of people who were having the same reaction as us.
Yeah,
it was like a funeral.
Yeah, we go in there, and then we order our food, and we just let loose. We're like, what did we just see? What was that?
Yeah.
Like, was this really happening? You know, it was completely... we were completely blindsided by it, and very shocked. And me and Coach actually had a debate. I didn't think, just the way that Disney has treated Luke, in our opinion, I thought they were trying to move away from the original characters, move away from the past, do their own thing, make it new. So I figured either Ezra would be in there, or the dude from Jedi Fallen Order would end up showing up. Like, I had no expectations that Luke would be coming back. I thought it would be the perfect person to come back. I didn't think Disney was actually going to do it.
Somebody on our channel called it. Who was it?
Coach thought that he would come back. I didn't think there was
When did I say he would come back?
I don't know. It was like a week or two before.
No. At what point in Star Wars would he come back? Chapter 16.
Yeah.
I called it.
The last one, yeah.
Eat crow, Nick.
Yeah, I didn't see it coming. So I'm guessing you didn't expect to see that either, and you were kind of blindsided.
Well, dude, I mean, go back to my tweets, you know, from before season 2 came out, and I was calling. I'm like, look, this is what should happen. It should all go back to Luke, because they're trying to find a Jedi that would know about Grogu and this and that, and who is the top leader of that food chain, as they're going through this whole Easter egg hunt of finding this person to lead to that person, to lead to that person, and so on and so forth. Luke is the top one, right? So it's even above Ahsoka. So I was always, you know, hoping that would happen, and then when it actually did, I was quite shocked.
Yeah. Well, when we, if you don't mind, we're going to take a very quick break just to get through some of these super chats real fast, and because we want to appreciate those guys. And when we come back, Theory, we're going to talk a little bit about where does Star Wars go from here. So we'll be right back with you here in just a second. You'll probably get some of these super chats directed to you as well. So Old Star Wars Nerd sends a $2 super chat. He says, Echo Base is the best. Thank you. Thank you, Ted, the Old Star Wars Nerd. We think you're the best, bro. Actually, we have the best on the channel. He's right there. All right. Cardinal Sin, Mazel Tov on 14,000 subs and the huge show. Love you guys. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. Thank you for all that you do for us. You are the man. Film Exorcist sends a $5 super chat. One of the best channels and an amazing content creator. Absolutely, he is. Let's see. Darth Haster sends a $2 super sticker. Thank you very much, Darth Haster. We look forward to coming on your show soon. Silver Phantom X sends a $10 super sticker. Thank you very much for your support. We appreciate that. Kong Fin Yang sends the myth, the legend, Star Wars Theory. That is exactly right. Thank you so much, Kong Fin Yang. I'm sure Theory appreciates that. Black Angus Reviews sends a $4.99 super chat. Congrats on the success, bros. Glad to see real Star Wars fans, real Menace community guys getting recognition, and a cow and a heart. Cow heart. I'm sure it's a good message. Thank you. Appreciate it, Black Angus. Snowdub Music and Entertainment, the man who is taking over Twitter. Hail Echo Base, much love from the puppets. Star Wars Theory. Let's see. He says, I tagged you on Twitter with a funny pic of Drunk 3PO. You will love it. Hashtag Team Boba Fett. Thank you, Snowdub, for that $5 super chat, sir. Darth Haster has upgraded his membership to Jedi Knight, so thank you for that and being here with us in the family. Callista Hobbs sends a $9.99 super chat. What got me to convey that type of emotion was Avengers Endgame in the series finale of Clone Wars, because it symbolizes the official end to my childhood watching them for the first time. What a great explanation, guys. That's beautiful. What did you think about the season finale of Clone Wars? Series finale, rather. Theory.
Me?
Yeah.
Can they hear me?
They can. Yeah.
Okay. I thought I was okay. As I said, it was some of the best Star Wars that we've seen for sure. I love the Clone Wars, and the last 4 episodes were a movie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of what was going on with Order 66, behind what we actually saw with Episode 3, which is very cool. And I hope the Bad Batch will show that even more.
Do you think the fan response from Season 7 alone is the reason we got Ahsoka back?
No. I think they had that planned for a while.
Okay. Going to happen anyways.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. We also have... Jackson Leach sends a $2 super chat. Awesome to see you guys talking with Theory. I concur, Jackson. Thank you very much for your support. John Matrix says, Kathleen Kennedy, we are throwing out the sequel outline. George Lucas, it's treason then. Thank you for your $4.99 super chat, John. We appreciate it, and thanks for everything you do, John Matrix. Renegade God Malice sends $20 of something. I'm not sure what that is, but we appreciate it, sir. It says, I wonder who will replace Patty on Rogue Squadron. I don't know anything about that. We'll have to look into that. Maybe something happened. Not to my knowledge. Rob's Rebellion, $1.99. Great channels. All your hard work is paying off. Thank you very much for that. Darth Ragonia sends a $5 super sticker. How's it going? It's going really well. Thank you. And the last one, guys, and I'll get back to these others. Captain Spire sends $5. Please look into and shout out Darth Angelus, who is creating Heir to the Empire, and up to Chapter 10. He has tons of heart into the project. Nick?
Yes, so we had him on the channel and interviewed him. Theory, have you seen Darth Angelus's Heir to the Empire animation? He's going chapter by chapter and animating the whole thing himself.
No, wow.
He's got voice actors. He does all his own animation. You should definitely check it out. It's pretty cool. So I'm sure you probably read the Heir to the Empire series.
Yeah.
He is taking book 1 and he's gonna do all 3 books. He's animating each
Oh, no,
chapter.
I'm sorry. I have not the entire series. No, I've read the comic of it.
Oh,
but
okay.
I'd like to go in and read the entire actual book series.
Definitely
very,
worth it.
very good. Yeah,
Yeah.
I read it back in middle school and absolutely loved it. So yeah, we'll put a link out there for everybody to check out. Cool stuff.
Well, guys, thank you all for all the super chats. It was such a long line. Old Star Wars Nerd, Cardinal Sin, Film Exorcist, Darth Haster, Silver Phantom X, Kong Fin Yang, Black Angus Reviews, Snow Dub Music, Callista Hobbs, Jackson Leach, John Matrix, Renegade God Malice, Rob's Rebellion, Darth Ragnius, and Captain Spire. We are, you are Echo Base Network, and this video is for you. All right, we are back with Star Wars Theory, and let's move into the next question, Nick. And I think you kind of wanted to ask him a little bit post-season finale.
Yeah. I was curious your thoughts. Where does Star Wars go from here? So there's rumors that Luke Skywalker is going to get his own series. Whether or not that actually happens is, up in the air. I don't see how it doesn't happen, personally. I mean, especially with such big fan response, I think it would be a really bad decision on Disney's part to not do that. But what are your thoughts on that? And should they have the CGI Luke? Should they bring in Sebastian Stan and recast? What are your thoughts on that? And,
I think
where's
if
it
they
going?
continue the CGI with Luke, they should continue to do that because part of the whole nostalgia of that moment was seeing his face.
Yes,
his face is so iconic. So I mean, if we have someone else playing the character, it's it could work, but it's not going to be as effective. It's not going to hit home as hard.
It's not going to be the same.
Yeah. So if they can really perfect that deepfake, keep going with it.
Well, and there's people on YouTube that are doing it very, very well.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's weird that YouTubers can do it just as well, if not better.
Yeah.
When they first started reporting on Luke's face, I don't remember if it was a Disney executive or if it was just a member of the Access Media or what. Somebody hypothesized that it probably wouldn't be Mark Hamill because of the cost of doing so. And that's why the fandom has to unite behind this moment, man. Disney has to know that this is worth it for you.
They got money.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. So,
especially when you're dealing with one of the most important characters in the history of movies. Not only that, but also when you destroy his character, you have to now double whammy, make it right.
Yeah.
So you got the money, use it.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, and I mean, so many people were so upset over his treatment in the original or in the sequel trilogy. To see him come back, I mean, it's really put life back into Star Wars. I mean, I haven't seen people this excited over Star Wars since before The Force Awakens came out, I think,
Oh, dude, yeah. So many people were excited over that.
Yeah.
And that kind of leads me into something else that we wanted to talk to you about here, guys, as we celebrate Star Wars. This is something for everybody to think about. Everybody that's here, we're not all from the exact same generation. Theory, I think you were born in somewhere around 1990.
I was, 1990.
Okay, so I'm about 10 years ahead of you, a little bit more, but not much, which in the grand scheme of things means nothing.
Yeah.
But the difference in the eras, I guess, is that I feel like when I was a kid growing up in the 80s, I was born in 79. So when I was growing up throughout the 80s and even the most of the 90s, to me, it felt like the Star Wars fan base was always united. I know there were some people that didn't like Ewoks or whatever, but for the most part, the Star Wars fan base was always united. You like Star Wars? Awesome! And then that went away. People will argue about when that started. A lot of people's going to say The Phantom Menace. A lot of people's going to say 1997 with the special edition. Whatever that is for you, I don't know. But what Nick just alluded to, we're having this momentum. We're having this coming together right now, unlike what I've experienced in decades. And I'd just like to get your thoughts on that. Do you kind of feel the same way?
Yeah, I feel like Star Wars is definitely back to where it was. You know what's interesting is if you go and you watch YouTube videos of because I remember watching these on TV when the news was broadcasting them, people camping out for the prequels, and finally getting through the door, getting their ticket, ripped up, and walking through the door, and they were falling to their knees. They were unbelievably excited. People in the crowd, and when they were taking their seats, getting ready for the show, they were dueling with their lightsabers. They were talking. There were people dressed up. That doesn't happen today.
That's right.
No.
When
There's
Star
a different
Wars
feeling.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
There's a completely different feeling with Star Wars. Star Wars today is not the same Star Wars that George Lucas had created. And that's because they wanted to take their own angle, do their own thing for whatever their reasons were. But when they came to George, and I read this in Bob Iger's book, to have him sign over Lucasfilm to Disney for the many things, there's a long history between Bob Iger and George Lucas. Bob Iger was very good to George with his Indiana Jones show. Yeah. And so, that's, I think, the way he wrote it, one of the main reasons why George trusted him and wanted to give him Disney the rights. I would have said, hey, maybe go to Fox, but it is what it is. And, Fox is now owned by Disney too. So eventually, I guess it would have all belonged to Disney. Yeah. But the way that the fandom is now versus the way it was, and people want to crap on the prequels as much as they like and say, oh, it divided the fandom just as much as the sequels did. It's like, no, it didn't.
No.
Just look at the way people treated Star Wars back then versus now. At least it was still Star Wars. At least it was still created by the guy who started this entire thing. And now, instead of honoring that and cradling it the way Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni are, while taking their own creative spin on it, which is still along the same lines, on the same tracks as George Lucas's, which to me is funny that people even say George Lucas Star Wars. I say it should be only one Star Wars.
No.
There shouldn't be a separation. So I think there's a massive difference with the way things are. But to answer your question, yeah, definitely it does feel like it's back. I think it's the closest it's ever been to that moment in the 90s and early 2000s.
And speaking of like generations and stuff, like for Coach and I know growing up with the original trilogy, growing up when we got to the prequels, I remember we saw episode 1, came out of the theater, and we were pumped and excited. Like we were like, man, we just saw the Phantom Menace. Like, man, that was so good. We couldn't
process it.
Yeah, but later on, we were like, oh, this really isn't that good.
No. So, can I break in here, Nick? So we watched it and loved it.
Yes.
Because we just saw Star Wars in the theater.
Yes.
We were born in 79. Nick saw Return of the Jedi in the theater. I didn't see any of them. My Star Wars story is I went to the first VHS rental store in my hometown with my parents, and they said I could pick out one movie, and I got this cover called Star Wars that mesmerized me. I was 4 years old, and I've been hooked ever since.
Yeah.
But back in, when that crawl happened, when Star Wars hit the screen, when it showed Lucasfilm, new logo, I believe, at that time.
Yeah.
I believe it was the brand new, the green sparkly logo.
Yeah.
And then the Star Wars splashed. It was pandemonium theory.
Oh, the whole theater went nuts.
Yeah.
It was insanity. And loved it. And we were screaming too, man. But then you watch the movie and we left and we were like, it was awesome, yeah, because we got to see Star Wars. We went back the next day twice and saw it. And after that second time, we looked at each other and we were like,
was the last half of that movie was awesome. The Darth Maul lightsaber.
The last 15
duel.
minutes was epic. But
but there were we had issues with it, and that's just talking on the generational thing. Growing up from the 80s with the OT through our childhood. Now my sister, who was born in the late 80s, she saw Jar Jar Binks as her favorite character, even to this day. She loves Jar Jar Binks. So speaking on the generational stuff, and my niece, who was just here over Christmas, her favorite character is Anakin out of all the trilogies, and she won't even watch the sequels because after she saw The Last Jedi, she was like, this is dumb. And she's 12. And she never even saw Rise of Skywalker. She refused to watch it. But do you see a lot of that generational stuff within the Star Wars fandom of people you know, having different opinions on the different sequels, disliking some over others.
Yeah, but you're going to get that everywhere with anything, regardless of the age. For me, I grew up with the originals. I saw the originals when I was 6 years old, watched the crap out of them until The Phantom Menace came out, and I still watch them. I was 9 years old when I went and saw Maul for the first time, and I remember, I was grabbing every single merch or memorabilia item or whatever.
He's such a cool character
before he came out. Yeah. I dressed up as him for Halloween. It was a cool, and for me, the Phantom Menace, it just I was able to connect with Anakin because we were both 9.
Yeah.
And I was able to see this kid who is picked on. He is this kind of hopeless kid, and eventually he turns himself around, and he becomes Darth Vader, and there's this story to that, and I want to see the story and how it unfolds. And sure, the Phantom Menace was maybe not as exciting perhaps as Revenge of the Sith, but for me it was the start of a new trilogy, and it was my first experience with Star Wars, so in the theater. So for me it was great.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Revenge of the Sith, that was by far the best one out of the prequels for me. I mean, good God, that movie was awesome.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah. Well, one thing with Phantom Menace that a lot of people don't understand, I feel like, is like, and not you guys, but a lot of people in general, is that there's this buildup, and it's showing that the tragedy that, and I learned a lot of this from Dave Filoni just recently, that if Qui-Gon was alive, then everything would have really changed. And this is something I always pondered upon, which like one of my first fan fictions was 4 or so years ago, is what if Qui-Gon trained Anakin? And then when we got Dave Filoni saying that, less than a year ago, that confirming it, that it's true, if he actually did survive, it would have completely changed the whole thing. It just really brings a whole different story to the Phantom Menace. So for me, it's almost like learning about Anakin's father-to-be.
Yeah.
And you got Jar Jar in there and stuff, and it's...
I don't know if it was you, but I think it was. I saw somebody talking about the Kyber crystal that Luke used in his Return of the Jedi saber was Qui-Gon's.
That was a theory, yeah.
Was
no
that
one
you?
actually knows. No, I did that, and also Dash Star did that one.
When I saw that, it was just mind-blowing. I was like, that is so awesome. That is so awesome. Yeah. That's a great way to keep Qui-Gon alive, who was a great character.
I hope they make that canon. It's not even in Legends or anything, so it's just a theory.
Yeah.
Would you? So I did want to get your take on this, because I think the sequels would have been way cooler if they would have done this. Would you have preferred them to have kept Darth Maul all the way through up to Revenge of the Sith instead of Dooku?
No, I think Dooku's such a cool character. He's so fascinating.
I like Dooku, but man, Maul's definitely one of my favorite characters in the Star Wars universe.
Me too. Yeah.
And Anna, when I hung out with Anna and all them in Chicago for Celebration, she actually gave me one of her Maul drawings, and I got it framed out in the living room. But yeah, I freaking love Maul.
She's very talented at drawing.
Yes, she is.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a couple more super chats, and we're going to have our first guest pop in here in just a moment. Very special guest. I don't want to spoil it. So Mark Lloyd says, I love Star Wars YouTubers coming together and uniting. The worlds need this. For many different reasons, Mark Lloyd. Thank you so much. Nothing like a great distraction like Star Wars. Something we all love from the realistic problems we have. So this is definitely a great escape. Let's party. CPT Vaca says, Star Wars The Goat Theory inspired me to make an alternate ending to Chapter 16, even if it means pissing off Pablo. Well, thank you, sir. Joseph Cittadino says, thoughts on Darth Jar Jar. I love the theory so much. I consider the artwork of Sith Lord Jar Jar, which hangs proudly in my family room, as the best piece of Star Wars merch I own. What are y'all's thoughts on Darth Jar Jar?
It's a funny theory, and something Ahmed Best said in a live stream, which I didn't catch. Someone told me about it. Was he said there was supposed to be more for Jar Jar's story, and there was a scene that they rehearsed, but they never actually filmed. because it was cut regarding Jar Jar's talkings with Palpatine regarding a bigger plan that would have given more rise to the Jar Jar theory. I don't know if he was joking. I never actually saw it, but that's just what someone said. So, yeah, who knows?
That's awesome. I don't know too much about the Darth Jar Jar because it just didn't interest me. So I just,
But
but
he gave emergency powers to Palpatine. So a lot of people are like,
yes,
oh well,
yes.
maybe.
Yes.
I thought it was a pretty cool theory, and it actually made me like Jar Jar a little bit better.
Yeah. He's like this undercover, klutzy, but deep down he's this real. He knows what he's doing.
Evil.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Joseph, for sending that $10 super chat. We greatly appreciate it. Old Plastic sends with the toy logo. I've seen you before, Old Plastic. Thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, Theory, Coach, and Nick, I appreciate you all. Well, we appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Mr. Pete channel needs 900 subbies. He just wanted me to read that out loud. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Pete. Spock and Tuvok display more emotions than Pablo. We appreciate the $2, sir. Orville Nation, our brother, sends $5. He says, hey, Theory, any chance we can get our friend Alan Dean Foster on your channel? He needs our support right now. We can connect you. Regards, PJ. We will move down. Thank you, Orville Nation. I can tell Theory's pondering. Captain Texas, $14.99 super chat. It's amazing how Luke is a catalyst for hope for the future of Star Wars and how quickly it returned. Also, the emotional impact he has on the fandom still brings... a tear. Sorry, I couldn't read it. Still brings a tear. Keep up the good work, guys. And we completely agree with that, Captain Texas. Thank you for that. Definitely bringing tears, and I think it always will. I think that scene for me, guys, is going to always evoke some type of emotional response. It might not be tears. My heart will beat faster, though. You feel me on that theory?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Let's see. We've got Louise Brooks sends a $20 super chat. I was so lucky my dad took me and my brother to the first matinee opening. I had most badass Leia costume for Halloween. The Mandalorian brought me right back to that day. Long live John and Dave. Absolutely. Hashtag thank you, John and Dave. Thank you for that $20, Louise Brooks. That is so kind of you. Deef sends $5. Greetings from Central British Columbia. I think the Dooku's offer to Obi-Wan in Episode 2 should have been made in good faith. Dooku should not have been a Sith. That's a really interesting point. And we appreciate that $5, sir. We got another Dooku fan in the house. $4.99. Spencer, in my opinion, Maul could have been in the place of Grievous. It would have been Maul on life support, kind of mirroring what would end up happening to Anakin. So, yeah. I'm one that wished I could have seen a little bit more of Maul than I did. But at least they brought him back. Just a couple more. Brian Reck sends a $19.99 super chat. I love the Luke reactions of y'all and the Cantina Club. Seeing people my age celebrate and love Star Wars is great, and I appreciate folks like Theory carrying the torch for the current generation. Much love, and may the Force be with you. Thank you for that $19.99 super chat, Brian Reck. And I'll tell you what, he's not going to admit it, but Star Wars Theory carries the torch for all of us. It's intergenerational. Fat Steven Seagal beat up Hidalgo sends a $2 super chat. Tim Hortons sucks now. I wish you a Jedi A panel. All right. Thank you, Fat Steven. Darmaducius says, how do I get in on the face-to-face live stream with you, Theory? Let me know. Please and thank you from Michigan's Upper Peninsula, your neighbor across the border, $14.99. Thank you so much for that. Blake Price, $5. Sup Theory, Nick and Coach. We need a Mando armor-wearing lightsaber wielding Grogu by Series 3. Absolutely. Well, guys, thank y'all so much for those super chats. Remember, we are and you are Echo Base Network, and this video is for you. right, we are back with our first pop-in. You all know him, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. What's up, brother?
What's up, guys? I am so excited to stream with Star Wars Theory. I have been trying so hard. I've been making clickbait Star Wars videos for 3 years to lead me to this moment so I could stream with the biggest Star Wars YouTuber. Thank you guys for making my dream come true.
Us too.
So
I'm
if
literally
anybody,
texting Jay right now.
I can die right now.
If anybody super chats $500, Jeremy's got to change his name to Theory Stalker.
And me.
Yeah.
No, but it's actually pretty cool to be on with Coach and Nick. I met Nick in Chicago, and I love what you guys are doing over here. And Ryan messaged me that day because Mexican Iron Man got in contact with him. He said, "Hey, they invited you on." And I was like, "Okay, I got NFL playoffs on, which I'm watching my boy Tom Brady threw another touchdown pass just now." But I wanted to hop on. I really like what we have going on with Star Wars fans coming together and trying to focus on. Imagine Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers saying this. Focus on the positivity of what's going on with Disney Star Wars. Clearly, I have been paid off by Disney to say that, but it is true. There's things to complain about still, but there's also things to focus on that are being done right, and I'm happy to be part of it. So thank you for having me on. And Theory, great to see you again, man. It's like we can't get away from each other lately.
I know, right? I love it.
Yep.
What's going on with you? Anything new?
No, same old. Just a lot of good stuff. I did announce that we have a Geeks and Gamers video game coming out. I'm announcing that next week. What?
Is that your news?
Well, that was the thing. I made the announcement yesterday about having the video game that we're going to release next week, and then we're developing our Geeks and Gamers app too. So we've got a lot going on.
You guys got all kinds of stuff going on over there. It seems like every couple months I'm hearing something new coming from you guys. That's awesome.
That's what happens when you're an Alabama fan, man.
No.
Had to take that shot at you.
Yeah. So me and Coach are Auburn fans. Jeremy's the Alabama fan.
It's like, what is this?
Yeah, it's like the state rival sports teams.
The gears of war in the background.
I don't even like football. I'm a basketball coach, but piss on Alabama.
I wouldn't like football if I was an Auburn fan either. So I'm
That's dirty. Never argue with Jeremy. You're gonna lose.
Yeah. There's not a whole lot to argue there.
No. Shut up. Well, guys. So let's do this. While I've got you two in here, especially me and Nick, we can play this too. What is your Star Wars GOAT moment? If it's not Luke coming back, it could be anything, whatever it is. If it's not even on television, if it's you open up a package and it was the original Luke Skywalker, what is your greatest of all time Star Wars moment? Let's share that with our viewers.
Mine is a combination of the end of season 5 of the Clone Wars and the with Ahsoka and Anakin, and then the continuation into Rebels with the season 2 finale. That combination, that's why Ahsoka became my favorite character. Again, I'm someone that didn't really like when the Clone Wars was introduced, I didn't think the animation looked good, and I didn't really have interest in it. And so later on is when I watched those, and I love Ahsoka's character. I love the entire arc, and the emotional weight to that is something incredible, and that is those two moments combined, because I think it does more for Anakin's character too, and for Vader's character, and it just adds so much substance to everything else. So that's my moment.
Yeah.
For me, Luke on the Forest Moon of Endor, when he's burning his dad, and really you can just see all the things rushing through his mind, and I think that's what gives him kind of the idea of the new Jedi Order that he's going to build, where it's not really the powers of the Force that make you bad, it's what you do with those powers. And then following into that, my number one moment is when, even beyond that, is when he's looking out to the trees and he sees the Force ghosts, and Leia comes and grabs him.
Yep.
Do you think she saw them?
I don't know.
It's a good question.
Maybe. I don't know.
I feel like Luke saw him. I don't feel like she did.
Luke saw him for sure.
I think I was meant for Luke.
Yeah, Luke has that ability. I don't think she was trained yet.
So I was And doing one of my edits here on the channel, I had to take that scene and blow it up really big for something that I was doing. And I had never noticed when Luke is walking towards the Force Ghost of Yoda and Obi-Wan, and he's looking at them, and you only see Luke. It's right in his face, and you could see behind him, Han is sitting there looking at Luke, like staring at him, like a good solid few seconds with nobody else around. And from a certain point of view, no pun intended, it looks like he could be seeing those Force ghosts. I know that's just happenstance. He just happened to be over the shoulder and was in the shot. But just something cool to look at. Nick, what is your greatest of all time Star Wars moment? I don't even know this.
Man, it's hard for me to not go for the return of Luke Skywalker and the end of Mando Season 2. I mean, that was completely expected on my end. I wasn't expecting Disney to do it because, you know, like I said earlier, they kind of had the track record of trying to kill the past and the treatment of Luke Skywalker up to that point. You know, I figured they were just trying to move on to their own thing. So when I saw him come back, like, I mean, I was floored to actually see it happening on screen. And that's probably mine for sure.
Let me ask you guys something. Let's say we got the Luke Skywalker, that the real Luke in the sequels. Do you think any of us would have had the same reaction around the world when Luke came back in Mandalorian?
No.
I think some of us would have.
It would have been cool.
Yeah.
I would say no. I would say my reaction would have been more so like just, oh my God, that's so freaky. Like,
I agree.
But beyond that, no.
I think there have been far fewer people to have that type of emotional response. Yeah. We a lot of us felt that, and it could be like in our subconscious. We weren't aware of why we had that response because in our minds, Luke was dead. We haven't gotten Luke since 1983.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we had already compartmentalized what Luke Skywalker was to us. We're not looking for him. He's not coming. We wish he did, but he's not. Disney's doing this. Disney's doing that. If you want to know what Disney's doing, go to Jeremy's channel and he'll tell you. There's no hope for Luke Skywalker. And then it happened. Yeah. And you got Star Wars fixed for now. Let's keep it that way.
Well, I mean, I remember watching The Force Awakens in the cinema, and that moment where the lightsaber is in the snow and it starts shaking, and you're like, everybody thought that was going to be Luke. Like, everybody was like, it's going to fly to Luke's hands. It's going to be the greatest thing ever.
Yep.
And it didn't happen. And that was the moment that's what we expected, the Mandalorian Season 2 finale moment there in The Force Awakens. And when it didn't happen, that was where a lot of maybe I didn't realize it at the time because I still had, you know, very, very favorable view of The Force Awakens until after The Last Jedi. But once that hits you, finally you wake up to it, then you kind of start tracing back. I remember when that moment hit me, but I really overlooked it. And obviously Last Jedi. But yeah, without that, we don't have the same overwhelmingly positive reaction to Luke coming back. It's not to say it wouldn't be positive, because it would be positive, but it wouldn't have hit this level. This was a reaction to years and years of disappointment and wanting Luke, and it just shows how powerful of a character he is to Star Wars fans.
And ironically, about that scene, Jeremy, it kind of crossed over into sacrilege for me because as that happened, as the saber went to Rey's hand, they're playing Luke Jedi's theme.
Yep.
And I'm like, is that a message? Why can't they have a Rey theme? Why are they playing Luke's music?
And she had her own theme too.
Yeah,
and
she's holding Luke's saber.
Yeah, and she has a really good theme, and they could have played that theme, but they decided to play Luke's.
And make no mistake about it, I don't hate Rey, and I want to say this too. While we're having the biggest live stream we've ever had, I want to make sure that we say this. We're celebrating Star Wars, and if you like the sequel trilogy, we are so happy for you. We wish we did. When I say we, I'm talking about me and Nick. I wish I liked it. I don't, but it doesn't mean that I think you're stupid or I hate you. So let's just make sure we're all together.
I do. No, I'm kidding.
Their opinions are just as valid as ours, right?
That's exactly right.
That's all we're saying.
And that's something that Theory does so well in his channel. Like, and I went back and I watched his Luke video again, his love letter to the sequel trilogy, Not My Luke Skywalker. You didn't do it in a hateful way. You did it in a I love Star Wars way, and this is how I feel. And if you don't feel this way, that's okay. Talk to me and let me know, and who knows? You might shift my perspective a little bit. That's where we need to be in fandom. But I will say this. We need to unite behind the hashtag John and Dave. Thank you, John and Dave movement. They're giving us the best Star Wars that we've had in a long, long time.
Yeah.
Look, everybody knows I'm a huge Dave Filoni fan. I have nothing but faith in Dave Filoni. If he does something I don't like, I'll call him out. But you guys were talking about it earlier. I heard you ask, I think it was a super chat that came in. You're asking, like, Theory, if the reception of the Clone Wars Season 7, does that lead us to Ahsoka? And I agree with Theory. That was absolutely, we were going to get Ahsoka regardless. But if you go back and look, and I understand that it's only a way to find the feedback, but Mandalorian Season 2, the finale on IMDb, last time I looked, had a 9.9 out of 10. The final 4 episodes of the Clone Wars Season 7, the final 4 episodes, one of them has a 9.8 and the other 3 have a 9.9 out of 10.
Yeah,
those are
really
insane numbers, no matter how small or large the sample size is. Those were insane numbers. And the Clone Wars Season 7, those final 4 episodes are some of the best Star Wars I've ever seen. But it was on a much smaller scale. The Mandalorian seems to be playing in a much bigger sandbox, and more people are paying attention to it. And that's why that Luke moment just transcended fandom. And I there's a lot of things I can complain about. I'm not going to do that on this stream, but for Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau, I am 100% excited to see what they have planned next.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's part of the thing about all this is so many people have trashed on Star Wars so much with the sequels that they think that we're just gonna hate on Star Wars no matter what, and that's simply not the case. We just want good Star Wars. We want the characters to be respected, as all of us on this stream right here would agree. Cobra Kai did it extremely well. They just did such a great job with that show. If you haven't seen it, you're missing out. But that's all we want with Star Wars. It has nothing to do with if you put females in there, whatever. Just make them good characters. Just stick to a good story. Keep the politics and all the other garbage out of there. But that's all we want. And the thing is, that if you give us that, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, I think everybody could get behind that. And if we would have got that in the sequels, like we did in the finale of Season 2 of Mandalorian, I think all the fans would have been behind it and been on board. But hopefully, unlike what Star Trek's doing over at CBS, I really think that Disney might somewhat, or at least the side of Disney, might be aware of that and be making some adjustments and changes and going in that direction. And as long as they are, we'll be behind it. And if they do something outside of that, I mean, we'll definitely call them out and criticize it. But we really want to be on board with this. And as of right now, I think we all are.
Well, let me ask you guys a question, because we've all watched Cobra Kai, and Cobra Kai releases all at one time, 30-minute episodes, 40-minute episodes. You can pretty much binge at least half of it, if not all of it, in 1 or 2 sittings.
I stayed up all night as soon as it dropped.
Yeah.
6 in the morning.
And I have not rewatched The Mandalorian Season 1 or 2 in its entirety all the way through in a binge fashion. Do you guys think that The Mandalorian would be better? And I'm not saying it's bad, but because I know a lot of people love it. But if it comes out all at one time and you just consume all of it at once, do you think it flows better and people would have a better view of it, for people that say, oh, it's mediocre or it's this or it's slow? Because in Cobra Kai, if it came out 1 episode every week, 30 minutes, and we're just like, okay, I need the next one. And again, I understand the business model for both, but do you think The Mandalorian could benefit from just being bingeable?
Theory?
Yeah, I think so. I think from a business model, Disney is doing it smarter. But from a experience model and emotional perspective, to really get as much of the show as you can and feel that emotion as much as possible, I think to binge it is the best.
Yep.
There's also the argument that, okay, you just let it sit and marinate for a week, have your ideas and let the excitement grow, and then the next week it comes out, and then you hit again. But I find we can see the proofs in the pudding with Cobra Kai. It's one of the most popular shows in the entire world. Yes. And this is a show that is binged literally, I'd say 80% of it 80% of people binge it in one day.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still waiting for the next season a year later. So it's that feeling and that emotion that they hold on to, which is only captivated with binging.
Yeah. I will say, go ahead, Theory.
If the show is good, I think it's going to be great regardless.
Yeah. I actually agree with that. Also, the one thing about doing it one episode a week is for content creators. It's so much nicer for us to be able to hit on one episode at a time than to hit on one season and throw all those spoilers out there for people that might not have been able to stay up for the whole time as soon as it dropped and watch the whole thing. And I think it kind of stretches out and kind of builds up the hype and kind of makes it last a little bit longer, because here we are. Cobra Kai dropped what, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And for the most part, we've all done it. We've had discussions about it, whatnot, and we're just waiting on next season. If they would do an episode a week, that hype would still be going on. It would still be out there in the news being talked about. So I don't know. That's just my thought.
That's why you got my YouTube channel to binge until.
Yes, and that's the other thing, guys. Star Wars Theory has a Cobra Kai Theory, which is also the biggest Cobra Kai channel on YouTube, and he does a great job over there too. So if you guys have not subbed over there, go check him out over there.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like Gary from NERDROTIC and I have talked about this a lot, and it's clearly. There he is. Look
what? What'd you say?
What's up, man?
Said my name 3 times. I showed up.
I know what's going on. Yeah. So Gary thinks the weekly model is better. Why don't you take over, Gary? Since you're just going to come in and interrupt me, and whatever.
No, I like.
We didn't even do that. I think he got control somehow.
I love it when you say I'm right about something. I don't hear that. I'm married. I don't hear that enough.
Doesn't happen often.
No, it doesn't. The weekly model is better, though. It's far superior because more people are talking about it every week. Imagine if The Mandalorian dropped all at once, and you would get for the Boba Fett return lost, Bo-Katan. That whole thing would just be completely eclipsed by Luke Skywalker's return.
That's a good point too.
Yeah.
Damn it, Gary. You and your old age are always smarter than me. So
for me, it's about the anticipation. Like it brings the anticipation. It brings us together. It brings communities together. We're theorizing about what's about to take place. Are they on the road to bring Luke back? Are they on the road to bring Ahsoka back? How are they going to do this? What's going on with Grogu? All of these things. We would miss out on all of that. We would miss out on all of those discussions. We get 2 weeks to marinate this thing. I'm sorry, 2 months to kind of sit on it and marinate it. And I love that. It's the anticipation building up for me. And you know what? I agree with you, Jeremy. I have not gone back and rewatched season 1 at all. But how many times, let's just do round numbers and everybody in the chat let us know. How many times have you watched the second half of chapter 16?
Yeah, I mean, a lot. I mean, that one part for sure, or that last, section. Because what was that, about a 45-minute episode total? So
it was like 40 or something like that.
So the last 15, 20 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, when my whole family was out here over Christmas, I made them binge watch the whole second season. So, and that was like probably my 4th time watching it.
Yeah. Well, Nick, it's awesome that Gary just popped in, and we got Jeremy, and we've got another pop in that we're going to go ahead and bring in. He is a Hollywood producer, director, writer. He has done it all. The great Robert Meyer Burnett. Hail to you, Rob.
Well, it's just great to be here with people I've streamed with before and admire and watch all your stuff. So thanks for having me again.
Yep. Glad to have you on here.
Very good to see you. I don't think Star Wars Theory and I have ever met, though.
Nice to meet you.
I love your film, by the way.
Thank you so much.
I love it.
That means a lot. Thank you.
Robert Meyer Burnett is one of the awesomest, nicest people ever. He is a great dude. He is an awesome dude.
I've been emulating what you guys have been doing. You know, you were here way before me. And, you know, I've been watching Gary for years. And 2 years maybe?
Is his microphone coming in on a different mic?
A little muffled there, Mr. Dude.
We can hear you, but it's definitely
it's kind of muffled.
It's not your normal self.
Yeah, it's not your normal self.
Is that true?
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
There he is.
Go.
Robert Meyer Burnett, people.
Oh, I didn't. That's strange. I don't know why that was. Maybe strange. But no, what I was going to say is it's you know, I've been watching you guys for so long, and it's you know, Star Wars Theory's movie is very impressive. And having delved into fan filmmaking myself, I was like, wow, that's pretty damn great.
Thank you, sir. It means a lot coming from you.
But I have to say, I was backstage listening to, I must have watched the end of episode 16 of The Mandalorian 20 times. How can you not?
Yeah.
No, it's the most watched episode of any streaming show ever. It has to be. I mean, that thing gets watched more than porn.
It was porn. Come on, Gary.
You're not wrong, Gary.
You know what's funny about that, though? What I have never understood, I think anybody that's been a Star Wars fan that delved into the EU, like starting with the Thrawn trilogy and the Dark Empire comics back in the early 90s, where the EU really started up again, it never, like when they were making the sequel trilogy, how do you not tell the story of, like, you go from End of Return of the Jedi to The Force Awakens, where the galaxy is in the same place it was before they took down the Death Star 2 and the Emperor. They just leaped over all that. The galaxy's still a mess. So Han, Leia, Lando, R2, 3PO, Chewbacca, Luke, like, they didn't win. And it never made sense to me that how do you not do a film where you bring back all of our legacy characters and do a movie where they're all together at the height of their power and showing that. I mean, it was like you watch the first trilogy, then the prequel trilogy, but with the sequel trilogy, the characters it makes no sense. So if you're a kid and you've never seen Star Wars before and you're following it and you go from episode 6 to The Force Awakens, it'd be like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
we never get to see the galaxy, the New Republic, be revived and our characters truly achieve the victory that is promised at the end of Return of the Jedi. It makes no sense to me at all. And what we were waiting for is the promise of that, and it was finally realized when we see Luke at the end of The Mandalorian, episode 16, coming into Rex shop and get Grogu and take care of business. And it's so funny to me that everyone thinks like this is such a revelatory thing. This should have been the first thing that Disney did.
Yeah.
The first thing.
100%.
And how do you not do that? Because if you're going to have the torch passed, you've got to have it passed by people at the height of their powers. Then you can introduce new characters and then mess up the galaxy.
Cobra Kai. Kai.
That's a perfect example. I mean, I was on with Critical Drinker, and I love Creed, although he explained to me why he didn't, and he was right. But I've always loved Creed as an example of how do you then continue a long time legacy property, but still do it with a certain amount of reverence. But it didn't make sense to me that they didn't do that with Star Wars. And I understand the problem is, from a corporate standpoint, they're like, well, how are we going to get new kids involved in Star Wars if your main characters are in their their 60s and early 70s? Whose kids aren't going to watch that? But in the case of Star Wars, they will. But from a corporate standpoint, on a spreadsheet, it doesn't make sense, because the thing that people don't talk about much is whether it's Doctor Who, whether it's Star Trek, whether it's Star Wars, the corporate interests are counter to good storytelling.
Yeah.
And from the beginning, I mean, we've seen it across the board, whether it's comic books. I mean, the whole thing with the New Warriors at Marvel, like, whose idea was that?
Gary's idea.
You're dealing with comic book. You're dealing with heroes. I mean, now they're with the High Republic. It's like, if you're going to show us the High Republic, you got to go back and show us the Jedi the way they were seen, like with Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi, when they're at the height of their powers kicking ass. You know, you've got to give us that Joseph Campbell hero. That is the very basis. It goes all the way back to the
they
Greek.
want to do, Robert. Sorry, that you know they hate Joseph Campbell. Some of the people behind that, they can't stand that. The hero's journey is antithetical to everything they want to do, and that's why this has been such a square peg going into a round hole. I'm currently right now stopped. I'm working on my Star Trek Discovery Season 3 review. That's why my brain is melting.
Oh, good luck with that,
dude. But no, it's everything is based on traits now. It's not character. You talk about this, Robert. It's like it's writing first and character first. And if you're invested into a character, you can forgive a lot. I can forgive a lot of little plot holes here and there because I really like this character and I'm going to root for this character. So no movie is perfect, and that except for like Raiders of the Lost Ark, but that everything is based on a trait now. So they have to fit that. They have to check that box, fit in this thing, and then we need to fit this square peg into another round hole. And if it doesn't work, well, you know what? It's not modern anyway, and it's not with the times, and it's not moving ahead with us because we know better than the public now. And to quote Yellow Flash, it's this whole attitude of, are you good enough to be our fan now? That's been this whole attitude over the last 5 years, instead of just listening to people and making new characters believable. They're afraid to write people with flaws nowadays. There's just these cardboard cutouts that we have, and Star Trek Discovery is the worst example of that, or best.
Theory, do you kind of see things that way?
Oh yeah, I think it's frankly, it's, you know, I see what they're trying to do. I think it's bullshit, the fact that they want to kill off the legacy characters, but in doing so, they don't do it very romantically or eloquently. They do it in the sense where we're going to completely, and I love this term, castrate Luke Skywalker to give the spotlight to another character, and that's just not how it's done. You got to do it very gracefully, in the sense that these characters are still in the limelight, they're still in the spotlight. This is what made Star Wars. And then once they're done being the hero and they go off somewhere else in the galaxy, who knows, you might pick up with them later, they can pass on the torch to Rey or Kylo or whatever. But to put Rey in the spotlight, as poorly of a written character as she is, with zero flaws. I mean, she starts and ends in the same position. There's zero like, how am I supposed to be moved by this character? Luke starts out with the whiny little farm boy that's, you know, looking out to the twin sons, wondering what the hell he's going to do with his life, and then turns out to be this extremely calm and collected Jedi Knight. Like, there's so much, and in between there, he gets his ass kicked. There's so much that he goes through. He loses his hand. His dad is the most evil guy in the galaxy. Like, there's just so much struggle that he goes through, and it's that story, I believe, that so many people fall in love with, and we can relate that to our own lives and our own everything that we go through to find inspiration from. But
you know, it's the hero who's, I mean, at the very end, tosses his lightsaber and says, "I'm not going to fight."
Oh, it's bullshit.
You know, and like that was.
Well, that's not bullshit, but I thought you in the last.
No,
Jedi,
in Return of the Jedi, when he when we didn't get the big bombastic battle, which is what they would want to do now. He said, "No, I'm not going to fight." You know, at the end, and for his dad, that was and you know, for a 13-year-old kid to even connect with that at the time when I was watching it, it was epic. I mean, Return of the Jedi for me is kind of, it's a flawed film, but it's half a brilliant movie with especially at the end between Luke and Vader.
You know what also that I don't understand, if you look at the original Star Wars, and I still call it Star Wars, not A New Hope, because when I saw it was Star Wars.
Yeah. That's what we say.
Luke is a character that is all of us. I mean, if you look into the history of America, he's a farmer. You know, he's rural America. And Han Solo is a truck driver. You know, he's a workaday, blue-collar, 18-wheeler driver. And Ben Kenobi is a veteran of a foreign war. You know, he's retired. He's at the VFW having beers with his friends if he wasn't living on Tatooine. So all of these characters are us. They represent society, and you totally get it. You understand, okay, Luke has his chores. Like, he's the every person, the every American even. But and when you get to so you understand, like, you have to do your chores, you race cars on the weekends with your friends, you know, you go monkey around with what you do, but you still have, totally relatable. Well, now when you're introduced to Rey, she's not a real person. She's a complete construct. You ask yourself, well, why aren't you working for Unkar Plutt? Like, why aren't you, if you're a pilot, I'm sure there's a lot of wreckage orbiting Jakku. Like, if I had made that movie, I would have opened up like she's actually flying around in orbit, moving the wreckage away, because they need that to get down to the planet. Give her something to do where she's actually working. It doesn't make any sense from an audience perspective why she's living in this wreckage of an AT-AT doing whatever. Why is she doing that? Like, no real person would actually be doing that. So we as an audience member are asking ourselves, why is she here? Like, what is she doing? And it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. If they had given us the same thing, like they say, okay, we're going to go back to the original Star Wars as a template. Well, the template is Luke's and the everyman. Well, Rey is not the every woman or every person. She's doing something none of us would do. Like, I wouldn't, even if I'm waiting for my parents to come back, I'd still be working in town where there's actually industry, where I could actually get a job, and there's dudes that can give me food that I can work for. There's obviously ships are coming and going. And why is she out being a scavenger in the desert? It's because the script just says so. And it doesn't make sense. So you're watching it as an audience member going, I don't buy this character. She doesn't seem believable as a person in the Star Wars universe as it has been previously established. We just want to write her this way just because. And I feel that's problematic. All of the writing that we're getting, if you're not going back to the forms, and I mean like the genre of superheroes or the genre of science fiction, these are literary genres that have, you know, they come out of literature. So if you're not following those forms, then they kind of don't make sense. And whether it's Doctor Who, Star Trek, or Star Wars, the way modern characters are being written are not believable because they're not following the forms where all of this came from in the first place. It'd be like writing crime fiction about a detective who'd like never spent any time being a detective, like didn't have to go through the process of becoming this person. They're just written as being, well, they have no backstory. They're just this character. And so it doesn't work. The characters aren't established as they were in the past because the people that were writing it understood the literary devices that they were playing with. So I feel that modern programming, I mean, we're getting great writing in shows like Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul, and I don't understand why that writing, or whether you like The Queen's Gambit, which I really like, which is again based on a novel, or The Expanse, which is an amazing
great show
where you understand you've got 3 different factions, there's wars going on, you've got revolutionaries, you understand all of these people because The Expanse comes from a novel series. So these characters are really well defined, and I'm baffled by when I watch Star Trek or modern Star Wars why they're not doing this. But then The Mandalorian embraces that classical storytelling, so it works.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And that kind of leads us into another great subject line that we wanted to hit on once you got here, Rob, is the theatrical and the streaming. And we'll start with theory and just kind of move down.
Can I break in here for just a second? We're definitely going to do that. So what led us to that conversation was how many times have you seen Luke Skywalker's Return? R&B just said he watched it 20 times. I'm sure I've watched it 20 times as well. I've probably watched Theory's reaction 10 times because it's as epic as the scene itself. It's just awesome. If the chat will please type and let us know, what is your number? How many times did you watch The Return of Luke Skywalker? I also want to say hello to Anna. Thank you for being here, Anna. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Anna.
Hello. Didn't want to interrupt, Robert. That was beautiful.
He gives
you
such
don't want to
great
interrupt
takes.
anytime he talks. You just want to shut up and listen.
You exclude me and Nick, and the minds that are in this stream could go take over a small country. I swear.
Yeah. I was getting ready to tell Coach just pop me and him out, and we'll listen to you guys talk.
We'll clean the floors in the back.
Yeah, right. We'll pop in and throw some questions y'all way.
All right, Nick, you were saying.
Yeah, so the this moment that we got at the end of season 2 of Mandalorian, you know, with everything going on streaming wise, theaters are kind of in a mess right now with everything going on. Do you see the future of Star Wars being in the streaming world, and how much cooler do you think it would have been if we would have got those moments in the theater, being with other fans live? And we'll start with Theory and just go down to R&B, over to Nerdrotic, Jeremy, and down to Anna.
Yeah, so I think with everything going on right now, streaming is probably the best case scenario that we have. In terms of seeing it in the theater, it would have been really cool, but then again, I wouldn't have been able to experience that live stream reaction with over 35,000 people at once. You'd only have it with a few hundred.
Yeah.
It's, you know, I love going to movies, getting the popcorn, the whole hype of, you know, okay, I got something to look forward to next week where I can go sit down with my buddies or whoever and you know, just chill out and watch a film on the big screen, and you're just immersed. But there's also something nice that I've learned through streaming, that in the comfort of your own home, like, you just turn it on TV or turn it on your device, and that's it, and you're in. It's cool. So I'm excited for it. I think with streaming, the only issue is that everything is now going to be maybe dragged out with shows, with episodes, instead of being, you know, a concise, because you can't do that with movies. What are you going to go every week and see an episode or something? So that's the only thing, but I want to see what you guys think about it too.
R&B?
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the things I love about The Mandalorian is the fact that because it's not like a 2-hour show or even an hour show, you sit down and it's like this burst of Star Wars adrenaline, you know, from beginning to end. I'm in. Like, it's not boring to me. Every time there's a new vehicle or a new environment, like, oh my God, they're on a boat in the ocean. Like, other than Camino, when did we ever see like an ocean, like workaday aliens on I'm like, I love it. You know, seeing this, I'm like, the Star Wars universe is like, I'll look at the backgrounds, just the design work and all of that. I'm so immersed in all of that, and they have a total understanding when I'm watching The Mandalorian of what I want to see. I feel like I have a direct conduit to what my imagination wants. They're like, here's another starship, or look at this fabulous weapon, or, you know, whatever. And I'm getting it. I'm getting it. And they understand that, because I even made a joke about, before I saw this meme, I said, I swear to God, Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau are just sitting around with a giant table full of action figures and ships. And they're like, let's do this. Yeah, that would be really cool. And then somebody made a meme, like a picture. This is them riding the Mandalorian. It was like 2 little kids from a catalog where they're like, their mouths are open, like, ah. But for the time being, I think that streaming is where it's going to be at, because it takes 2 years, you know, to make a movie. It just takes a long period of time. And forget the fact that COVID, if we get that theater experience back, like, I love seeing movies in the theater. I love it. I love seeing movies with other people. I mean, watching Infinity War and watching Endgame with a packed theater full of like-minded fans was so satisfying. You know, before John Schnepp passed away, we were watching Infinity War together, and when you heard the Hugo Weaving sound alike when it was the Red Skull, like, he and I turned to each other like, that's the Red. I mean, we were going bananas, and we're trying to be quiet to not interfere with everybody else, but we're like bouncing up and down in our theater seats going, this is amazing. You know, it was, and I don't ever want to lose that. Yeah. But I do think that for the time being, what I like about the YouTube space and the internet is that, you know, we can have watch parties with one another, and we can look at each other's faces. Like, if we were like this, we could all be sitting in front of screens that you can't see, so we're just looking at each other's faces. I mean, I can't even imagine what it would have been like to be like on screen with you guys right now, seeing your faces when Luke Skywalker showed up, being like, are you seeing this? And we're looking right at each other. So this could be a whole new kind of an experience, and it's just evolving. And I don't think one is better than the other necessarily. It's just, this is new. It's a new thing. I mean, fans now streaming with all of you guys and girls, and it's just, I think I like it, man. I like the fact that we have this large, overarching fan community of people all around the world. And it's something we haven't ever had before.
You know something with movies, I find the older I get, it gets annoying because I feel like people aren't as respectful anymore in theaters. You know, they're either on their phone all the time or they're talking, and it just makes me pissed off. Instead, I just want to focus on this. And at home, believe me, I love going to the movies. It's the most enjoyable experience, and I always enjoyed it. But I don't get any of that crap anymore. People just don't care when they sit in movies. They're on freaking Twitter or like Instagram or whatever, and I'm like, turn your freaking thing off. What the hell? Or they're laughing at for something stupid, or we're talking, and it's like it just completely takes you out of the experience.
People think they're smarter than the movie that they're watching, and they always want to show you that they're smarter than the movie. And I'm like, I hate that. You got to let it watch. Movie theaters are holy places.
Yeah,
let it wash over you.
Yeah, it's a cathedral.
I'll never forget when I saw Dunkirk and the Harry Styles fangirls would scream every time he was on camera, and I was like, I'm in the 70mm IMAX right now, and it's so frustrating. So I feel you on that.
Gary, you've had quite a bit to say recently about the movie theaters versus the streaming services. What say you today?
As far as what's a better experience or what's going to happen?
Well, go both.
I love the movie experience, always have. But yeah, it's more of my idealism, I think, from when I was a kid. It's I'm kind of cheap, so it's really expensive to go there in the big cities I was going at. So if I took, I want to go with my family, and most of what we saw were Marvel movies, and it was $100, couple $100 a trip. That's not counting parking, which could be $25 to $50 in San Francisco. And so I got annoyed with that pretty quick. But I did, I think the last really good experience I had was with Jeremy when we were in New York and we watched The Joker. That was awesome.
That was a badass theater we were at. Too.
So that I can get used to. But it's done. It's a model that whether we love it or not is not sustainable. It's too expensive to rent out these giant buildings now. When the studios are giving these theaters pennies. Disney bent the theaters over for the fall of Skywalker. And it's funny how that happened right before all the crap went down. And now they're offering more, but it's too late. It's far too late. Property is going to, that bubble is going to burst. It's not, I was thinking about the giant theater near my old house up in Daly City. Had 21 theaters in it. It was 3 levels. They hadn't had anybody working the concession stand on the upper level for years. And there was 7 people working in that giant building, 7. And so it was dying anyway. There's just no way you can pay that kind of rent, pay the people, pay them enough to go there and keep this thing going. It was just a matter of time. And this just sped up its demise. And if, they're going to get a big bailout, and I don't think it's enough. And I think it's just setting money on fire at this point because it might keep them going for a little while. And unless a giant investor comes in like China, who owns part of AMC, I don't see it lasting long. You'll have mom and pop theaters, which is cool, which might be the future. It's kind of like how comic books shops survived and how bookstores are still surviving and vinyl shops are still surviving. It's kind of falling back in the mom and pop thing. If mom and pop can afford it in a year, if mom and pop have any money left. So no, it's going to be streaming. That's going to be, I think the thing will be the Prestige series, and that'll be your new blockbuster, and they'll put the same amount of money into it, but yeah, you can't make a Wonder Woman anymore like that. Those days are done. $200 million into a movie that's just going to flop. They can't get you on that opening weekend anymore. Those days are gone, and we're going to have to accept it. Even if things get better in 3 months, if we're just, the freaking vaccine works and we're all at full capacity, we're still going to be missing a third of our theaters. Do we even know? Maybe half. That's not going to be enough to make $1 billion franchise, and that's not enough to put $200 million into anymore. Disney's got lucky with their technology. I don't know if they developed it or bought it or whatever with the Mandalorian. That is the future. That is absolutely the future. It cuts down on travel, cuts down on crew. It actually works. The show looks, whatever criticisms I have about the show, it looks good. It looks really good. I think that technology is probably going to save Hollywood's ass.
Those are good points, Gary. And it's sad to me to watch the slow death of something that I love. You know, I love going to the movies as well. And if you pay attention to the news, Gary, you've reported on it. AMC has made several strategic, tactical decisions lately, and it's not working. Their stock price is sitting at $2.14. I don't know how much longer they can go. And that's just, you know, I hate that. I hate to take that option off the table. Jeremy?
Well, there's two versions, obviously, two ways you're asking the question. Number one, you know, what do I prefer? I mean, in the last several years, the cinema experience has just dissolved for me because of exactly what Theory was talking about, annoying people, not respecting anything. And it just makes you just not want to be there. Unless you're there on that opening night with the hardcore fans, you could pretty much just give up any good experience if there's people in the theater. But so I've moved definitely where I prefer more of the in-home streaming experience with big screen TV and surround sound. Now, how will it go? It will definitely go the streaming route because knowledge and information is power. And just like you guys were talking about the Luke Skywalker moment, Disney can say whatever they want publicly, but they do internal data searches just like all of these companies. They can't tell how many times I've put my DVD or Blu-ray player in and rewatched a scene. But they know how many times people have went back and watched that Luke Skywalker scene over and over. They can get specific data points as to what people are watching and what they want to see. And I guarantee you the numbers for everything old school Star Wars, Clone Wars, Mandalorian are far better than anything sequel trilogy. And they can say what they want publicly, but privately they're getting that information and that data. And they want that information and that data because it gives them more information to make as much money as possible. So that's definitely the way it's going, because you can promote a movie and you can make a lot of money opening weekend that can distort the overall numbers. When you release a show like Stranger Things or Cobra Kai or something like Wonder Woman, something like The Mandalorian, you're going to get the real data. You're going to see how long people are watching. You're going to see how many times they're watching, what specific parts they're watching, what they're focusing on, and that's going to give you the information you want, and that's what they absolutely want. That's where it's going.
Good points. Anna, you talk as long as you want to.
I'm not going to be able to talk for very long. I'm going to have to be going soon. I got the stream on Yellow Flash, but I mean, I think everything's going to start moving towards streaming because that's the most logical, business sense to do. I mean, Amazon has no stores, but look, Jeff Bezos is now the second richest man in the world. And I mean, for Disney, with the way that they're bleeding money, why wouldn't you just do everything streaming? And then that way you control everything. You control the numbers. They know, how many people are watching that episode and, how many people are watching the sequels or the originals or the prequels. They have that, but none of us have access to it. So that's, in my personal opinion, the smartest business stance that they can do. But with COVID, what's the point of having a movie go to theaters if it's just not going to make any money? Like how well did that last movie do, Tenet? Did that do well at all?
No. I mean, all things considered, it did okay, I guess, but it still lost money. It was
especially according to its cost. It was a $200 million movie, and you got to hit $800 million at break even now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and also, especially where I live, the last few times I've gone to the movies, it's just been miserable because I like to go and get the reclining seats that move with the sound because you're going there for the experience, right? So it's pretty expensive, and I make sure that I have to go to the over 21 because the last time I went and saw, it was a scary movie, but these teenagers come in and they're just on their phone the whole time, and you tell them to get off, and then they act like you're the villain in the situation. Yep. So I saw Sonic, and even though it was in an over 21 theater, there's still people in there that are on their phones, and it's like, oh my gosh, like, don't you have any value for how much you're paying to come and see this movie? You could have bought how many DVDs of this for the amount that you paid to watch this, but instead you're going to be on your phone and ruin it for everyone else. So I just don't have patience for people. At that point, I'd rather watch it on my phone, on my couch than paying for that experience, which sucks because I used to love going to the movies with my family. So.
Yeah, same.
Yep.
And Rob and his girlfriend Elizabeth just reviewed Tenet, and I watched that stream the other night.
Oh,
She did
yeah.
not like that movie very much.
Yeah, no, it was. I was disappointed in Tenet. It's beautifully made, though. I mean, it's just a stunning achievement from a visual standpoint. But I have to echo what all of you said. I mean, I'm lucky to live in LA. We have these premium theaters. Like we saw, you guys talk about going to see Joker in New York. I went with John Campion, saw Joker at. I was the first time I was in a Dolby. Well, actually, the second time I was in a Dolby theater, and it was a great experience. And AMC invested $5 billion to upgrade their theaters and to give you a great experience. And I feel bad that theaters have one job, to give you a theater experience that's a good experience. And I had a great experience, and I was really looking forward to patronizing that Dolby Digital theater a lot. And then we get hit with a pandemic. And but I think that I hate to say this, but I love physical media. I just like buying the discs. And again, this year, 2020, physical media sales dropped 20%. The year before, it was like 15, 18%. So physical media is going to go away. I mean, there'll always be niche labels and boutique labels, but for the most part, the studios aren't going to be supporting physical media releases anymore, because why should they? They sell a movie, it takes away from their streaming platforms, and they don't want us to own movies anymore. They want to stream things, and I just think that that's the future. And as long as the shows are good, I mean, I think we all want the same things. We want great stories well told. And as long as we're getting that, and what I find interesting about Disney Star Wars is if you look at Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau, the fact that they're trying to unify the Clone Wars and Rebels and the Mandalorian, and now they're going to have all these spin-off shows, is what people wanted from the very beginning. They wanted creators that were taking Star Wars seriously in all of its forms. And while I don't think the Mandalorian is by any means perfect, I certainly have enjoyed it. I mean, maybe it's not high art, but like that scene with Bill Burr in the episode,
Love Bill Burr.
It was just a moment. You learn more about the Empire in that one little scene, the backstory with the Imperial officer and what happened with Bill Burr. That's what we want. We want the Star Wars universe. We want to love it and understand it the way that we did in the original Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back, and even to a certain extent Jedi, when we're learning about this world. I mean, that's why people love fictitious worlds anyway. The more well-developed they are, the more we can believe in them. You got to go back to Tolkien and the Lord of the Rings. I mean, I remember when it came out the same year Star Wars did, I got the Silmarillion, and I'm like, I was just fascinated reading all of the detail about Middle Earth. I mean, I could sit there and read that thousands of pages of just tell me the lineage of all these characters and the Astari and where Sindarin and the different languages and whatever. I mean, people love that stuff. And when you're not getting a universe that you can believe in anymore, that's problematic. And I think what The Mandalorian is doing is not only giving us characters that kick ass and people that we like, but it's extrapolating upon the Star Wars universe in such a way that you're like, I'm in, man. And whereas Doctor Who and Star Trek are not, they're literally destroying one of the very things that have made these things endure for 50 years plus, is that there's this lineage of these characters in this universe, and that we can follow and believe in. And you can go back and watch Patrick Troughton as Doctor Who and see, oh, this goes all the way back to 50 years ago, and it still has continuity. And then they come along and, well, nope, Jodie Whittaker, we're going to go back to the beginning and tell you everything you knew about the Doctors were wrong.
Yep.
And I'm like, who are you to do that? like why would you do that? You have this universe that has endured, and yet we have creators that are like, nah, we're going to make it our way. Like, we're going to give Spock a learning disability.
What?
Fuck you. I mean,
Spock.
Don't you know he's got a learning disability according to Star Trek Discovery?
That's what they did.
What's his disability?
Dyslexia.
He's like got the
I have
Vulcan version
dyslexia too, but come on.
I mean, that's just a fundamental misreading of that character. Like, they don't understand from a classical storytelling standpoint, he's a man of two worlds. So he has to be better than both. He's got to be the best Vulcan that there ever was, because he has been, his own father He grew up as a small child being teased about his lineage. You don't need to saddle him with a learning disability because it's in vogue to talk about everybody's a special snowflake now. No, the universe is indifferent. It is indifferent to your suffering, and you have to be better. And nowadays, that message is somehow wrong. Everybody's special. No, you're not. You're not. That's why heroes are so important, is because they're special because of what they've had to do to get to where they are. Now it's everybody's special.
Yeah.
No, everybody's not special.
Participation trophies.
Every time I hear Robert talk, I ask myself, why has it been so long since I heard Robert talk? It's so good.
Well, it's funny because people don't understand. Like, they don't understand how I can be one way and then another way. But it's like, you look at all of the classical tales. You go back and you look at Kurosawa's movies, which is where George Lucas took so much from, whether it's Hidden Fortress or Seven Samurai, and the idea that you have to train. Even Harry Potter, you have to go to school. You go to Hogwarts, and it's not easy to become a wizard. You have to train. It's hard. Frodo and Sam, two of the great heroic characters in fantasy literature, arguably the cornerstone, unless you go back to like Gilgamesh or something like that. I mean, I might not be able to carry the ring, Mr. Frodo, but I can carry you. I mean, that stuff that resonates, man. That's what the world is all about. And that's why we've loved these characters for so long. I don't want to read fantasy characters that are as flawed and they're like me. I want to read about characters that are better than me so I can aspire to be like them.
Absolutely.
And maybe I never will.
Yep. And I like, Robert, how the conversation keeps coming back to Star Wars characters and what they're doing with The Mandalorian and how they're actually getting that right. And one of the things that we're wanting to do as fandom is we're actually happy. As you guys mentioned the sequel trilogy, I watched The Last Jedi once. I watched The Rise of Skywalker once.
I watched Rise of Skywalker once too, and I own it.
Yeah, I've watched Return of the Jedi at least, I'm going to just guess, 1,500 times or more. The Empire Strikes Back probably 2,000 times or more throughout my life. If I'm sick, I'm watching it. If it's summertime and I'm bored, I'm watching it. So, and I like stock. I'm a part-time day trader while I teach history. If the kids are reading, I'm looking at the market. And Star Wars has been very bullish. It's been ticking up. Chapter 13 of The Mandalorian, Chapter 14, Chapter 15, and then Chapter 16 comes out and the thing goes supernova. That's when the stock goes woo, and you just made thousands and thousands or millions of dollars. Where do we go from here? As a fandom, where does Star Wars go from here? What do we need to see? If you remove Luke Skywalker from the equation, if he didn't come back in Chapter 16, we still got Ahsoka, a great Ahsoka. We got a very great Boba Fett. There's a lot of good things that are happening, and Luke just blew the roof off the thing. So let's start with Anna, and let's get Gary and Theory, and then we'll go to Jeremy and Rob. All right?
Okay, so what is the question?
Well, what would you like to see happen with Star Wars now? After everything that's happened, all the positivity that's happened, Boba Fett, Ahsoka, Luke, what needs to happen for our Star Wars for Anna to be happy?
Well, I didn't like Boba Fett or Ahsoka. I want them to fix her Laku. There you go. That's what I want to see fixed. And more Baby Yoda. So there you go.
All right.
And just erase the sequel trilogy, that too. But I do have to get going, guys. It was nice seeing all of you again. I'm sorry I could only be here for a little bit.
That's
but
fine.
have a great rest of the night.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Anna.
we appreciate you jumping in, Anna.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, Anna.
No problem. Bye.
Have a good night.
Bye.
All right.
Okay. Okay. As somebody who is completely emotionally disconnected from that franchise after I saw The Last Jedi, and I still feel that way. I'm the one jackass who wasn't moved by the return of Luke, although I will admit I've seen it like 4 times. So I've seen it 4 times. I will admit that. But
our son Ryan is still out there, so you're not the only one, okay?
Yeah, I mean, but there's hope. There's that's why I made the video. Is like it's up to Disney. They have all the audience enhanced data driven analysis they need from that, and I imagine there's some accountant somewhere going, wait a minute, we could have made that many people happy for that little money, and we just spent billions on the other crap, and nobody was happy. Must have been pulling his hair out. What I would like to see is not a peep from Pablo Hidalgo for the rest of his life. I don't want to ever hear from any of these jackasses ever again going after fans who are paying customers, people who love this franchise. Those people, Star Wars Theory, Jeremy, yours truly, everybody here, that's the reason it's worth $1 billion, not you. Okay. Pablo, and I made this argument in the live stream. Star Wars Theory has made, I pointed the wrong way. Star Wars Theory has made more Star Wars fans than Pablo Hidalgo has. What Star Wars Theory does is a giant commercial. I don't mean this in any disrespect for Star Wars. He is a fan spreading the love. We make fans, not you guys. All you have to do is make a good story, and we will shepherd everybody to it. So I would like to see a year of not interacting with a fan at all in anything other than a positive level. If somebody goes after you, and some fans can be dicks, just don't say anything. Just stop. 365 days. Give it a shot. It might work. And Star Wars is Luke Skywalker, so I would lean in that heavily. I don't know how you do it, honestly, but I want to see a year of fan service. I want to see a year of the fan. I want to see them getting everything they wanted with Star Wars, because honestly, I thought it was dead. It was dead. It's like Frankenstein. What Rich said in Red Letter Media was absolutely correct. When you think this thing is dead, it just rises from the grave again because people love it so much. So instead of maybe being combative with your fan base, why don't you, listen to them once in a while? Not every time. We're not right on everything. I would love to see an apology to the entirety of the fan base. And I mean everybody, or at least an acknowledgement of what has gone on and what Disney has fostered. And Disney fostered that over the last 4 years. They went after individual people trying to create false narratives, putting us in, to this day, Jeremy and I and some people here are called all kinds of things. I can take it. It's fine. But it's also not cool when I've told the story before. Sorry if you're hearing repeated information here. When my son was looking up NERDROTIC on Google and the fourth thing he saw was racist, and it's like, I laugh it off, but like, I think about it and he was fine with it, but my kid got to see that. Thanks. And that's all because I didn't like a movie. How about just listening to people, accepting some criticism? I never go for personal attacks on my criticism. I call him Jar Jar Abrams. That's the worst thing I call a guy. Believe me, that's not as bad as calling somebody a Nazi. So I would like to see Star Wars treat their fans with respect. That's all. And do the best they can. Try to stay away from the platform influence business and just get back into the entertainment business.
Yep. Thank you, Gary. That's great points. Theory?
Yeah, it was very well said, man. By the way, it's the first time we're actually in a stream together.
Oh, so that's right. Yeah. And it's nice meeting you, man.
Nice meeting you too, bro. You've had a lot of nice things to say, and I appreciate it over what's going on in the past few weeks. I want to touch on something you said regarding fan service, and I couldn't agree more. I think a lot of people have this misconception that fan service is writing a good story. It's like, you don't understand that Star Wars is built on in this universe, you have these central characters. If you tell a story about these central characters, that's not fan service. That's telling the story of Star Wars. And that's what a lot of people don't understand, is that we don't care about the dude in the back of the cantina that went off to I don't give a crap. Show me the focal characters, the central characters that I grew up with that really make Star Wars what it is. So going forwards, that said, I want to see, of course, Luke training Grogu and this and that, but I want to branch off and I want to see, let's take it back a bit, not to the High Republic, but let's see before the Phantom Menace. I want to see how was the Jedi Order, when Dooku was still a Jedi. He was one of the coolest dudes out there. And why did he change? Why did he turn? So many people don't understand this. What happened with Sifo Dyas? The whole thing with the cloning. How did that all come to be? And of course, Palpatine and his rise to power. The guy is a political mastermind. He played both sides, and in the end, he became victorious. And I want to see that story told from him as a dark little kid, as he was in the books, to come into this massive, monumental powerhouse that he was, and how he killed his master and so on and so forth. So I think there's so many different avenues that they can take. I think the sequel trilogy should have been what The Mandalorian is right now, and they should have told Luke's story, a few years after Return of the Jedi, and then the actual sequels or I guess the Mandalorian show would be taking place where the sequels would have been, right? So now 30 years after. But this 30-year gap, I feel like that's what the sequel trilogy should have been about.
Yeah.
So now they're doing it just a bit backwards.
Okay.
And how do you have basically the Beatles coming back and not have them all on screen together? Like I don't understand on the
biggest mistake in cinematic history.
I agree.
I mean, you have all the original characters back. Like, why would you not put the focus on them while you're introducing these new characters? I mean, it's a corporate decision that Disney made in their storytelling of this for whatever reason that I'll never understand that.
Well,
what
Suits.
about you guys?
You got Suits making these stories now instead of a visionary, instead of someone who's passionate, right? And then now with the Mandalorian, it's someone who's passionate. It's two people who are passionate, understand the story.
Yeah,
it's not pencil pushers.
I think there was a great disconnect with Disney. They had no idea to the degree that we love Luke Skywalker and the original cast. They didn't know.
Right.
Yeah.
They do now.
I think it's pretty obvious they wanted to push these new characters. They wanted them to be the focal point. And you heard Kathleen Kennedy talking about Galaxy's Edge. We don't want to make this for 50, 60-year-old fans. We want to have the new characters, right? So I think that was really a focal point. We heard, I forget who it was it J.J. Abrams who said that whenever Luke was in a scene, he was kind of just overshadowing everything. So they continued to write him out of the script for Force Awakens until it just became that last thing because he was overshadowing everybody else. Well, yeah, he's Luke Skywalker. Of course he is. That's a good thing.
It's almost like J.J. Abrams didn't want the problem of having to make the decision with what to do with Luke. So he just wrote him out of the story and handed him off.
Yeah.
That's like saying we got to write Batman out of our Batman movie because he's overshadowing all the characters.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
Welcome to
that.
Ryan. Welcome to Ryan KINEL from RK Outpost and Tom from Midnight's Edge After Dark. We are very glad you guys are here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nick.
And I was just going to say real quick, Robert Meyer Burnett has an excellent take at the end of our documentary on all this about corporations taking over these stories and how it's not being done by individuals who are passionate, just like what Theory said. And yeah, I 100% agree. It's pencil pushers that are doing this stuff. It's not passionate fans, and I'm glad that regardless what your thoughts are on Filoni and Favreau or whatever, yeah, you can have some criticism there, but it's definitely better than what we got from Kathleen Kennedy and her crew with the sequel trilogy. So I'm at least hopeful at this point moving forward in the Star Wars universe and where they're going. So what do you guys think on that?
Well, it's authentic.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jer.
Can I share a little clip before I tell you what I think?
Yeah.
All
Sure.
right. So I'm sharing my screen, and I've played this clip many a times. And this right here. This is infuriating to me to listen to. But this is after this is after The Force Awakens. Now, mind you, let me prep it for everybody. This is after they threw away George Lucas's sequel trilogy outline and moved into what they wanted. And then Kathleen Kennedy said this in an interview.
There isn't a day that goes by or went by as we were making the movie where we don't talk about George. It's standard. What would George do? One of the things.
What? He literally gave you his sequel trilogy outline.
Yeah.
He literally did it. So, to answer the question, I would move away from Kathleen Kennedy. That's what I would do. I would move away from Kathleen Kennedy. I would give Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni more creative control. It doesn't mean they have to be the person that runs Lucasfilm. But without that, and I'm not trying to bring angry Jeremy Geeks and Gamers negativity to a positive party, but at the end of the day, if I'm being honest, until she's gone, I can't have that much focus of the future being bright and hopeful until she's gone. I love the Clone Wars. I love everything about the Clone Wars, except for those 4 episodes with the SJW looking sister hair. I will repeat that just because people hold me down. I love the Clone Wars. Rebels is fine. It's not great. It's fine. Mandalorian is really good. really great moments somewhere along the way. That's where I want Star Wars to go, and it's not that complicated. You've got a huge fan base of 40 years. The man that created this entire universe is alive. He's there, and he's willing to give his expertise and genius. All you need to do is talk to him, and that's all they need to do. And so that's
They're actually contractually obligated to take their phone call if they call him and give him it's actually in the contract.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at with it. So,
and the fact that he's at least on set of The Mandalorian, I mean, shows some bit of promise with him being at least included.
Well, from what I've heard from people who know him firsthand, through the grapevines, that he supposedly absolutely hated The Last Jedi.
Yeah, who didn't?
So did Favreau.
Yeah.
So did
Yeah.
Favreau.
Yeah. So I mean, and the fact that he wasn't even there at the premiere. I mean, what more of a statement do you need?
Well, he made the white slavers comment. He's
Mhm.
clearly and he clearly probably was like, "Hey George, it didn't help us. You need to, and he backed off or he didn't say anything else."
Yeah, so they mentioned that in Bob Iger's book, that he actually went to George, and George was like, he had to kind of, I don't know about retract a statement, but say like, yeah, look, I was angry, and he had to sign something in the contract, I think, that said he could never badmouth Disney, and he's like, well, why would I badmouth it? I have so much stock in it anyways, and but it just goes to show that even despite all of that, like it's bullshit, man. Like we shouldn't be talking about this stuff, but we are. It's because we got people that weren't passionate, didn't know a story, and they wanted to create their own story. They wanted to create their own characters, which is fine, but they do it at the cost of completely shitting on the characters that made this entire thing that they bought in the first place. Which to me is like what? What are you doing?
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of people, like, we're obviously kind of here today, and Echo Base, you guys have just blown up lately, and I'm so happy for you guys and your channel, your success. But one of those big reasons is because of that Luke Skywalker thing, the reaction that everybody had to him coming back, and a lot of people with hope for the future of Luke Skywalker. I'm sitting there still. One of the reasons that I really did not like Force Awakens was before we were all talking about as you were saying, Theory, the castration of Luke Skywalker.
Yeah,
we saw the castration of Han Solo. This dude, they took all of his growth that he went through in the original trilogy, from being a dude who was just there for the money. I'm not here for your cause, right? I'm in it for the money. Making one decision that led to another that made him realize who he is and change his character into the person who's going to do everything he can for this cause, including give his life up. We saw them take him back and revert him back to the very beginning of his arc. He was a deadbeat dad, a loser, a failed husband, a failed everything. And he can't even remember who he owes money to at this point. Yeah. And that, to me, him going up to Kylo and doing that in the end, that's not like redeeming his character. To me, they truly destroyed all the growth of that character. So it's not just Luke, it's a lot of people that Disney's done this to.
Yeah. And he lost his ship. What the hell?
Well, that's what I was going to say. I want to chime in and say the idea that the Millennium Falcon was sitting on Jakku on the ground and somehow someone was able to wrest it away from Han Solo was perhaps one of the dumbest things in modern mythology. That just wouldn't happen. And when you do something like that, what you're doing is you're saying that when did our characters that we love so much, when did they become dumb? And I feel that one of the things about modern writing is all these writers want to put their own spin or their imprimatur on things, so they do things that are fundamentally completely unbelievable and monumentally stupid. And when you see the Millennium Falcon just there, like what? It's been there for how long? Yeah. And Han Solo, how did you lose your ship? I mean, if you can't do that to a character, the same thing is true of Spock. I mean, nowadays, now we know that Spock wouldn't be the man he is without Michael Burnham in his life. And when you're doing things like that, why is it that in order to create new characters, I read a lot of mythology over the years and read a lot of thousands of comic books and how many science fiction novels, and no one ever became successful by undercutting established characters with new characters and trying to make them, well, this character is way better than this original. Azrael was not cooler than Batman. John was it John Paul? Mm-hmm. No. You know, and the whole point is you don't do that. And this is like rule one of mythologies or fictions. You know, you can give your characters Achilles heels, of course, but you don't take an established character and just make them stupid because you want to make your characters better. No, you've got to make your characters live on their own merits, not by diminishing someone else.
Yeah,
that never works.
Yeah,
and they did that. They did that in Force Awakens to Han Solo. That was one of the reasons I hated that movie. I'm like, in no universe are you ever going to get me to believe that Han Solo was apart from the Millennium Falcon, unless it was for a small period of time. But that movie is trying to convince us that it's been years.
For a good reason. What if I told you that he had been away for 20 years, but 5 minutes after Rey picks it up, they happen upon it in the middle of space? Does that help?
No, that's even worse.
Dumber.
Because that becomes that's nonsensical. Look, I am not a fan. J.J. Abrams has made 5 science fiction movies, and I've hated every one of them. And I've hated every one of them because the writing is terrible, and it's all shortcuts. I'll give you a quick example, and I'll stop talking. But the idea in Star Wars, traveling through hyperspace ain't like dust and crops, boy. You know, you could bounce without the proper coordinates. You could bounce too close to a supernova, and that'd end your trip real quick, or whatever. So they give you rules about faster than light travel in the Star Wars universe. That sets it all up. You have to have a navicomputer. You have to program coordinates because it's really hard to go through hyperspace. And then, you know, that's it. That's the rule. Well, same with like transporters in Star Trek. It's all been set up. J.J. Abrams dispenses with those rules, and the rules are what make your fictional universe believable. And when I was watching the beginning of Rise of Skywalker, and we're light speed, we're hyperspace skipping around, and your ship is appearing in the middle of a city
in an
in the gravity well in an atmosphere, I'm like, fuck you, man.
Yep.
That's not you. That completely shatters the believability of traveling through faster than light travel in the Star Wars galaxy. And the thing is, he doesn't know it. He doesn't know it. And when you're watching this would not, I mean, I know it's all fictional and you can make whatever happens happen, but no, faster than light travel has limitations. That's what makes it, you've got to do it correctly. That's what makes you, as a viewer, that's what builds your audience. You believe in these things. You give them rules. And when I'm watching this, I'm like, you, J.J. Abrams, do not understand how faster than light travel works in the Star Wars universe. You just decided to subvert it the same way you subverted the transporter in Star Trek 09. It's now a magical device that you can beam onto a starship traveling at warp, not knowing wherever the hell it's going to be. I mean, and that kind of stuff, just it's so irksome. But when you're that kind of a writer, that translates to everything you do. Character motivation, all of it suffers from the same things that making hyperspace skipping around a reality. If you're going to do that, you're going to take shortcuts with your characterization, and that is death.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all he does. And everything is shortcuts.
Everything.
You know?
Everything.
Oh.
Well, it's really crazy considering that beaming was already a shortcut for them not having to take a shuttle down to a planet all the time.
It's apparating now.
Right.
It's easier than apparating from
exactly. And I always kind of compare these franchises to family heirlooms. It's like it's the equivalent of taking a family heirloom and then damaging it and then giving it to your son or daughter and being like, here you go. It's like, no, that's not the way your grandfather gave it to you, and so on down the road. It's like, why are you doing this? And what's strange is this new generation's like they're more than willing to accept the broken, damaged goods. I don't think so. They just don't either watch it or they don't care. And I think Cobra Kai and certain other franchises that have, you know, found new life speak to that specifically, is you don't mess with the formula. You know, I mean, the reason Wonder Woman was one of the only movies to really resonate with a whole lot of people out of the first batch of these DC movies was because that was the only one they kept that was really close to the character. When you have a character that's 70 years old, and regardless of how you feel about them, Ryan, when you have a character that's 70 years old, you know, and it doesn't have to be necessarily comic book accurate, but it's still staying true to the character, you know. That's the main goal. It's like, you know, the same thing goes for any of these characters. The reason why mythologies live on, the reason why Robin Hood and all these other characters that have lived on for hundreds of years and stuff like that is because they are true to what they are originally. They may not be historically accurate if they're historical figures, but the myths live on for a reason. They're there to tell a story, to tell a lesson, to tell some truth. Whether it is exactly accurate or not isn't the case. The truth to us was Luke Skywalker was our fucking hero. Right? Sorry, am I allowed to swear here? Am I bad? I got passionate for a moment.
Robin Theory has, so go ahead.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
It
wasn't even me.
That's right.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Well, anyway, no, like it's like, how did anybody think in any way, shape, or form that it was a good idea to buy this and then destroy the one thing that most people identify with? Now, sure, it's not the only thing that Star Wars is, but this would be like buying McDonald's and then being like, you know what? We're going to discontinue the Big Mac and everything else will be fine.
Yeah.
And while we're at it, we're going to change the Quarter Pounder and the fish sandwich. Why don't we put chocolate on it?
But I do think at the end of the day, and I
don't like it, you're racist.
I don't know why this is me saying this, but regardless of my feelings on The Mandalorian, I think I'm probably more down on it than anyone here. As far as my criticisms, even I can look at it and say that Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, I have criticisms of the things that couple of things they've done in the way they're telling the story, but I can admit that they truly want to get Star Wars back to that feeling that everyone has about it. And that it is definitely a step in the right direction. And, the conversation that we've been having for Star Wars has changed over the past couple months because of the steps they've taken in The Mandalorian. Now, obviously, Pablo didn't help. But I just put out a positive video about Star Wars The High Republic, if you can believe it. Because
you're not Geeks and Gamers material anymore.
I know. But because Cavan Scott, the writer of Marvel High Republic #1, there's a picture floating around there of one of the characters using a lightsaber to stop her descent, like basically a sword. You would think of like someone puts something in and stops. He got called out on Twitter. It's like, what is this? And he's like, I got to admit, that's my bad. If I had to redo it, I would probably do it this way. I'll take that one in the chin. That's what we want, is like people engaging in that way.
Yeah.
That is awesome. And so I just made a video talking about, listen, I think that's kind of a really stupid mistake to make, like not understanding that a lightsaber works that way. But that is the kind of change we need, more people like that at Lucasfilm, that if something happens and fans are like, hey, man, this doesn't make sense, not to call them a Yahtzee, not to call them an Istafo because you don't like their thing, but to be like, you know what? That's probably true. I'll do better next time. I'll think about that next time.
How ironic, Ryan, because it's a noble thing to fall on your sword, isn't it? And that's exactly what happened. That's crazy.
It's not even that hard, right? It's you're just admitting a mistake. You're not going to lose your job over it or anything.
Yeah, you win so many points with fans. Sonic the Hedgehog, okay? I even talked about the G.I. Joe video game, and everybody knows they reached out to me after I ripped them apart for that bad video game, and the developer reached out. Like, we just want to be heard. You don't have to do exactly what we're saying. Just acknowledge, like, we hear you. We'll take it into consideration. It's not that hard. It's not that
Schumacher.
hard.
Yeah.
I do just ignore us. It's fine, just as long as you ignore them too. If you're gonna just ignore everybody and do your thing and try to make it better, and don't, listen, you're still good. There's still gonna be crappy movies and crappy TV shows, and I'm still gonna criticize them. But don't go after fans. It's like, try that. I think baby Yoda steps would be good right now. Just it's a very simple thing.
The response
fan for a year.
You know what? It also legitimizes. You know what I find is I find a lot of people who don't like the sequels are very toxic people. It's like, I actually find it the opposite. Is the people who like it are more outspoken and toxic regarding your feelings regarding the sequels than the other way around.
Yep.
And I feel like when Pablo and people do these kind of things, it really legitimizes these people's resolve to completely shit on anyone who has a different opinion. I'm cool with different opinions. I mean, I don't think we should all be clones. That's a boring world. But I think if we're able to convey our reasons for having different opinions in a respectful manner, then hey, that's cool, man. I don't care what your religion is. I don't care what your color skin is. I don't care what your political beliefs are. If we can talk cordially, What do I care? But when it gets to the point where it's like, oh, you're just sexist or whatever because you didn't like the sequels, it's like, what? No, dude, are you stupid? Why are you painting me with this brush? And it's like this straw man argument. They just try to find anything that they can to legitimize the fact that they love the sequels, which is fine, just as much as I don't.
Yeah.
It's
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
I mean, it is. I mean, we've got people. Robert Meyer Burnett and I don't see eye to eye on a lot of things.
What?
Yet we have, oh, yeah, I know, shocking, right? And yet this dude is a wealth of knowledge for the geek world. I mean, you're going to be hard pressed to find anybody that has more just random knowledge on things in the geek world than him.
You know, I got to say, Jeremy, what's really interesting is I got a lot of flack, and I still get a lot of flack. Like I was talking about Gary. Somebody was attacking Gary on my show last week, and I was not that Gary needs me to defend him, but I was defending him, and I said, you know, and I was talking actually about your leaving California and you conveying the experience of San Francisco, what happened with your wife's store, because my girlfriend is also she has her own salon. She moved it home because it got too expensive, and COVID hit her as well. And I said, you know, the one thing that we all have, whether so what if we're politically on opposite sides of the spectrum, Jeremy, you and I, but we still love Star Wars. Yep. So there is a commonality in both you and I that we could sit down, and even if you wanted to talk politics, you and I are not going to come to blows, because that commonality is something that we can build from, and we'll always be friends. I have a friend of mine that is very much right wing. I am not, but I love the guy. And the whole point is we've become so, I don't understand tribalism, I guess, because I grew up going to science fiction conventions and stuff and meeting all different kinds of fans, and throughout my life, you know, and I love fans. If we're fans and we love things, we have a common ground. We might be on opposite sides of the fence politically, but we do meet someplace because we like the same things. And what does Star Wars have? Well, Star Wars is about, you know, scrappy rebels that are fighting against a galactic empire. Well, that's political. And there's politics inherent in Star Wars that you, Jeremy, and I agree with. We would both, unless you're going to tell me that you're fighting for the Empire, I'd say, well, I'd be on the Rebel Alliance side, but okay.
Empire is cooler. Empire is cooler.
but that doesn't mean I don't really get to a TIE fighter. And I think that the funny thing is that we all, we have to learn through what is it that makes us, where does our common ground begin? And that it begins at Star Wars. Whether you like the prequels or the sequels or the original trilogy, we all still love Star Wars. And there's a reason why, and I'll bet there's a lot of common ground there, and that's where discussions begin. Yep. You know, when someone sits down and goes, what's your favorite capital ship in the Star Wars universe? Well, 5 hours later, we're still talking about which, we could spend an entire night talking about our favorite snub fighters and never get tired of it. And we would go on and on and on. And that's something to celebrate.
Yeah, and that's exactly, and I deserve no credit for Robert coming on to Geeks and Gamers and talking to me. He deserves all the credit because he's the one that made the initial comment on his channel, because people don't like me that follow his channel and they're like, but he said, I'll talk to Jeremy. I bet we would have a great conversation. He came on the channel an hour.
I was the one pushing hard for that.
That was you. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. You were.
And we had a great conversation.
I was pushing that hard over on RMB's channel, big time. Yeah. Because after listening to him talk, I'm like, you know, despite what you like or how you are politically, like, we all have common ground. And Rob was just such like a level-headed, cool guy who was very well spoken, very knowledgeable. I'm like, God, man, I would love to see him and Jeremy talk, you know, because they would actually, even though they're on two different sides of fandom spectrum from a certain point of view, like, I think these dudes would have a great conversation. So I actually started that, and then you guys finally got linked up, and I freaking loved it, you know. And now we got Star Wars Theory on here. Well,
Star Wars Theory deserves a lot of credit for reaching out to me, and then I think it's inspired a lot of people. to try to come together and try to say, like, let's just talk. Let's just have some conversations. I'm not sure this stream happens without Star Wars Theory. Like, and his whole reaction to this, you guys putting together your videos. There's a lot of reasons that this happened, but Star Wars Theory being the biggest voice in the community, it kind of, that's what really got this thing rolling, and I'm happy to be part of it.
I got a question, because like you get criticized once in a while.
No,
I noticed it, right?
That's why he ran away from Twitter, so he wouldn't get criticized.
Right. But when you were on Twitter, when you're at places, like your DMs are open, you could like it. You know, we're not the easiest people to get a hold of sometimes, but it's open, and if you try hard enough, you can get a hold of us to talk to us behind the scenes if you have a problem. Correct?
That is correct, Gary.
Thank you. Just wanted to check.
Well, go ahead.
So that's why I can never get a hold of Gary, because I don't ever have a problem with him.
That's right.
I want to say something about
I'll
Theory.
tell you my secret. I'll tell you this later.
Go ahead, Rob.
Well, I watched Theory. I watched your video when you were explaining what Luke Skywalker meant to you. You know, it was after the whole thing had broken and you were coming back. And I was like, man, because I feel that way about Captain Kirk. And I'm like, that's exactly it. Like the way you put it very eloquently, I was like, this is the very basis. Whether you love Wonder Woman, whether you love Harry Potter, what you said about your love of Luke Skywalker, all of us imagination connoisseurs have the character or the thing or the person. Some people, I know a friend of mine who's a Rocky Balboa fanatic, you know, that he grew up with. Rocky Balboa has been around since 1976, you know, and now you're middle-aged or whatever, and that character has meant something to you your whole life. And the way you talked about Luke Skywalker, I'm like, that's it, man. And it's the same thing. You don't necessarily, maybe Luke's not your jam, but you understand what Theory said. And I was like, yes, this nails it. And the powers that be at these companies, they need to understand what you were saying about Luke and apply it to anyone, whether it's Doctor Who, whether it's Harry Potter, whether it's Spider-Man, whatever it is. But we all have one of those touchstones. And I thought that that's such a basic thing to understand about all of these franchises or all of these, whether it's maybe you're a Paul Atreides fan or whatever, that what you said about how Luke meant something to you throughout your life. I mean, that's it. And that is the very basis of the success of all of these franchises. And at the end of the day, you must heed that. If you're going to be a creator that works in that space, understand why this franchise has endured. Because people think the same way about whatever these characters are, the way Theory feels about Luke Skywalker. And you know what? When Spock died in Star Trek II, that was the first time I cried in a theater. And if someone told me that me crying at the loss of, let me tell you, one of my best friends, I know Spock's a fictional character, but when Kirk stumbled over his line and said, well, all of the souls I've encountered in my travels, his was the most human, I lost my shit in the theater. And you know what? If anybody had criticized me at that time and said, I would have smacked him in the face. I'm like, who are you to tell me that my emotional response to something that has been with me my whole life is somehow wrong?
Yeah.
Who are you?
Yep. And there's certain moments like that. Like for me, I'm not even really a Star Trek fan. My dad had me watch the original series a little bit when I was younger. But when he showed me those movies, when he showed me, Star Trek 2 and then Star Trek 3, Search for Spock, and you get that whole wraparound, and at the end, it was for the, the greater, what does Spock say? The good of the many outweighs the good of the one. And then when Spock, when he finally they get him back, and Spock is like, why? Kirk's like, because of the good of the one outweighed the good of the many. That's a touching moment, even for me who didn't really care about the characters.
I got chills when you said it just now.
Because it works. And that's one of the things Cobra Kai, and honestly, it's the reason I'm drinking Coors Banquet right now, is like, Cobra Kai is doing that for me right now.
Yep.
I am not somebody who really cared about Karate Kid franchise that much. Like, I watched Karate Kid, and it was, oh, that's cool, but I was never really that into it. This show and what it's done has completely sucked me in. and it
He
makes
can't
you
stop sending me like Karate Kid shit now. He's just sending me all these videos. He is so.
Just
he
wait.
is
We're working
so
on a
deep
retrospective,
now.
Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan is so deep now into this now. He can't stop. Go ahead.
I'm watching
such a
more
good
Cobra,
show.
I'm watching more Cobra Kai theory than I am Star Wars theory. Right now.
Like, I'm the opposite of you, Ryan. I'm a huge fan of the show. And now, like, you know, that scene where they brought in the Miyagi letter and stuff like that without getting into too many spoilers, like, my eyelids are sweating. I'll admit it. I'm man enough to admit when my eyelids sweat, you know.
Yeah, I'm like, when Miguel's kicking everybody's ass in the lunchroom, I'm like, why do I really care about this right now? Like, there is something about it that pulls you in, and it's a simple story. It's a simple story that all the characters make sense. They constantly are changing your perspective a little bit of all these characters. You may be rooting for one character, one episode, and then the thing that you wanted to happen happens. You're like, oh no, I don't want it to happen now, though. And it is so well done.
I'm getting chills just listening to you talk because
Yeah,
it
me
does that
too.
with like
It's
with
a
like
great
Daniel
show.
in season 1. You're just thinking, okay, Daniel's going to be the hero, Johnny's going to be the asshole, and you're immediately you care about Johnny.
Like Daniel's an asshole.
And Daniel's an asshole.
Yeah.
But then you start seeing a different side of Daniel. And then by the time you get to season 1, like Brian and I were talking about this, and you're just like, you're all confused about like, this is what I wanted, but I got it, but I don't want it.
Yeah.
God, this show's so good.
We love Johnny, and now we also love Chosen.
Yeah. And I hope Chosen comes back for season 4.
The end of season 1, I'm sitting there, I'm watching it, and they bring Robbie in, and I'm thinking to myself, like, he gets there, I'm like, the last thing I want is for them to be like, Robbie wins, Cobra Kai bad. I'm like, that is the last thing I want to happen. Please don't do that. And they don't do that, but they don't do that in a way that makes you feel like shit. You're like, wow, I got what I wanted, but I am Johnny right now. I got what I wanted, and it's shit. And it's if you haven't watched it and you're hearing me explain it, you might not think that sounds good.
Watch it,
but trust me,
Yeah.
just watch it. It's incredible.
Well,
Have
it's
you
like
seen
Robert-
Karate Kid 3?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Jer.
Yeah, I've seen Karate Kid 3 in the past couple days because I hadn't watched it before, and now I've got like all these theories about who they might bring in to season.
Well, Terry
4.
Silver's coming in. You figured that out.
Oh, he's
right?
got to. He's got to.
Yeah. And I want to see Mike Barnes. Like, where the hell is this guy?
Yeah.
Right?
He was sadistic, man. He was so cool.
You know, one thing one thing that could really stir the pot is we don't know too much about Miguel's father, do we?
No.
You know,
he's Terry Silver.
What if he's Terry Silver? That's what I'm thinking. Because then what that does, then it creates tension between Daniel and him and Johnny and him. Like it can do so many things to extend the life of the show. Because for me, I'm worried that the show will go too long. Like it almost feels like this season maybe should be its last, but they're going to keep going. So
No, they said 5 or 6 seasons, and the funny thing is that in a tweet, John Hurwitz, and by the way, the big three, John, Josh, and Hayden, they are massive Karate Kid fans since they've been best friends since they were kids.
Yeah.
So them coming in and doing this is kind of like what Star Wars should have been, with people who actually really are fans of, like, big fans of this, not just, oh, I got a job, I'm going to direct Star Wars. Whoa, that's crazy. It's like, no, I am going to handle this like it's my child. And so when they came in there, they really handled it perfectly. One of the things John Hurwitz said on Twitter in a tweet to some fan, it was super hard to find, and he said that someone said, "Where's Terry Silver this whole time?" And he might have been trolling, but he said he spends most of his time in South America.
There it is.
So it could be, or they could be misleading.
Wow. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I love
and the
how
fact
we
that Carmen says that he's Miguel's dad is a bad guy or whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, and also,
it makes sense. It makes sense.
They could twist it because I forget who it was. Somebody before season 3 said, "I can tell you right now, 3 people die in season 3," and people are like, "What?" And of course, it turns out to be in the flashback sequence that we saw. But they could definitely be throwing some. They know
That's the great thing with their writing is that, like, that almost seems like it's too on the nose. So it's like they would do something to throw us off. And the thing with Terry is he already has a kid. Snake is his son, even though it's not really prominent in the film at all. That is his son, so he already does have a kid. So I mean,
how do
I
you
don't
know?
know.
How do you know that?
It's total. I think it's in either the novel or the original script.
I have the novel. I got to read it. Oh, I didn't
Yeah,
know
it's
this.
in one of the two. I can't remember. Yeah, but yeah, Snake is actually his son.
Wow.
But they didn't. I don't know if they. I don't think they ever say it in the film proper. So like, yeah, and I just think like the way they've written this show, just like Allie. I mean, it's a character like they brought up. You know, she's a doctor, and then they brought up, oh, there's this super doctor who's coming in to help Miguel. So like a lot of us were like, well, obviously.
Yeah.
That's how they're going to do it. And then they even tricked us there. They gave us this quick shot of this blind doctor, and I'm like, is that Allie?
Yeah.
Like, you know, and then the whole flashback sequence, we think the whole time ponytail is Terry Silver, of course, until, you know, the whole climax bit. And then they're like, oh, and then the corporal's like, calm yourself, Silver, or whatever in the background. They're like, that's him.
Yeah. Wig is Silver? What the hell? Yeah.
Yeah. So I know that.
Was that what he said? Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I know we
Well,
got
that was his nickname.
But I wanted to say that Robert Meyer Burnett made a point earlier about how the executives with Star Wars would make these decisions like who's going to care about these older characters, yada yada. And he said storytelling takes care of that, and that's what Cobra Kai did. Because when I heard about Cobra Kai, and I'm like, Cobra Kai on YouTube Red, a couple of old washed up actors that I haven't heard of in 20 years. What's this? And I watched it, and the storytelling brought me in, and that's what Star Wars needs. Just good storytelling conquers all.
Well, just listening to how you guys look at how you guys were waxing rhapsodic about Cobra Kai for the last 5 minutes. I mean, that's what should be studied by these corporations.
Yep.
You know, they're looking at marketing analytics and all of this that have nothing to do with actual storytelling.
Yeah.
And I think that's the real problem with where we're at, I think, as a culture, is when you have these franchises that become so valuable, they become very, very lucrative. And Star Wars, whether it's video games, whether it's apparel, whether it's toys, whether it's theme parks, Star Wars as a brand means profit across many different platforms. And you can look at that on a spreadsheet, but what it doesn't say is, well, why? What is it about Star Wars that made it profitable in the first place? Why did it become something that we wanted to spend $4 billion to buy? Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, it was because it was about great characters and a great story. And all of that, all the merchandising, all the fan base, it's all driven by the fact that people's imaginations were fired up by these characters and the stories that they were a part of. And nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. That drives all of it. And when you don't deliver, yeah, you might get some people that'll like it, but it's not going to be the kind of franchise, the lucrative franchise that you want. And yet a corporation, they have no apparatus to tell you what a great character or great stories even are. Yeah. That's not a part of the DNA of any of that. And you think, well, Disney's been telling stories. No, it's the creators that Disney has employed. Yeah. Those are the people that know. And when they obviously, even J.J. Abrams was a corporate hire. It's like, well, you know, he did well in television, and he did Star Trek and Mission Impossible, and he's somebody, and he's got this great company, Bad Robot, and blah blah blah.
He's worked with us in the past.
Yep. And on paper, from a corporate standpoint, that's a great hire. Yep. That's why when you deal with the studios, the studio executives, when I worked at Warner Brothers, all of the studio executives were Ivy League educated business people, and yet they're making decisions on what story should be told. Because why not? Rather work in Wall Street or go to Hollywood. What's more fun? But so when you look at Star Wars, the very core of Star Wars is Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, Ben Kenobi, R2-3PO, Chewbacca, Lando Calrissian, even
Vader.
Lobot, Darth Vader,
simple.
and Anakin Skywalker. I mean, that's the core of it all. It all goes back to that first film. And everything else sprang from that. And what was it about Star Wars that and it wasn't just that you have to understand that Luke Skywalker, we all understood who he was as a character. And, you know, if you don't get that, you're not going to make any money.
It's because he's relatable.
That's exactly right.
If you can relate to a character with your own life and experiences, that's what makes this whole thing click. Otherwise, like Rey, you know what? Rey to me is like the really entitled, rich kid in high school who had everything given to her. She had the friggin', while you're busting your ass, you're going and getting you're riding a bike so you maybe get a moped. She's got the new Lamborghini that comes in, you know, because daddy bought it. That's what Rey is like. Everything's easy, everything's handed down. There's no effort, there's no work, there's no struggle, there's no learning process. And in life, that's that doesn't exist. We have to struggle for everything.
Luke Skywalker failed at everything. Luke Skywalker fails consistently throughout the movies. The people that try to say he's a Gary Stu don't know what you're talking about. Because like literally all along the way, he fails. He has moments of great success, right? But he has a bunch of other moments of failure. And
I think everybody does, though. So that's how we can relate to it.
That's why,
exactly.
Yeah.
That's why people love him. That's why people do not like Rey.
And he is the son of the most powerful dude in Star Wars.
And he probably killed more people than that dude in Star Wars. He blew up the Death Star. Like, Luke Skywalker's the super mass murderer, guys. If you guys will indulge us for just, I'll tell you what, if you will give us 5 minutes, we are so behind on Super Chats, guys.
Oh, yeah.
If I could just go through these, if you need one of those Ivan Ortega pee breaks, go do that. Whatever you got to do, I'm going to get through. I'm going to take 5 minutes to get through these quickly, and we're going to go somewhere.
Yeah, give him time, buddy.
Yeah, we're going to go somewhere that I haven't seen a live panel go through. Because what we've done is this. We talked about the momentum and Luke Skywalker's coming back and how the fandom is uniting behind that moment. And it's all been a great thing. And then we did what we naturally do, guys. We go right back to the sequel trilogy and we crap on it. And then we go to Cobra Kai and we're talking about basically this is what Star Wars should have done. This is what Star Wars needs to done. So right after these super chats, we're going to talk about the supposed fix. I want to get these intellects talking about what's your opinion on the multiverse. Should it or should it not happen? All right, let me go through these super chats real quick, guys, and just bear with me. Revan sends a $2 super chat. I can't wait for Darth Vader to return to Obi-Wan, or in Obi-Wan. We are very excited about that, too, and thank you, Revan, for that chat. Very excited to see Darth Vader. Oiler's Workshop says, have any of you read How Star Wars Conquered the Universe by Chris Taylor? I consider it essential read, Star Wars fan, as it gives clear, balanced perspective on where Star Wars came from and Lucas himself. That's a $24.99 super chat from Oiler's Workshop. Have any of you guys read that book, How Star Wars Conquered the Universe?
Years ago, yeah.
I have not read it myself, so it sounds like that's worth the
read. It's really good. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Oiler's Workshop, for that. It's very generous of you. Drunk 3PO sends a $4.99 super chat. He said, please ask Theory if he has any advice for an up-and-coming YouTuber. That's funny. That's funny.
I think Theory just jumped off, too.
Jay, thank you very much for... I
got to correct you. That's Mr. Gina Carano.
Yes, Mr. The stalker. The stalker.
I would say for any YouTubers out there, just spam celebrities' mentions and beg for shout-outs. Eventually, your time will come.
And you got them. Well, in all seriousness, Jay, thank you for the super chat, and congratulations on all of your recent success. It's been fun to watch. A Timothy Brock at $4.99 super chat. If Robert Downey Jr. is Thrawn, if Scarlett Johansson is Mara Jade, do y'all think it would work?
Tom, you kind of in the know to a lot of this stuff. Is there any chance of the Robert Downey Jr. rumors?
Honestly, I've not heard one thing about that as far as like any kind of rumors outside of just what we've heard in the online press. If anything, it would make more sense if they brought him in to play a voice for a character, but not a bad guy. Because Robert
I don't see it. I just don't see it. I mean, he's got the look and everything, but I mean, it just he doesn't pull off Thrawn.
But that's I have nothing to go on other than if that's I've just heard what you guys have on that part. And as far as Mara Jade, is that what the other question was? Coach,
it was. Sure. Would that work with Scarlett Johansson as Mara Jade and Thrawn? Robert Downey Jr.
I feel like that at that point we're just way too into the Marvelized side of things. I think that's a terrible idea.
They say never. I've heard some rumors about
Amber Heard as Mara Jade.
Oh God, please don't.
You're gonna have a big problem. I think you're gonna have a big problem if you bring Mara Jade in and don't completely retcon the sequel trilogy, because Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi, if you factor in the fact that if Mara Jade exists, it makes even less sense than it already does now. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, unless her death is one of the reasons why he disconnected from the Force, but then you're really stretching to make connections, and that's just going to piss off EU fans probably, and it's a no-win scenario.
I personally think Amber Heard is just all she is Hollywood's attempt to make Brie Larson more likable. And she's doing a good job of that. So.
Whatever, Jeremy. You know she needs you to build her YouTube channel up.
Well, guys, we're going to keep rolling through these super chats. Hail and welcome to Ethan Van Sciver, who is now joining us. We are very honored by your presence, sir.
Thank you. It's good to be with you.
EBS's High Republic video is gold. I love it. His response, I commented, I got pinned on his video. I was honored. So
EBS, we're going to be talking about the multiverse and Star Wars and all the hype, and we're basically just celebrating Star Wars, man. So just a couple more minutes, guys, of getting through these super chats. I'm so backed, and then we'll jump right into it.
Okay.
SFC Pruitt 101, $4.99 super chat. I like turtles. I do too. Thank you very much. Phoenix Games. I love Star Wars so much. Thanks for everything, guys. We do too. We appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity. Jimmy McKee at $2 says, ask Drunk 3PO how much for Gina's number. I'm sure he wouldn't give that away. Stephanie Littlepage, $5. Hi, guys. Fat Steven Seagal is going to have to get in line. There are plenty of people who want to have a go at Pablo Hidalgo. A. Timothy Brock has become a new Jedi Master member here at Echo Base Network. Welcome to the family, A. Timothy Brock. We are very excited about that, sir. Thank you so much. Revan at a $2 super chat. The High Republic is SJW garbage for you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Thank you. No doubt. Renegade God Malice, $20 from somewhere. Don't know where that. It's SEK. Where's SEK, guys?
Swedish Krones. I
Okay.
think. Swedish Kronus or something.
Best moment, Episode 6, Luke talking to Vader on Endor. That's their top Star Wars movie, their GOAT moment. Matthew Blackwood at $5. Roll Tide, Auburn sucks. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that.
Shut up, Matt.
Yeah, shut up. War Eagle.
He's a good friend of ours.
Let's see. A. Timothy Brock, also at $4.99, says, my favorite moment in Episode 3 was when Anakin marching up to the Jedi Temple with the 501st. That was an iconic moment for sure.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Darth KSO at $4.99. My moment is when Anakin was going ham on the Seps, finally unleashing all of his frustration, and he blocked Blaster Bolt, and you see his Sith eyes. That was dope, seeing his eyes like that. Very cool moment. We've used that in many videos. Parth Trivedi at $19.99. Love this conversation and banter. Cheers. May the Force be with you. Hashtag thank you, John and Dave. A movement that we all, as Star Wars fans, need to get behind. Orville Nation at $5. Great to see this unity in our Star Wars fandom. Thank you, Theory, Jeremy, Nick, and Coach. And he probably sent that like 45 minutes ago, guys, so I'm sure he would include everybody in that if he did. But thank you so much, Orville Nation. Stephen Finwald, Theory Star Wars comic book narrations are absolutely fantastic. Anything Theory reads is absolutely fantastic. Even when he breaks into ad-lib, I can kind of tell when he does a little bit, and it's always so good. It's always so good.
Thanks.
Let's see. We'll just do two more. Just Call Me Sis says $4.99. Super chat. I thought The Force Awakens was setting Rey up to be Luke's daughter, but the way he was treated in The Last Jedi was like they killed off our hope. I agree with that. So
Bless you.
I don't know.
Thank you.
But thank you, sis. I appreciate that. Angela H at $4.99. First time catching you guys live, new subscriber in the last couple of weeks, and loving all of your content. Congrats on the success. It is our success, not Coach and Nick. This is a community channel. We love you guys. Thank y'all so much. And this is the greatest panel ever. This is going to be hard to top. So let's jump into the next topic here.
Real quick before you jump into that, I just want to show off.
Oh yeah,
some Cyber Frog greatness right here from the man himself that just joined the stream. EVS himself, the Pie Fighter, Creator Cyber Frog, and these ones right here are probably some of my favorites.
Oh yeah. You can't go wrong with the Vampirella variant there.
Yeah. Yeah. So good. Happy to have you here, brother. Have not talked to you since we were in Chicago together.
Yeah, it's good to be here. I mean, it really is amazing to be among you guys. This is a panel of
Hey, Ethan.
Hey, Star Wars Theory, man.
Officially saying hi, man. You talented bastard. How you doing?
Wow, that was fun. Yeah, it's great to be on a panel with you, Star Wars Theory. Big admirer, and yeah, I subscribed and started watching your stuff, especially after the Pablo Hidalgo.
Oh boy, we need to play your song. Is what we need to play.
Infuriating, absolutely infuriating.
Can I ask you guys something before we? Robert, you here?
No, don't like he's here right now.
He's Robert coming in.
He's pissing.
I think he might have taken a pee.
I'll wait till he comes back till everyone's back. I'll wait till everyone's back, and then I'll. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that was absolutely infuriating, the Pablo Hidalgo thing. So I had to make a few videos about it. Insane, and for them to respond to the enthusiasm that fans have for Luke Skywalker, it's so obvious that like Luke's return completely destroyed their rollout for High Republic, and they needed to denigrate and humiliate anyone who showed excitement for it. Very sinister, just very sinister over there, very childish. That agenda. You would think whenever Star Wars, any Star Wars won, everybody over there would be a winner, but it just doesn't feel that way to me or other fans. So I felt the need to say a few things.
Thank you, man. I appreciate your words. Yeah. It almost feels like there's a division there with what they want going on, and I don't know. Maybe Pablo wasn't happy the fact that I didn't cry over Luke in The Last Jedi.
I did for like a year on.
Oh yeah. A different cry.
I have not thought about it before, Ethan, but that reminded me. The High Republic was not supposed to launch when it did. The High Republic was supposed to launch, I believe, October-ish time frame. And
this coming October or the past October?
No, the past October. It got pushed back. Now they used, COVID, all those excuses and stuff like that. But at the same time that they pushed the High Republic back, they also moved up Timothy Zahn's most recent Star Wars book. So it had nothing to do with the production line. I wonder if they were worried that The Mandalorian would overshadow and overtake a lot of that attention from the High Republic launch, and that's why they pushed it. I hadn't even thought about that until just now. But
well, it has.
But imagine if that had come out in October and then Mandalorian just swept in and dominated everything. You know what I mean? Yeah. Whereas, we're in the downslope. Now everyone's high on Star Wars, looking for Star Wars stuff. Maybe they thought they could ride that wave for High Republic. It's something I had not thought about just now.
Ryan, you're right on the money.
They sent me the High Republic book over a month ago. I haven't read it yet. I read about 20 or 30 pages, and from that it was fine. But I'm waiting to actually read it, and then I can have my full idea on everything about what it is. I hear a lot of things. I don't know yet exactly what it's about, but there is something that. And I haven't really said this publicly yet, but I've been really mulling it over the last few years. And it almost, to me, it feels like, from my perception, it feels like they really want to dumb down the male characters. And as a guy who grew up watching Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jean-Claude Van Damme, Steven Seagal, Chuck Norris, those guys don't really exist anymore. And those were the dudes I looked up to. They were freaking cool. Now, I understand toxic masculinity is a term that's a blanket term for a lot of different things. And I understand that I even got hit with a bit of that. I guess you could call it toxic masculinity, where people were saying, oh, he's not a man, he's crying, what a little bitch, blah, blah, blah. Which is bullshit. Crying or not crying doesn't make you a man. But what I would say to that is, it almost seems like, and what they did with Luke, it's like this castrating. It's like, to be a man is not cool. It's not okay. And it almost feels like, in order to empower women, you have to now make a man look like a complete bitch in order to do that. And my whole philosophy of empowering women, it almost negates what you're trying to do. That if you have to empower a woman, it means that they're coming from a place of non-power, which to me doesn't exist. They should be always equal. Now, I understand in history, women have always taken the back seat because sexist men have done that in certain situations, but that's not every single situation. And I don't think it's really cool for them to be, if they are doing this, if this is what I'm picking up on, you know, my antennas are picking up on this, that where are the badass looking, macho looking dudes that I grew up with? And I don't see them anymore.
They're right here at Star Wars Theory.
But you know what I mean? You know what I mean, man? Like Batman used to have these like rippling, freaking crazy, huge muscles, and like I wanted to look like that, dude, like that, you know. But it's like,
in order to empower women, these people have to emasculate men, and that's what you're watching happen. That's what you're trying to describe. We see it in. I'm from the comic book industry.
Yeah,
you know, we're watching that happen too. You have to subjugate and emasculate the male characters in order to push the women forwards. And by the way, you know, part of this whole attitude, part of this whole movement is to take the worst possible qualities of masculinity and apply them to women, and take the worst possible, you know, attributes of a woman and apply them to men. You see these squeaky kind of effeminate males that have now taken over, you know, pop culture, and then you have these super macho, shaved head, you know, straight out of the Marine Corps women who lead the pack. And you know, even in you know the advertising art for this new project from Lucasfilm, you can see this new thing that's happening, and I'm calling it formation, V-shaped formation, in all of the art that you'll see. And you'll see a woman, okay, powerful woman in the foreground. Somewhere off to the right, you'll see an emasculated male character. And then off to her left, there is, you know, another woman who could possibly be that person's love interest. Also, they got to stop with the Rose Tico archetype. It's not going to work. We're not going to
Ethan, this is a man.
No, it is not.
Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
Ram Jamran. I had to officially apologize actually in a video. I never thought I'd do that. I had to apologize for misgendering Ram Jamaram. This is a man. And then later on, 2 minutes later in my video, I retracted my apologies because it clearly looks like a woman. But this is a man in Daniel Jose Older's book. So these are two of the lead male characters for Star Wars: The High Republic. You have metrosexual Matthew McConaughey, whose name, if you rearrange Gyasi, it literally says is gay. And then Ram Jamaran. Those are your two male heroes. So,
yeah, somebody else pointed out. Ryan, was this you who pointed out that his name Leox is Leo X, who was the first gay pope?
That was actually Echo Base. Yeah, these guys.
Echo Base. Yeah, great job, Echo Base.
Yeah, so Leo X, Leo X, is gay in 1520s, the son of Lorenzo de' Medici. Very evil pope. He actually vetoed protecting young boys from sodomy. We're talking about a very evil man here, guys. He's the pope that tried to order Martin Luther to recant, tried to have Martin Luther murdered. We're talking about bad dude. And Leox Gyasi is an anagram for Leo X is gay. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, and you know it. When you read about these characters for the High Republic, and I've read the first 8 chapters of Light of the Jedi. I do intend to read more of it. Charles Soule is a comic book writer. I know Theory is really familiar with him because he had arguably what's probably the best written of any Disney Star Wars that we've gotten, which is the Vader comic run. And he hasn't done too many novels before. This is his first Star Wars novel. And he is one of the guys on this team of the 5 people. Cavan Scott is okay as well. But Charles Soule is the one who keeps his politics as hidden as you can. He doesn't get in his writing. I think Charles Soule is a good dude. One of the people that you should have writing, should keep their politics out of their stuff. But my biggest problem with the High Republic is that, one, it's making the galaxy incredibly small. It shouldn't have been set 200 years before because the galaxy is so drastically different 200 years prior to what it is when we see it in the prequels. And that doesn't really jive with what we know about Star Wars and how old the galaxy really should be and how settled it should be. And then 2, the main cause, the main thing behind the entire disruption, the main event, the great disaster, is you have a collision in hyperspace that sends fragments of the ships that collided across the galaxy at light speed. And it creates problems throughout the galaxy. If that were the problem, don't you think what we saw in The Last Jedi might have caused a galactic level incident when you have a collision at speed?
Yeah.
So, that's some of the issues that I really have with it already, even without getting into the identity politics side of it. And the High Republic, ironically, in theory, should be made for someone like me, someone who has 150 Star Wars novels from before Disney bought Star Wars and all these comics and everything like that, creating this interconnected story. If they do it right and make up their own thing and stand on their own legs and don't push identity politics, it could be awesome. It could be a great step forward for Star Wars storytelling, but I just don't think that's what it's going to be.
If I can interject and completely take it to another place for a second. While you're all here, and Robert, you're here too, are you guys doing anything tomorrow at 5 o'clock Pacific time? I'm holding a charity on my channel for St. Jude's for sick kids, and I'd love to carry this entire conversation with all of you awesome gentlemen over there at 5 o'clock.
I can definitely hop on. Yeah.
Okay, so we got Jared, we got Jay as well. Drunk 3PO confirmed.
No, I'm not coming if he's there. Never mind.
Sabrina Carano.
Right.
I'll go if Jeremy doesn't go.
Yeah, I'll
but if you guys are down, I mean, we could do a cool. I know, Jared, we were going to do this on your channel in a couple weeks, but yeah, we can do one tomorrow at 5 o'clock and raise a lot of money, have some fun.
Let's do
Talk some shit.
I know we're free. Is that 5 o'clock Pacific time?
Yeah, Pacific time. So it'd be 8
7 o'clock
Eastern.
All right, and 7 o'clock Central, which is our time. So yeah, I'm good to go for that.
Okay, so you guys are good. Jerry, you're good.
I'm good.
Yeah,
I have a stream. I could talk to my co-host to see if we could push it back, and then I could be there.
I'd love for you to be there. Yeah, or if you want to drop in at any time, probably a couple hours or something. I don't know. We'll see how much we raise. Have some fun.
That'd be awesome.
Discussion.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Serious.
Sweet. Yeah, let's do it. Nice.
And I don't think Robert, MEYER, BURNETT, and Ethan have ever met before. I think this is their first time on stream together.
But I'm a fan of yours, sir. I was talking about how creators are taking their own creations into the palms of their hands to cut out the middleman, and I was using you as an example. How you crowdfunded your comics and were very successful at it. I said that's the future.
Oh, I'm honored. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to meet you.
Great. And I mean, I have a lot of your work on these shelves behind me too. So no, it's, and I do admire that. I think that today we have an independent movie that I've worked on for a number of years now, and it doesn't have distribution. It's going to festivals, but we took it upon ourselves. I made a trailer and are doing our own publicity. And I think that is the wave of the future for creators. And there's some other people I know, like Jason Inman and Ashley Robinson. They did a comic called Jupiter Jet that they've crowdfunded a couple versions of it, a couple of volumes of it. And I do think that using one of the great things about this technology that we have is that we can reach our constituency, our audience, and go directly to them. And that's something that 10 years ago didn't really exist. And now it does. And I think it's really important. It allows creators to no longer be beholden to the powers that be and can create what they want and sell directly to their fans in the consumer market. And I think that's an amazing thing. And you obviously prove that in the comic book market. I mean, Boom Studios has Keanu Reeves, and they're doing the same thing. They're crowdfunding comic books, I think, following your lead. And
He's the only one who could beat me, John Wick. He's the only one who could outfund me.
But I think we've seen a lot of that, like the HasLabs, and a lot of people are criticizing even these companies for going direct to the consumer. But I think that if we want to get things that are new and unique, that's the way to do it. I mean, you're not beholden to anyone. You control your own destiny.
Well, I mean, that's what's so great. I mean, right now we live in a world in which major corporations who have images to uphold are actually virtue signaling to the customer base or to each other, or I don't know what, but they've got a hold of all of our characters. They've got a hold of pop culture.
Yep.
So pop culture, which is, downstream from politics, or politics is downstream from pop culture, is being controlled by these big corporations who are trying to send a message that makes their own product, whether it be gasoline or whether it be whatever, more saleable to the world. I just don't think that is good for art. I think that's toxic for art, and it's certainly toxic for storytelling. So, there's no way around it, by the way. There's no way that we're ever going to extricate DC Comics or Marvel Comics from DC or AT&T. That's never going to happen. And the only choice now is for individual independent creators to rise up and do it on their own. That is the future of storytelling, Robert. I'm really, thank you so much for even mentioning me with that whole line of thinking. That's where I'm coming from too.
It's again, we were talking earlier today, like maybe you and I don't necessarily see politically eye to eye, but I admire what you did. And like, I got dinged this week because I was talking about Ben Shapiro. I don't know if you know who Ben Shapiro is.
Oh, we all know.
Friend of mine, yeah.
Okay, so
I know his sister.
Well, the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro is an imagination connoisseur. He's a Star Wars fan. He's done reviews of things, and he worked in the entertainment business. And his company, the Daily Wire, has acquired its first movie to distribute. And I found this fascinating. It was a movie that the company that made Bone Tomahawk and Dragged Across Concrete and Brawl in Cell Block 99, pretty hard-hitting films. The company that made that, the producers that made that, were having a problem placing this film, which is about basically a violent incident in a high school where students are getting killed and teachers are getting murdered, and Ben Shapiro's company picked it up. And I went on and I said, isn't this interesting that because what I want to do with my YouTube channel is my desire is to make films, to continue and utilize the platform to do that very thing. And I was admiring Ben Shapiro and their company for doing this. And a lot of people are like, well, how can you say that about Ben Shapiro? And I'm like, well, I listen to Ben Shapiro. I don't always agree with Ben Shapiro, but he's a very highly educated man. And the fact that his company was doing this, it means that there are independent filmmakers out there that now have yet one more place that might pick up and distribute their work. And I was like, that's important. It's important to have. And a lot of people were mistaking. You don't have to like Ben Shapiro, but what his company is doing is interesting. And it gives another venue or outlet for independent filmmakers to go and get their work seen. And I said, that's important. And that's somebody who's taking the mode of distribution into their own hands. And they're utilizing their platform that they've created on social media to do it. And I'm like, that's part, and that's part of the future. And that's to be admired. And a lot of people were coming at me. I'm like, you guys, you don't have to like Ben Shapiro, but what he's doing is interesting, and it's worth watching and to see if he's successful at it, because I want to do what Ben Shapiro's doing. I just don't have his audience. One day I hope to. So
and it's funny you bring that up, because we actually put some Ben Shapiro clips in our Star Wars sequel trilogy documentary.
Yeah.
And we actually got not a lot, but we actually got comments of people saying, "Oh, as soon as I saw Ben Shapiro was in this, I was done with it." And I'm like, he makes good points.
That's what I cannot stand that about the world that we live in.
Yeah.
Being able to listen to people. The whole premise of my own channel is let's listen to what people are saying, and let's not squash discourse.
Everybody has a story to tell.
Yes, adults should be able to talk to anyone, but yet we're so tribal we won't listen to people. And one thing I wanted to say totally on a different, Gary did a video about Lord of the Rings, about Tolkien, and about what was Lord of the Rings really about. And it's a mythology for England. It's a mythology for Tolkien was writing about industrialization and what he saw at the end of World War II and all of this. And you can't remove that to be more politically correct, because you fundamentally change what Lord of the Rings is about. And I was going to bring this point up before our break, in that you can't take modern politics and inject it into Lord of the Rings and expect Lord of the Rings to stay pure to what it is.
Absolutely.
And when you're gonna go, and the same is true of Star Wars. You have to go look at what was the original intent. What did George Lucas originally intend to do in 1977? And the High Republic, the sequel trilogy, you're fundamentally trying to change the very essence of what these properties began as, to inject. Once you start trying to make them of today, then they cease to be timeless. And that's problematic.
Yeah, Robert, they're buying these properties to be a shortcut. That's what they want. They want they don't want to start anything from scratch anymore. So they just want to plant their thing on something that's established, and hopefully they can keep some of that built-in audience. And and it just doesn't work. I mean, we talked about Doctor Who. Not everybody's a Doctor Who fan here, but it's the best example of the worst example of how you can F something up that is damn near 60 years old, that was part of an entire country's, like, the fabric of their being in that country. Not everybody, but I mean, we don't have a show equal to that here in the States.
No.
Doctor Who was part of that country, and just undoing it in 2 years, like completely unraveling it, because they wanted to just use it as a platform for their new storytelling that's nothing like that thing before. And watching Star Trek now, again, I have to actually get back to it, but I've been working on it all day. It's so mind-numbingly bad.
I think my brain shuts down to protect itself after a while. I'm not kidding. No, and you're right, Gary. I think 100%. This is like, well, look at it this way: if you were selling doodads, would you rather just spend $100 million trying to sell a doodad with nothing to go on, or have Michael Jordan help you sell your doodad? Well, of course, you'll spend that $1 million to have Michael Jordan sell that doodad. So they're just using our franchises like, advertisers do celebrities and things of that sort to try and push their agenda. And like Andre did the one video where he equated this whole thing to like walking into a steak restaurant and them trying to serve you fish because they try and tell you fish is better for you. But it's like, no, I came here for steak. I ordered a steak. That's what I expected. It's like, well, sir, that's too bad. That's not good for you. This is what's good for you, and you're going to take it. And if you don't eat it, then you're an istophobe. What's wrong with you? Why would you not eat it? It's good for you. It's like, that's what they don't understand. Canceled. Yeah, and to go back to your point, Robert, that's the whole problem with this discourse is that it's like a whole group of people have forgotten that instead of hating everybody just because they don't agree with you, why don't you try and look for the common ground? Like, I'm so sick of people treating individuals like they are like, the worst people on the face of this earth just because they don't agree with your politics. That is the worst thing ever. And that's why I try to stay out of it. And we do it Midnight's Edge. And, and then that's why we'd love to have people like Robert and Ryan and everybody else that's here on there so we can have as many voices as possible. Because otherwise it's just a fucking echo chamber. Who wants that?
And I think that like, to take cue from Johnny Lawrence, if you are someone if you are someone who doesn't want to talk to anybody because you have one disagreement because you're going to argue, that is pussy shit right there.
I knew the P word was coming.
Exactly. So it's like, I'll use this example. Me and Jeremy, I don't know why I'm on here with him. We stream together way too much. I kind of hate his guts at this point. But the other day, we were on Friday night, or the other weekend, we were on Friday Night Tights. Then we did Game of Week Geeks on Saturday. Then we did Sports Wars on Sunday. In all of those streams, we got into these long, blown-out, screaming arguments. The first one was about The Mandalorian. The second one was about, what was it? It was something, Zack Snyder. It was about Zack Snyder's DCU. Yeah. And then the third one was about Tim Tebow. And we went at each other for 30 minutes at a time, just screaming and yelling. But that's okay. That is okay. Someone brought up arguing about, I think it was Robert, talked about what's your favorite snub fighter? What's your favorite Star Wars capital ship? All that stuff. I talk about this all the time. You used to be able to go into a comic book shop and bring up a conversation. Who's your favorite Robin? And obviously the people that don't say Dick Grayson, you just shove them out the door because they're idiots. But you have those conversations and you fight about it and you try to, this is why I think this. No, you're wrong. This is why I think this. And you get animated because we care about this stuff. Yeah. That is the bottom line. And when we stop arguing about it, that's when these people know they have a real problem because nobody cares. If you don't have these arguments, it's because people don't care about it. And the people that can't stand, like, if you think that if someone has a different opinion, they need to be deplatformed. They need to be pushed aside. They need to be canceled. That, again, that is pussy shit.
Well,
right
that
there.
is the movement. That whole threat that's hanging over all of us at all times is the reason why this kind of thing is allowed to continue and go forward. Why Lord of the Rings could ever be changed, and it's happening even on a toddler level. Robert, you know, I have a 4-year-old, and I'm watching all these little cartoons on YouTube that are made for her. I'm watching Humpty Dumpty, and Humpty Dumpty doesn't fall off the wall and break anymore. Did you know that?
I
He
did not
almost
know that.
falls. And they have to tell him don't fall. And they changed the whole nursery rhyme so that he doesn't fall and get hurt.
What?
And I mean, it's incredible, I guess, to avoid traumatizing children. But this is a very important little lesson that we learn at age 2 and 3. Don't climb on things because you're gonna fall down and break your fucking head open. And we learned that from Humpty Dumpty.
My Humpty Dumpty was like all bandaged up and his head was all cracked and there was yolk spilling out.
But they changed things on every single level. They smooth out the edges so that nobody gets their feelings hurt, and so that nobody feels like they are not included or anything like that, when, you know, there are actual lessons to some of these timeless nursery rhymes and stories that need to be preserved. It's very strange. And then I guess if you complain, cancellation, cancel culture is there to whack you right back into shape again. That's why, I mean, there needs to be more independent creators pushing forward with their own ideas, because we can talk like this all day long and it's not going to change anything. Disney is not going to listen to us at all. Not at all.
Well, I think they're a little, but you're right. Yeah, sorry.
There's a historic quote that just hearing you guys talk makes me think of this, is from a German play back in the 1800s that says, where they burn books, they will in the end burn human beings too. And that's the thing about cancel culture. If you start censoring and canceling people, you know, at some point in time, those people are also going to censor you. And I just, hopefully, you know, we as a people and as a fandom can help move that into another direction, and accept other people's ideas, thoughts, opinions without trying to cancel them. I mean, Robert Meyer Burnett, you know, gave his thoughts on Twitter a while back ago and got canceled. You know,
by people I work with.
Yeah, by people that are supposedly his friends.
It was one tweet.
Yeah, and it was a tweet I actually agreed with personally.
Well, for those of you who don't know, there was a police captain, David Dorn, and he was father of 5, grandfather of 10, and he was gunned down during the riots over the summer.
I believe he was retired, right, R&B?
He was retired, and he was protecting a pawn shop. Now, what had happened was there were armed robbers that came specifically under the cover of this unrest to rob that store. They were not protesters. They were specifically going there armed to rob that store. And Captain Dorn stood up to them and was killed for it. So I made a comment. It was a pretty incendiary comment. I said, the point that I was trying to make was, where was the Second Amendment, somebody sticking up for the Second Amendment, where was the force that David Dorn could have used at the time to save his life? You know, and I was outraged by it because there was a video of him dead on the sidewalk that somebody was making during this unrest. And I said, you know, you want outrage, motherfuckers? And and what people thought I was saying, people that knew me, that, you know, I go on and stream every day, they thought I was saying that you should use deadly force and kill protesters. And I wasn't saying that at all. And the tweet was connected to this video. And I thought, you know, being sort of ironic and liking black humor, like dark humor, Dr. Strangelove, Kubrickian humor, I thought that was very apparent what I was saying, because this was not rioting. These were people that were coming to rob, and people that I worked with and knew that I worked with for years. I thought we all liked each other. I play a character, and then people that I work with started calling me a garbage person. And I'm like, wait, what? And then my tweet was taken out of context and recontextualized and retweeted, and people were saying that I was a Nazi, that I was right-wing, that I was advocating killing protesters. And I'm like, wait a minute. I was outraged seeing...
Imagine calling that guy a Nazi.
I mean, and it was something that luckily I was able to get out from under it, because there's hundreds of hours of me streaming online and talking about things that would show you that I am not what they were accusing me of being. But it was really, really interesting. And within the first half an hour after I tweeted that, I made an apology video. But it was before anybody called me on it. So I had already made an apology video explaining, okay, perhaps my darkly satiric take was wrong. I mean, it was wrong. I shouldn't have said it, because people were not. My meaning was not being conveyed. So I had already made an apology video, and then they came after me.
No, that's when they do it, Robert. You don't.
The thing was, they didn't know I made the apology video. They tried to cancel me, but I'm like, guys, this ship has already sailed, man. I've already apologized, because what I really felt bad about was one of my coworkers who called me on this. I said to him, "Fuck you," and
You should have.
No, but you know what? I like him, and we'd worked well together, and I lost it to him. And what I really regretted was getting angry with him rather than saying, "Hey, look, clearly you misunderstand what I was saying." I was like, "Fuck off." And that was a mistake. And that's what I was really most sorry that I did. I should have respected him and said, "Look, I think you're misconstruing what I was saying." But instead, I got incensed when he came after me and started calling me right-wing and a Nazi and all this. And I'm like, well, first of all, I'm Jewish, so these things are kind of, but whatever. And that was bad. But I did go through this cancel thing for like 2 weeks. I was able to weather that storm, but it was really interesting to watch people that I didn't think. People I work with were calling me out like I'm a garbage person. A couple people said that. I'm like, really? I think I'm pretty nice. Anybody would say that. You guys have said that, and it was very interesting to go through that experience.
Well, I mean, and I won't go too deep into it, but I talked to you about it when it happened. And
you supported me, actually.
I was very angry about how that whole thing went down, and I thought it was pretty cowardly on certain people's parts that were in charge of certain things. But I don't know the details behind the scenes. But
I did a video on it.
Yeah, that type of stuff. I mean, like I want people to come to me right now and complain and think I need to fire Uche, because go to his Twitter right now. Do you think I agree with anything this dude is saying?
Dude,
on Twitter?
I love what he's been saying.
I know you do, and I don't agree
love him
with any of it. And I will never tell anybody. If you come to me and say Uche's saying things that are, take it up with Uche. It has nothing. Like I'm fine with anybody on my team having their opinions. Nobody's going to challenge mine, and I'm not going to challenge theirs. Now, if there needs to be a discussion, I'll have that behind the scenes, and that's how that whole thing should have handled. Like if somebody had a real problem with it, you don't hash it out. You don't hash out real issues on the public forum. If you have a work relationship and everything like that, you go handle it in private. There has been problems we have had in that people have no idea if it was like real or not, because I'll squash it behind the scenes. And then we'll keep on. Me and Ryan really do hate each other. We just act like we are friends. You guys think it's all fun. We really do hate each other, but we make a lot of money together, so we just keep faking it. But the point is what Robert went through was awful. And, we definitely had his back, and I'm glad that he got it past.
Well, I have to say, Uche is he's a really smart guy. And, I know you might disagree with him, but at least the way he presents his ideas are thoughtful and respectful. And I think that's the way. Look, if you can disagree, you know what I've always thought about, like, Americans? If you live in a neighborhood with people, and let's say someone, I don't know, a tree fell on someone's garage, most Americans would rally to that neighbor and help him or her rebuild their garage if they needed help. Even if your politics are diametrically opposed from one another, if something needs to be done in the hood, people, I think, will get together and offer their help. I think that's one of the great strengths about this country, is that, let's put aside our politics and let's fix your garage. And then we can go back to our arguments. And that's what I've always thought is pretty great about this country. And yet the problem is, now that we're all divided by these electronic devices, we're not living in our neighborhoods, so we don't know when someone needs their garage fixed. So all we have is this. And I think we need to go back and at the local level really start getting back in touch with our fellow citizens. We all come out together when we want to protest and do something, but on a daily basis, I think we really, as Americans, need to do better reaching out to one another and like, hey, man, do you need a hand? What do you need? And I think that's something we used. I think about the movie Witness, the Harrison Ford movie Witness, when the Amish community, everybody comes out to raise a barn. And I think that's kind of, Americans are good at that. I've lived in other places around the world, and Americans are unique in that way. We'll come out and help each other out when need be, and we have to remember that, man.
Yeah, and if you tell that story just anecdotally, then you'll get shamed, and it's a privilege to have a tree in a yard, and making this criticism is at $100,000 a year university. This is the kind of crap we're dealing with. But you're right, Robert.
Imagine hating Robert. Really, like the guy is so well spoken, so intelligent, so it's amazing. Go ahead, Gary.
Oh, dude, I'm an old white man.
That's it.
Privileged old white.
Privileged.
Was that Mel Gibson or Tim? I thought it was Tim Allen and Kirstie Alley or something. Was that Amish movie?
No, Witness. Kelly McGillis.
Yeah, Witness, Kelly McGillis, Harrison. John Book. He played a character named.
That's
John
a totally
Book.
different movie. Yeah.
Okay.
Similar to Witness, man. It's great.
Witness is a damn good movie.
Peter Weir directed.
I just want to thank Coach and Nick for pulling all this together. This has been fantastic. I'm happy to be here. So thank you guys for making this happen.
I thought it was a joke when Mexican Iron Man reached out to me, and he was
that's a joke right there.
And he was like, "Hey Ryan, we want you to be on stream with all these guys." I was like, "You sure you got the right person?"
well, Ryan is actually Ryan's actually going to take part, and we're actually going to get his input on our next feature film documentary that we're working on, The Rise and Fall of LucasArts, or The Rise and Fall of an Empire, the story of LucasArts.
Wow.
So that's our next documentary that we're working on. Mahler is going to be the narrator.
Good.
We got the script in final stages. He's going to be doing the recording, and then me and Coach will start putting it together, and
I've said it many. I'm sorry, Coach.
Well, that has so much to do with what you guys were just talking about too. You guys inspire us, whether it's theory with content. RMB made the greatest documentary I have ever seen. In my opinion, the appendices for the Fellowship of the Ring is better than the movie itself.
Well, I have to say, it wasn't just me. It was a huge team of people, but thank you very much. A guy named Michael Pellerin led that. That was, working on those documentaries was some of the most fun times I ever had. And the group of people that made those documentaries, the best. I mean, there was a team of some of the most dedicated. I mean, we were fanatics. We were truly, we were the acolytes of Tolkien when we went and did that, and Peter Jackson, and all the effort that all those creative people put into that trilogy.
And Free Enterprise was a masterpiece.
4K Lord of the Rings right over here. Just the one to show you. Fanatic.
I mean, it was great. But thank you. I appreciate that.
I watch it all 15 discs at least once a year.
So. I actually, believe it or not, I do too, because I was compartmentalized because I did a lot of interviews, but I didn't some of those pieces I didn't participate in until I watched them when they were finished. And there's some amazing stuff even now, almost 20 years later, that's incredibly inspiring to watch.
Yeah, I would really love to see RMB in theory work on a project together, and EVS in theory work on a comic book together. That would be freaking amazing.
I've been having Ethan in mind for a while, because something I want to do is I want to eventually branch away from Star Wars. Still make the content here or there when they come out with cool stuff, but I want to do my own story. So I've had Ethan in mind for a while.
Nick's just sitting there being a little matchmaker.
It happened here first. That's what Nick does, man.
Hey, that's been me my entire life.
He's the reason I talked to Robert. Like, it's because of him just sitting there throwing.
Well, Robert's, I don't want to say Ethan's not out of my league, but Robert is like, I don't know, man. You're doing some crazy stuff. I don't. Hopefully one day I can be there too.
No, man. That's what's so great about, and I think a lot of people don't give the whole YouTube space enough credit, and look at your film that you made, look at the impact it had, the reach, the global reach that you have. I mean, these things, a lot of people think that YouTubers just sit in front of a camera and and talk. I mean,
That's
this
what
is a
Jeremy does.
job where you're looking at analytics, and
That's what
there's
Jeremy
all-
does.
I mean, it's.
I'm just gonna throw that out there, not to interrupt you. Continue, Robert.
No, but I mean, it's a thing.
The
I mean,
fact that I have more subs than Robert is a fucking
Yeah, but he's
crime.
worked
It really
hard
is.
to not work this
He's
hard.
coming to you with another video.
I love that. I was talking about the geeks and gamers, boom, boom, the little musical sting with the anime. I'm like, that's when people
smart.
write the history of the internet. You know, they talk about branding. I think the geeks and gamers logo, the elegance, the simplicity, and then that musical sting. People will look at that. It'll be like the design of the mid aughts into the 2020s.
Stole it from Green Arrow. What are you talking about?
Well,
That's branding in the mid-aughts.
It's pretty interesting you bring up that tune though, because I was very adamant about that, and at the time I remember things like IGN's intro, you know, with that little bitty music, and my guys came up with something that was a lot longer. It was like 10 seconds, and I was like, I need something that can be a notification tone on the phone, something that people that will eventually hopefully like this bullshit that I'm putting out, then they'll go back to us. I want that as my notification tone, something that can be remembered. And the fact that you said that really makes me happy, because that was my entire goal behind it. And a few people on my team were understanding what I was wanting at that time, but we finally came up with that, and that's awesome. So thank you.
Robert, Robert used 2 words to describe Jeremy there. One was elegant, which I've never heard described in Jeremy anywhere. The other one was simple. I agree with that. I agree with that one.
Yeah, and everybody here's kind of played a part in our success in our channel that we've been building. And like Robert MEYER Burnett, he gave us some great tips on our intro for our documentary. We revamped it and took his advice, and the intro is way better. Jeremy, Gary from NERDROTIC, both of them, you know, helped us. We took a lot of advice from them and tips from them on just getting this channel up and going. EVS, when we were in Chicago, the first time I even said anything about Echo Base Network, it was when he was coming out of his cab. You know, when he pulled up at the meetup, you know, I introduced myself and told him about Echo Base Network, and now here he is on the channel.
I bet that freaked him out.
He's like, who is this guy? And then the girl that was with me with the Rose Tico jacket, which she's a big Rose Tico fan, that was a fun time.
Well, the ultimate thing, guys, is that everything that y'all are talking about, you inspire so many people, every single one of you. And you do it so many different ways, whether it's with your honesty, things that you create, things that you give away. We're going on a charity for theory. I mean, all the things that you guys go through and all the attacks that you get. But honest people, they recognize good when they see it. And you guys are all good people. There's no doubt about it.
I don't know about that. My friend's parents always called me a bad influence.
Well, that's what Nick was. My parents couldn't stand Nick.
Yeah, I was the bad influence on Coach back in the day.
I like Midnight's Edge because, like, I used to listen to Rob's narration on the videos they made. I'm like, these guys take a long time making these videos. And being the documentarian that I was, I would like, oh, Midnight's Edge has got a new video, and I would watch it. And I like listening to the dulcet tones of Rob's narration. And then I got to start to hear Andre, you know, and Andre's, I'm like, is he Norwegian? I love that accent. And I would just like listen to their videos, and now they have me on, and Tom has me on. Tom sends me every day, come on and be on the show. And I feel like I'm on some celebrity show. I'm like, it's so funny because it's been great to meet all of you. So.
Yeah, through all this, we got to meet Ryan, and we got to meet Tom, and we had the amazing Lucas on our documentary stream, and
that was amazing too.
Yeah, he's a super cool guy, and that's the thing about this community. You know, me and Coach really want to kind of bring everybody together. We want to bring the fans together. You know, and that's a big part of it for us. You know, so
you know who you guys should talk to? You guys should have a Rebel Force radio on sometime.
Yes. I would love to talk to them.
I'll talk to them. Yeah. I'll talk to them.
I love Rebel Force radio.
They're great.
I would love to talk to them.
Jer, is there anyone you would be interested in bringing on tomorrow?
Yeah, I got a few people I could. I'll talk to you about it. You know,
and should I, Coach and Nick? Should I just since you have everyone's contact, should I just set this up through you guys to come on?
Yeah, if you just want to email, well, I don't since Jeremy's off Twitter, I have no way to contact him anymore.
Yeah, just use me. Everybody uses me as the fucking bitch to talk to Jeremy.
Hey,
I got the direct line, man. I got his number.
Well, I did just follow you guys back, but yeah, we can help. We can all coordinate. We can get this set up.
Yeah,
no problem.
Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah. Yep, and you got our email theory, and I got everybody's
I'll
contact
email you
info
right
here,
after that. I was talking to Jay, and he's like, "How are you going to do it?" I'm like, "I guess I'll do it with the StreamYards thing. I've never done that, so
It's
seems
simple.
easy."
It's super simple.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and
I know that our
whoever,
Rich, our executive producer, Mexican Iron Man, would be happy to help you out. Theory, if you.
Well, with all the lightsabers he told me he collects, you got to change his name to like Mexican Grievous or something like that.
Here he is. Speak of the devil. Bueno.
Yeah, he said he's like, I buy like 10 or 12 every year. I'm like, I have the Obi-Wan Force effects and the Revan Force effects, and I feel blessed as hell. What do you mean you got 10 or 12 every year?
Oh no, brother, you're just getting started. You haven't even started a collection yet.
I know. I do love the Revan one though. The Revan one changes colors between purple and red without changing the blade. That's pretty badass. So I dig that.
Yeah, and
okay, yeah. Okay, I think I'm gonna come down to San Diego and I'll give you one on my way out of the state. I got a really nice badass one that's like 20. Anyway, I digress. Theory, I'll hit you up directly. I'll be more than happy to help you manage everything backstage with donations and all that. And by the way, my day job, I'm a certified CPA and stuff like that too. So I'll be more than happy to, with any letters you need for donations, documenting anything free of charge.
Awesome, thank you, man. I was gonna set it up through YouTube. There's a fundraiser option so that super chats don't even go to my pocket; they just go directly to.
That would be, that's what I was gonna recommend.
Okay,
I'll hit you up offline. Any help? I'll be there tomorrow early for the fundraiser.
Cool. So I'll send you guys the link for it, and then you can send it to all the boys here, and we can.
Yep.
Theory, what you're seeing, man. This is a common thing in our little corner of the internet, man. Like everybody wants to help. Everybody, somebody will help you in whatever you need. That's what we do. I mean, again, how did I get to 300,000 subs almost? Because people helped me. Because it certainly wasn't from just
Brie Larson and Kathleen Kennedy.
That is true. Thank you, Ryan Johnson.
Well, that's the thing I'm learning.
Tonight.
This is what we do.
It's kind of been like
if anybody
for a long time.
If anybody needs help eating a pizza, just let me know. I'm sure I can.
If anybody needs help eating a pie, just holler at EVS.
And I will say too that after everything that happened to Theory and he reached out to Jeremy and Jay and put together that stream, you've seen a lot of people kind of come together, and then you've also seen a lot of people that were responding to that Variety article just immediately lumping Theory in with whoever they think are the worst people in the world and calling him the same shit that they've called so many people for years. All the Kelly Marie Tran bullshit, like all that stuff. Like I think a lot of people expose themselves as the true like toxic people. You know what I mean? And I don't like using that word because I think it's stupid, but the true people who like are just stuck in a certain mindset and cannot accept anything else. And hated the fact that he was talking to anyone that may have, been very vocal against, the treatment of fans from Lucasfilm. So that really snowballed into something pretty big, even if we don't agree on everything, and we never will. And I think
no one will ever do that. It's not a realistic, man. I mean, you got. Do you agree with everything your mom or dad says? It's like no, it's just the way it is. So Josh is going to come on tomorrow too, and Mark Fernandez. So
okay. Nice. Right on.
Yeah, we'll get a bunch of good people in.
Yep. Hey, Robert, invite John Campia. I'm kidding. I had to say it.
Hey, John's a good guy, man. I mean, of all the people that I've worked for, he's one of the most stand-up people that I've worked for as far as a boss is concerned. So
he's one of the reasons I was inspired to create Geeks and Gamers, even if we were like on a complete opposite side. So
I'll give him credit for that, having your back.
Yep.
Yeah, and he did. He backed you up on that.
Yeah.
I'll try to bring Doomcock. That should be fun.
Yeah, Doomcock was actually supposed to make an appearance tonight, but he takes Saturdays off, and I guess he was tied up.
Does he wear the mask?
Well, he'll probably just be off.
No, he's just off camera and his voice is his normal voice.
Is it normal? Oh, sweet. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he was actually our narrator. Theory, I don't know if you've seen our sequel trilogy documentary, but he was actually our narrator in his actual normal voice. But his normal voice is excellent, you know.
It's a normal voice.
Yeah. It's he's got a really good radio voice.
Hey, I've met him.
Not a real guy.
I've hung out with him in real life, so
yeah.
That's a myth.
Where did
that
y'all
was
go?
photoshopped. That was photoshopped.
Did y'all go to like Burger King or something? Where?
In-N-Out Burger.
In-N-Out Burger. Yeah.
No, what's funny is those of us who really know him. It's like when everybody comes up with their theories on who he is, we just sit back and laugh. It's just like, yeah,
we went to In-N-Out Burger, and then we went to a sports bar. And he finally took the mask off when we were gonna go into the bar, but he was considering. He's like, I don't know if I want. And then he finally took the mask off. But what he did is he wore this beanie, and he was like, "You're famous, Jeremy. People might recognize you, so I'm gonna do this." And he flipped this beanie down, and it was a Batman mask that fell over his face. So he's like, "If anybody recognizes you," I was like, "You're awesome."
We love Doomcock. Love Doomcock.
You know, back when you did that, wearing a mask into a bar would have been weird as hell. Now it's
yeah, they'd have been like, just take all the money and don't shoot us.
Yeah. It used to be when somebody walked into a business with a mask, they got scared. Now, if it's the opposite.
Yeah.
Now someone comes in with no mask and they freak
They
out.
scream at you. Yeah.
Yeah.
You put a mask on. No.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, we are so far behind on these super chats. I know that a couple of you texted privately and said that y'all were going to cut out.
Yes,
So you guys feel free. I'll let you have it. You just anything you
I've
want
got
to plug
15
or
more
promote?
minutes. I got 15 more minutes.
All right, good.
So.
Anything you
I'll
want to
take my
plug or
exit.
promote?
Nothing I want to plug. I want to thank you guys for having me. I want to thank you guys. You know, the whole reason we got in touch was because of your nice words to me, and the same with all of you guys. I appreciate it. You know, it means a lot, and I'm glad to connect with you all finally. If there's anything positive that came out of this whole thing, is that we're all coming together, and that's cool. And I know a lot of you have been together to begin with, but for me to finally come over and be like, "Yo, what's up, guys?" It's a cool feeling, dude.
Yeah,
Awesome. I've never really had friends online like that, and especially not Star Wars YouTubers. So, Jer,
that was kind of our goal in setting this whole thing up. We didn't know if you'd be able to stay the whole time, but if so, we were hoping it would go exactly.
Yeah,
how
we're gonna
it's
hang out
going.
with my dad, and I told him like we'll just hang out later on when I'm done. So,
And
4 hours later, here we are.
Final reminder, tomorrow, 5 o'clock Pacific time is when we start the St. Jude's fundraiser. So everybody in chat stream, we'd love it if you showed up, even if it's just for a minute, to make a donation to help support the great work that St. Jude's does and Star Wars Theory is organizing for.
Yep.
5 o'clock Pacific tomorrow.
And everybody in the chat, please throw up a number 1 to say thank you for Theory for coming to Echo Base Network and being our featured guest. Theory, it has been our pleasure having you, sir.
Yeah, it's been my pleasure being on here. So thank you guys.
I'll hit you up later, man. We'll talk about tomorrow.
Cool. Sounds good.
All right, good to see you, man.
Peace, man.
Yeah, I got to bug out too.
All right,
Nerdrotic. We don't get you on here much, but man, we're happy to have you anytime you can make time, especially on a Saturday, because I know it's date night for you on Saturday nights, and you normally can't jump in. So we appreciate you taking the time to come on here, man. We really do.
Hey, I'm just going to say it. Like I love everybody here. Everybody here is amazing. Gary is my favorite YouTuber. Let me just say that. I said it.
I'm going to go on that.
he was my favorite until I heard he had like a designated date night. That's pussy right there.
Yeah. Easy, Johnny. Easy.
I think Coach thought he was the eHarmony date tonight. Hey Gary, you and Doomcock, you and Doomcock have a show tomorrow. What time's it at, and what is the show? It's the Inquisition, right?
It's the Inquisition, but I got to talk. I'll talk to him because I don't want to step on the charity thing and see if we could push it back a little bit or do something different.
Awesome, that's fantastic. Thank you so much, Gary.
Hey, no problem.
Yep,
guys.
Thanks, Gary.
Yeah, Jeremy, Tom. Not you, Ryan. Robert. Coach.
You pissed Dad off. I can't wait to see your Discovery video, man.
Inspiration for my biography, Crisis in Infinite Tijuanas. Love you, Mexican Iron Man.
Keep up the good work, Gary.
We appreciate you, Gary. See you, buddy.
See you, man. See you, Gary.
All right.
Gary got upset. I called him out because in my mind, there's nothing more embarrassing than treating a woman well. So I
got to argue with that a little bit. I think Johnny would say, "Oh no, date night's cool because then you know you're going to get some pussy."
Yeah, is she hot? Well, I mean, she's really smart.
It depends. Is she hot?
Yeah,
If you first be like, "Oh, you got date night? Is she hot?" And then be like, "Yeah," I'd be like, "All right."
every time Robert Meyer Burnett's stream that he does with Elizabeth, I always got to go in there and say that she's his daughter.
I watched it a little while last night when you were watching Showgirls with her, man. It was hilarious how she was reacting to it. It was great.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, I do have to go because I'm going to show Elizabeth one of my favorite movies of all time, which is George Romero's original Dawn of the Dead. She's never seen it. And I have, of course, the new Second Sight 4K discs that I have been salivated over them for all year, and I finally got it, and I'm very excited to show it to her because she's never seen the film.
I gotta know what she thinks, Robert, because 4K to see that horrible makeup job.
Well, I mean, Tom Savini's makeups are it's going to be interesting to see. I'm curious. I mean, now it's really difficult to go back and watch Dawn of the Dead in the wake of like Walking Dead because the special effects for zombie makeups are so sophisticated now, and the combination of prosthetics and CGI. I mean, you can see through bodies now as they shamble along, and especially the color of the makeup. It's very blue with the zombies in Dawn of the Dead. It's not very convincing.
Well, Night of the Living Dead, way superior to Dawn of the Dead.
Well, yeah, because it's all black and white too.
Is that what did it?
But there was a scope. What I loved so much about Dawn of the Dead is on a low budget, they really do convey the idea of civilization falling to this situation. It starts out in the television studio when they're having a live broadcast, and how you watch the broadcast sort of unravel, which is, you know, a microcosm of society, and then the SWAT team assault on the tenement where people are trying to, as they say, they still believe there's respect in dying. And then you watch these four sort of disparate characters thrown together to survive this situation, and they travel to the shopping mall. And then, you know, there's obviously the indictment of consumer culture, but I thought what I liked about it, when it captivated me when I first saw it in 1979, I was 12, you know, I was transported, and I love the epic feel of it. And I haven't watched it in a while. We'll still see if it holds up. Elizabeth is the final arbiter, and I love showing it.
The story holds up. The effects, like the blood, wasn't. Correct me if I'm wrong, Robert. Had they not really used Kairos syrup yet at that point? Isn't it like that was part of the thing? Is like a different formula they were using for the blood or something like that?
Yeah, I mean the blood. It is very red. And,
yeah, it's like almost like a paint.
Yes, and I think, but see, to me, when I first saw the film, and a lot of it, I guess, has to do with nostalgia, but I loved it. And when I saw it, it was really transgressive because, you know, it was under 17, not admitted. And what was funny, when I first saw it, you couldn't get in. My dad took me, and he lied and said my mother was already inside the theater, and he was just dropping me off to go. Which is a complete fabrication. I love my dad. Rest in peace, sir. He would take me to all these movies that I wholly inappropriate, but he would take me anyway because he knew I would not shut up about them. And it left such an impression on me because I'd never seen the head explosions and the actual the chunks out of human flesh, arms and things. I loved it, and you know, it's resonated. I mean, The Walking Dead, Kirkman's whole thing was inspired by the Romero Living Dead universe. Now it's I mean, Dawn of the Dead is almost like watching almost a silent film because it's so dated in some ways. But
can I ask you
what about Return of the Living Dead in '85?
I loved Return of the Living Dead. I loved it.
Yeah,
you know, but again, it was Dan O'Bannon made that, you know, the punk rock Living Dead movie with the incredible punk score, all the songs, and you know, send more cops. I mean, it was like the EC Comics version of Romero's universe, and it was great. I love Return of the Living.
It was hilarious, man. That one scene where they're on the phone and and he's like, the old guy's like, "Who's the president of the United States?" And Zombie says, "Truman."
Yeah. No, it was. Although Return of the Living Dead 2 is one of the most god awful sequels ever made.
It's not as good.
Yeah,
it's not good.
What do you
But
prefer?
see-
Do you prefer zombies or do you prefer vampires, Robert?
Well, it depends. Like, I want to be like the kind of if I could have any vampire in history, it would be Catherine Deneuve in The Hunger. If I could be watching Bauhaus or Vampirella, yes. I mean, I think that the thing about vampires is they're sexy. Zombies are just to me, zombies represent the fall of civilization. You know, it's humanity at its base. But vampires, they're so diverse. You can do so many different things with them. I mean, I think being a vampire would be pretty great. Like,
I'm just saying they're two great movies, and I love everything you just said, and Ryan knows why. But there are two movies. There's a great vampire movie, and there's a great zombie movie. They're A+, and they're both playing side by side. Which one do you go to see?
Probably the vampire movie. Probably the vampire. I'd probably go to the vampire, but it depends because, you know, there's been some really interesting. Like, have you seen the French film Raw? Raw is it's an interesting take on the zombie genre. You'd like it. I recommend it. It's pretty great, but it depends like what kind, because the vampire genre, you could see The Hunger, you could see Fright Night, you could see the Hammer film Vampire Circus.
Love Fright Night.
Or you could see Near Dark, for instance, or even, you know, Lost Boys. There's so many different stories that can be told within the vampire genre. And I think the zombie genre is a little less diverse in terms of the stories that you can tell, but there's still some really interesting zombie movies. Like, I loved, there's a movie called The Girl with All the Gifts that came out recently I really liked, or The Living Dead at the Manchester Morgue, which is came out in the early 70s, or a movie called The Living Dead Girl, which is Jean Rollin, the French, who made French lesbian vampire movies popular. He also made The Living Dead Girl, which is one of my favorite zombie movies. It's very lyrical and storybook-like. But I don't know.
So the reason EVS is asking is, you know, EVS is a guy who can just put things together. He understands what's going on beneath the surface, which is why he's so dangerous. Why they wanted him out. Why they wanted to cancel him. He has this thing he discovered about a correlation between vampires and werewolves and zombies and all of these things, and how it correlates to the rise and fall of certain political parties. Isn't that right, EVS?
Oh.
That's correct. So I determined that even though you are flirting with right-wing ideas, you are at heart a Democrat. You are at heart a mainstream Democrat who probably was very happy when Bill Clinton won the election, because the vampire movies that you mentioned happened at the end of the 1980s, when things were just flipping over to Clinton with Dracula. And with, by the way, all through the 90s, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, all of the vampire stuff that happened all through the 90s when zombies and werewolves, which represent Republicans, completely subsided. So the 1980s was almost entirely, it was the reign of howling, wolfen. It was the reign of American Werewolf in London. It was all about Return of the Living Dead and all of this stuff. That stuff all went away in the 90s. The 90s was all the Clinton era, starting in 1992 with Bram Stoker's Dracula. Vampires all the way through, a little confusion at the end of the decade when there was a Bush-Gore kind of conflict, and that was the Underworld series. From then on, it was zombies. Vampires went away until around 2007 when suddenly, by the way, it's UFOs, aliens, space stuff, and vampires equal Democrats. So abductions, anal probes, all that stuff happened all through the 90s. And then in 2007, they announced the X-Files return. They had 30 Days a Night, which was a nice transition from the zombie craze to vampires. And what other of Star Wars? Twilight, True Blood. That was all the Barack Obama era. And zombies kind of died down again. So, you know, it's just interesting. Right now, we are going through another big vampire craze. My wife is discovering, what is that show? The dumb Vampire Diaries and all of the extra, you know, things about that, and more vampire stuff is coming out. So when I asked you, I was seeing here you are among people who might lean slightly to the right, and that's cool. And you have your issues with cancel culture. So you are interested in zombie stuff. It's funny that you're going from this stream straight to Dawn of the Dead. In fact, that's interesting. But at heart, you are a vampire guy. Thank you.
You know what? I'll tell you something. Vampires have sex. I love you. There's no sex in zombie movies, really. And if there is, it usually ends badly.
It's about survivalism. The fantasy is war. It's about the end of the world. It's about hunkering down. Those are the very masculine fantasies. Whereas vampires drain you dry. They are seductive liars who drain their, and that's basically where vampires kind of roll in.
But I will say this. I mean, one of the things that I think my greatest fear in life is the loss of civility, of civilization. Like, to me, the idea that somebody will come to your door one day and break your door down and destroy your family, rape your wife in front of you, and kill you, and not have a problem with it, bothers me. That idea
That's
is sort
the
of
zombie, pounding on the door.
Yes,
and that all started in 1968 with Night of the Living Dead when Nixon was elected. So I mean, that whole it's been pretty consistent that these feelings, these mood swings, when it comes to horror and science fiction, happen in culture in tandem with what's happening in politics. It's very
That's an interesting point.
Now that I'm completely fascinated by this theory of yours, because I want to go back and rewatch all of these things and recontextualize them in my mind. and what I find really strange is that I used to think that civilization, I mean, I grew up in a Democratic household and things like that. And I used to think that the Democrats always would represent civilization and free speech and these things. And it's kind of been flipped. And now I'm like, I listen to people that I thought were rational talking about they want to eliminate free speech. Berkeley, we don't want this speaker to come speak on our campus. We're gonna throw them off the and I'm like, I mean, what? And I find things are inverted, and the idea that ideas would be suppressed. I was making it not really a joke, but I said, on my own YouTube show, I said my Amazon buy list over the last 20 years, you could go in and look at it. And I think if a lot of people would nowadays look at what I had bought, books, music, movies, and say that I have a demented mind and that I'm somebody that should be put away because the things that I'm interested in and the media that I choose to consume is very problematic. Let's call it problematic now. Didn't used to be, but now it's problematic, and that frightens me. I'm like, wow. I think there are people that I would normally think that I would sympathize with that would come into my Robservatory here, that I call it, and pillory me because of the books and all the media that I choose to consume. And I never thought I would live in a world where that was true, but I think it is now.
Yeah.
And people would want to know, why do you have Pier Paolo Pasolini's Salo? Why do you own this movie?
Why do you think they want more control over what you watch or knowing what you watch?
Well, what I find so interesting is that our civilization, through it has a naturally occurring. We are evolving. Like, I talk about this book. I read a book. There's an Israeli historian who wrote a book called Sapiens. He wrote two books, Sapiens and the book that followed up, Homo Deus. And Sapiens was all about the last 100,000 years of human history. And basically his point was, at the end of the book, that we have evolved it's been okay. That where humanity is right now is we're better off than we've ever been. There's less war, there's less famine and pestilence. We live longer, and things are pretty great. The way naturally our cultures naturally evolve. We're not trying to kill each other the way we used to kill each other 500 years ago. Things are better. And yet we have this civilization now where suddenly everybody says, no, it's horrible. And there is a natural evolution that we've seen over the last, say, 1,000 years, where our culture is getting better. But now we live in this culture where everyone's saying it's horrible, everything is terrible, it's just awful. And I don't think that's necessarily true. But we are now getting in the way of, I think, the natural evolution of culture. And I think cancel culture is a perfect example. There's no reason for it. You know, the fact is, bad ideas will eventually be, they will not rise to the top. And yet now we're in a position, maybe it's because every kid now gets a trophy and they can't deal with what Ethan was saying. We need Humpty Dumpty. You need to understand that one day you're going to crack your head open, and you know what? Because of that, you won't do it again. Humpty Dumpty needs to fall off that wall. And all the king's horses and all the king's men should not always be able to put Humpty Dumpty back together again.
It follows right through to Rey in the sequel trilogy. It's the same thing. You know, Luke Skywalker certainly fell off the wall many times. Rey didn't. And that's the weird, insidious thing that they're trying to retrain us with. I don't understand why. I'm not really sure why consequences and mistakes and imperfections are being washed out of our storytelling.
I feel like people think that we want perfect characters. Like that's almost what they seem to think, that we want these characters that are perfect, when in reality they aren't, and they never were. And so that's why, take it back to the High Republic, you have these characters like Avar Kriss, who is, what's her description? Well, she's the best of the best. Quite simply, she is the most noble example of Jedihood possible. Okay, what about this younger one that Justine Ireland's writing about? Oh, well, she's the youngest Jedi Knight in generations. She's great at everything. It's like, you know, we don't need these characters that are perfect, that are awesome at everything. We need characters that are great at something, but also have flaws and reality to make us relate to them. Not simply, hey, I bypassed the compressor, I outsmarted Harrison Ford, that makes me better than Han Solo, right? No, it's just going to make us despise you. And
we gravitate towards flawed characters.
Yeah,
that's why people love Cobra Kai, because every single one of those characters is a dickhead and awesome at the same time. You know,
that represents all of us.
Yeah,
we can
we're all
relate.
dickheads and we're awesome.
Well, in all seriousness, no, you want to see somebody who normally is the underdog or doesn't have something that they want or achieve something. What fun is it when that person is perfect all the goddamn time? Well, wow, so you won again. Whoop-de-doo. You know, it's like, that doesn't matter. If you're somebody like Daniel LaRusso, who is a kid from New Jersey, and you come over and everybody's, you know, cooler than you are and, you know, richer than you are and all that kind of stuff, and then they start to pick on you, of course we're going to root for that person by the end because they're the underdog. Nobody wants to see somebody who's perfect through the whole movie.
I agree with that video 5 years ago. Daniel LaRusso was the real bully the whole time.
He could be. He could very well be, Ryan. Except there is one thing, and I wish Star Wars Theory was here because he'd probably back me up on this. And there's actually 2 scenes that were deleted that would have made Johnny more of the bully. But for some reason, they got excised.
Well, they got excised because it's really Daniel. Daniel is the piece of shit. That is why.
Now, here's the funny thing: is they referred to one of those deleted scenes in the show already. So
yeah,
which is
and they did that for a reason. They gave you different perspectives. They used different archived footage from the movies to give you a different perspective on how things went down in Cobra Kai, which I think is so awesome.
Yeah, that's cool.
And
was it the Ferris wheel scene? Is that what?
No, there was a blueberry pie scene right after the first time Daniel goes to school and he's sitting there talking to Alan. He's like, "Oh yeah, that voice in my head that's telling me I should be crazy to talk to you." Right after that cuts, Johnny puts a blueberry pie under his butt and he sits on it. So then he gets up and he goes over to Johnny and he puts it on his shirt. So then they start to get into a fight and the teacher comes and breaks it up. And then there's another scene later on that's a whole entire edited out subplot where his mom has to sign the All Valley tournament deal. So during the time that he's not supposed to do anything, he catches him in the hallway by himself and he keeps giving him the paper. He's like, "What's this?" He goes, "This is where they're going to find your dead body." He was like, "Well, this kind of goes against your no contact rule."
Well, the thing is, they also cut out the actual part where Johnny was he thought that Daniel was really poor. He was trying to give him pie. He was trying to feed the kid. He just didn't understand.
He sounds great to me.
Oh yeah,
there's pie, right? That's all the
pie sequence that you described. Was it in black and white with ragtime music behind it? I mean, they were actually putting pies in each other's faces,
on each other's asses.
Like it belongs. Yeah.
Hey. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that, like the video that came out years ago that probably inspired Cobra Kai. The guy starts it off by, he's so serious about the fact that Daniel is the bully. He starts it off by saying, violent sociopath Daniel LaRusso moves to Reseda. And like that's how he starts it off, and it's just perfect because it reframes the entire story, and it's kind of what set the stage for Cobra Kai. Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
No, I'm gonna have to bounce, and I know these guys want to get caught
Yeah, I
up
gotta
on,
go
on a
too.
lot of their stuff. So
Yeah, we better run.
I appreciate you guys so much for putting this together. I have a lot of respect for Coach and Nick and Mexican Iron Man for being ambitious enough to bring something like this together. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow on Star Wars Theory stream. So it was a pleasure to be here, and I'm honored to always be invited to things like this. And
Jeremy, I've said it online many times, my brother, and I'm a big time follower and member of your channels and all that stuff. And hey, just following your lead and your leadership, what you've done for us in the fandom is amazing. And Lord knows you go places that we could never take the hits that you've taken. And I just want to thank you and tell you, hey, by volunteering with these guys backstage, they're just like you, and they look up to you and they talk about you all the time. And listen, we thank you, and everybody, EBS and remember Ned and Tom, and the things that come out of Ryan's mouth. I don't know, he's still at Geeks and Gamers, but hey, I love it. So
he has done a great job over on that Sports Wars channel. I will give him that.
I remember when I heard you on the video saying that you discovered Ryan and you met him and he's driving across country and you're gonna bring him on. And you got one hell of a knack for talent, and oh boy, that Ryan KINEL, I love him.
Yeah, he's your best employee by far.
There's two things I don't like. I don't like people complimenting me, and I don't like complimenting Ryan. But in all seriousness, Ryan is an absolute machine. He is the definition of someone that I just brought him in, and he just made his way. He's like a bulldozer. He just plowed his way through. He makes things happen. He has a lot of initiative, and he is my brother. And I am so happy he's part of Geeks and Gamers. And we wouldn't be anywhere without him. I promise you that. I mean, he has been a game changer. So,
and Jeremy, if you got a secret Twitter account and want to hit us up on there,
I mean, I have a locked account, but like I said, I followed you on Geeks and Gamers.
Yes.
Now, Stephanie, and by the way, if everybody's paying attention to this, I did finally shut down the inbox for the Geeks and Gamers. They had an open inbox. I don't run that account. Stephanie Kenobi, who's one of the sweetest people on the planet, runs.
She is.
People like the people that hate me are just after her constantly. Some dude, and she just told me about this today, but this happened a few weeks ago. Apparently, some dude like inboxed her like dick pics of him.
Oh God!
Just to say fuck Jeremy, fuck you. And it's like, I'm sorry guys, I know this channel. I'm sorry. I forgot I wasn't on Geeks and Gamers, but the point is, I had to shut down our inbox because I don't need my people dealing. If you hate me, that's perfectly fine, but I had to shut that down. So if you're trying to contact me, that's why I followed you guys back so we can have that open dialogue. If anybody else is here that needs me to follow them back from Geeks and Gamers, but I do have
the funny thing is that he DM'd me first, and I said send this to Geeks and Gamers. I don't want to.
But yeah,
I've actually been trying to contact you, Jeremy. Is there any chance you're going to unblock me anytime soon?
No, that's never happening. As much as you live stream, I'm just like, I can't deal with this dude. When do you sleep, Tom? Does it ever happen?
I forgot how.
But yeah,
we only try to get you guys on once a year because it was just about a year ago today. We had Robert MEYER, BURNETT, Tom, and Jeremy on
Gary
here
Duncock.
Gary Duncock, Amazing Lucas for our documentary stream.
Was that a year ago, man?
Yeah, January 18th of last year.
It's been a while.
Which speaking of, have you actually watched the documentary yet, Rob?
Oh, hot seat.
I
did.
did. Question. Yeah, I watched your documentary.
Okay, cool deal, man.
Awesome. It was
Yeah,
very well
I
done.
watched it when it first debuted.
Okay, all right. I didn't know if you had watched it or not.
Oh
yet.
yeah. No. I really liked it, and that's why I was marveling. Like, I watched that documentary a year ago.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die.
That is crazy.
But anyway, you inspired us, and our next one's going to be even better. Jeremy, thanks, man. Thanks for the kind words and everything you do. Keep leading. We'll keep following, brother.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Can't wait.
You guys, Ethan, it was a pleasure to speak with you for the first time.
Yes, sir. Honestly, it was. I wonder how we stay in touch. I hope. Are you on Twitter? Or are you on?
Oh yeah, no, I'm on Twitter.
Twitter and Facebook
all the time. Yeah.
Okay, let's follow each other and stay in touch. Guys, I got to draw frogs. Thank you so much for letting me come on late and meet with everybody. I really appreciate it. Chat, if you wouldn't mind, if you're not following Comic Artist Pro Secrets, please do. We've got the looniest Star Wars videos imaginable, and we take it to these SJWs. I'm not nice like Jeremy is.
I laugh. I laugh all the time watching Ethan's videos. They are great.
I F them up. Please do subscribe to Comic Artist Pro Secrets, guys. The channel's growing greatly, and I appreciate that from everyone. And Ryan, dude, always makes me laugh. Thank you.
And I would love to see EVS and Robert Meyer Burnett do something together. I think that would be epic to see them do something together on YouTube. So I hope you guys get in touch with each other. I would love to see it.
These two guys talking is the best part of this.
I would pay
saying,
money
Nick?
to see it.
Yeah, these two connecting
How much
here.
money would you pay, Nick?
I would send $100 super chat if you guys
Not
do
my
something.
money.
No, all the super chat money comes out of my bank account.
Yeah, okay, let's keep it that way.
Yeah.
Tom, great seeing you again too. We gotta get together and do something. But you want to come on my channel? I'll come on your channel. But I love Midnight's Edge. It's good to see you.
Anytime, man. You know the door's open.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
And Cecil knows how to get a hold of me. Anna knows how to get a hold of me. I mean, of course, I got you on Facebook and stuff. So yeah, just anytime. Just let me know.
All right, guys. I'll see you later. Have a great night, everyone.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
EVS. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
We'll get together soon too. So
Of course.
I will see you guys.
I'm like
later.
almost like your manager anymore.
Yeah, Robert.
R&D, you are the man.
Great.
Thank you for everything you do.
Although, Coach, I really wish you had talked to Uncle Pete about the Seahawks game today. I don't know.
So I'm a basketball coach. I can't help you there.
Worst game of the year.
I've never seen anything like it.
You never know.
The Pacific Northwest really let me down, and to LA of all. Oh man!
Without Goff playing a lot of the game too.
I know.
Well,
on that note, I'm gonna go cry.
All right, good to see you, Rob.
See you guys later.
All right. Well,
now it is just down to the four of us and Mike, who's
You're stuck
muted
with
in
the
the
Mexican
background.
and the two racist guys in the frickin' fandom.
Yeah.
And, you don't understand, Tom. I used to be called on the internet. One of the reasons I changed my name is because I used to be known as Mike the Mogul on YouTube. And when I did that Disney video for Doomcock, when he sent me undercover, I was getting hit left and right with racist stuff because I had a whole different avatar. It was Mike the Mogul and blah, blah. So that's what turned me Mexican Iron Man, because I'm like, okay, they can't call me racist anymore now.
Yeah. Well, guys, I'm going to go all the way through these super chats right now. Like,
Yeah, do you guys got to bounce or?
I've got about 15 more minutes. I'll hang out with you guys. If that's all right with you.
You respond to any of these super chats you want to. I'm going to go right through them.
Yeah, I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, see what a teammate he is. Like, he didn't even offer. I need to pee too. All right, go ahead. I'm kidding. Go.
Because hey, didn't he do that earlier when you were doing super chat?
I let the dogs out. I had dogs whining in the background.
Supposed to have a sound check. We were supposed to have a sound check at 6 o'clock. He shows up at 6:30. That's when we go live.
I wasn't even home.
Why are you my best friend again for 3 decades? I don't know.
I ask that question every week.
I know.
I'm doing my best. Hey, I'm doing my best here. I brought everybody together tonight.
You know what? You're the Ryan Kinnell, and you're the Ryan Kinnell to the Jeremy of Coach. That's what you are.
Yeah.
I'm going to whisper this because my wife's in
You're the
room.
renegade.
You don't do shit for me.
You're like the Tom and Rob. That's what makes them both you like. You're like the Tom and Rob, but you're like the Midnight
You get Doomcock unblocked by Shatner, and you do all these amazing things, and for me, you're a pain in the ass.
See, Rob has this delusion. He thinks he's the talent. That's the problem. Like
exactly, Tom. Exactly.
All right. We got to get to these super chats, guys. All right. So Phaserface says, Theory, I had the same reaction as you. I'm 42 years old. I was 100% with you. He probably sent that an hour and a half ago. And I'm so sorry to the chat. But we had such an amazing panel. This was just an anomaly of the live stream. And I felt it was best to just turn you guys loose. And it was gold. It was amazing. So that's just part of the deal. Typically, we hit these super chats much, much quicker. JP says, hell, guys, epic stream tonight. Thank you. Was Luke's return in Mandalorian a surprise to Kathleen Kennedy and Pablo Hidalgo? Guys, y'all just jump right in and say what you think.
I think so.
No.
Not totally. It was. I think it did take away the thunder from the High Republic, though. And then I think in response to the High Republic, that's when that leaked confirmation of the writer for the Feige Star Wars movie came out.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, we did a video on it today, and I think Andre's pretty dead on. Again, it's hard to believe if she didn't know, but then again, she's oblivious about the 500-page novels and comic books. So
this is something though. So they had to get the rights to Mark Hamill's likeness, like for a lot of this stuff too, to go down. Like everything, like she was aware this happened. I'm not saying
he had to sign it all off a long time ago.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying that she is involved in the creative process necessarily, but this was a big thing. The thing that EVS brought up that I hadn't thought about before was the fact that they changed the release dates for the High Republic from before The Mandalorian to after The Mandalorian. I think they understood what was going on and what could happen from this. So,
something that's interesting to me is when we watched the Disney Gallery, and like especially the making of season 2, she is almost unnoticeable in the background in several shots. She
was only on set when George was there.
Yeah,
I don't think she was there any other time. And the only thing that bothers me, and Ryan could be right, is that she waited how long to say, wait a minute, these episodes of Obi-Wan Kenobi, they're too much like Mandalorian, we got to change this. Wasn't that written before The Mandalorian was even a thing? Wouldn't she have noticed this sooner? Didn't somebody else notice this sooner? To me, the whole thing just doesn't smell right. So either she's completely incompetent or she's really not as in the loop as everybody thinks she is.
Right.
I don't think that Kathleen Kennedy is I think we all have this perception that Kathleen Kennedy is making sure that this type of thing gets pushed into this. I think that Kathleen Kennedy is in charge of hiring people. I think that Kathleen Kennedy typically hires people that align with the vision that she wants to have for Star Wars. Now, I think specifically with The Mandalorian, I feel like they needed a win, right? They needed something big. So they brought in someone who was very experienced in Favreau that she knew would be able to run the ship. And that's, to me, that's what that was. I don't think that she's sitting there being a big part of these creative decisions with, I think she's aware of them, but I don't think she's really involved in the decision-making process. When you sit down and listen to the people involved in the sequel trilogy discussion, it wasn't KK there. It was, it's Dave Filoni, Pablo Hidalgo, all the creatives involved with the path forward. She's not a creative. She is a person that does business.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she only steps in when there's big production problems.
And fires people.
Correct. Yeah. So when they had Lord and Miller stuff, that they were having problems with that, and she stepped in, and then you have Ron Howard. So
I know things, but I can't say how I heard them or who, so I can't really back them up. So I'm not going to get into much of an argument here.
That's all right. Let's move on to this next one. Film Exorcist sends a $10 super chat. It says, honestly, I feel most of the Star Wars series wouldn't have lasted as long as they did without the weekly episodes. With the Clone Wars, it worked well because of the time it took to see the climax. And I agree with you there. I like the anticipation of week to week. Binge watching is fun, but there's kind of this emptiness when it's over, and I like the anticipation of waiting. Liquid Nitrogen sends a 99-cent super sticker. Thank you very much. A. Timothy Brock, $4.99 super chat 5 or 6 times, he says. Parth Trivedi, $4.99. I feel like I'm in some weird crossover. Theory and Rob, this is amazing. Yeah, it was. This was a great stream. Great stream. Chris Privoto, $4.99 super chat. Now that we've had Luke mark back, what is a reasonable prediction or discussion ideas of Han, Harrison Ford in the Boba Fett book? That one's to you, Ryan Kennel.
Can you say it again?
He says, now that we've had a Luke, Mark Hamill return, what is a reasonable prediction or discussion ideas of Han, Harrison Ford in the Boba Fett book? In the book of
Boba Fett?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I thought you were talking about actual books for a second.
The first time I did, that's how I translated it, and I went to you. So both of you shoot on that.
That's a good question.
I haven't heard any inklings of that, but it is a possibility. Now, Boba Fett, it depends how much they're going to use. They've pulled a lot of expanded universe stuff. Mm-hmm. They just have. They've kind of maneuvered it in different ways, but Boba Fett is a guy who honors deals. He didn't have anything against Han Solo. It was just a contract. That's what it was. And in the same way that his deal with the Mandalorian, even though it doesn't really make sense because the Mandalorian didn't actually give him his armor, he stole it from the open ship. But, he honored that deal, and then he went off to do what he wanted to do. Boba Fett has his own kind of code. I don't think he has any axe to grind with Han necessarily, but we're in a whole new world where they're really open to bringing back these characters that are going to get your emotional, your heartstrings tugged. Mm-hmm. So it could happen. But is Alden Ehrenreich going to come back for it?
I was going to say, I don't know.
I don't know if people like that.
Because, where this would be, basically a couple of years after Return of the Jedi. So, in theory, he shouldn't look too much different than Harrison Ford circa 1983, 84, whatever. Maybe even a little later, but not much. Because Luke looked almost exactly like he did in Return of the Jedi. So, the other thing is talking about the likeness rights earlier. Back in the day, Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, and everybody else signed over their likeness rights except for Harrison Ford, who only did a movie-by-movie deal. So I think that was where there is a possibility that this Luke stuff could have gone down without all of Kathleen Kennedy's knowledge, but I highly doubt it. I think you're right about that. But no, as far as bringing Harrison Ford back, I think the bigger question is what would they do? Would they bring back Alden Ehrenreich and try and age him up? Or would they actually work something out with Harrison Ford? Now, he don't sound nothing like he did back in the day, even more so than Mark Hamill. Mm-hmm. At least Mark Hamill's a voice actor. He can kind of make himself younged up a little bit, and I know they pitched his voice up just a tad. I have a hard time buying Harrison Ford, hey, how you doing?
You'd have to be a voice actor, yeah.
No fucking way. Yeah, sorry.
It is kind of sad, like Darth Vader. When James Earl Jones still reprises that voice...
It's just that tired sound.
It hurts, I love it. I'm glad he's doing it, but it's just, it's not the same. And Carrie Fisher, guys, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to throw shade.
Oh, yeah.
That was just bad, her voice.
She sounded horrible in that.
That's what years of death sticks will do to you.
Yeah, no shit, right?
There you go. Well, Chris, thank you so much for that great question.
Sorry,
that was a very good
swearing
one.
Again.
That's okay, man. That's okay. Just because me and Nick don't doesn't mean y'all can't.
No, I know, but I try to be respectful in other people's houses.
All good.
My nephew should be reminding me.
So thank you, Chris, for that. Clobbering Times becomes a member of the channel. Hail to you, Clobbering Times. Thank you so much. Welcome to the family. Revan sends $2. I can't wait for Vader Episode 2. It will be epic. I actually watched that trailer again today. The Amethyst Blade. That does look very good. Thank you for your super chat. Oilers Workshop sends $24.99 and says, this is the real Jedi Council. We just need Yaddle for a full crew. Thank you so much for that super chat. That's very, very generous of you.
Or Mauler. Mauler would have been a good addition.
Yeah, Mauler would have been fun.
Demogenized sends $2. No need to end OG characters. Explain Roshi in DBZ.
Explain Roshi in DBZ.
I know Roshi.
Is that Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah.
Oh, Dragon Ball Z.
I don't know anything.
I thought he said C.
He likes his girls. He's got Turtle as a companion. He's always looking at girly magazines.
Yeah.
And he's a powerful old man. And he could get real muscular and do some really good attacks.
Yeah, Coach and I used to make fun of my little brother for watching Dragon Ball Z and call him gay and stuff. And then we watched it. And then we watched it, and we were like, "Oh my god, this show is freaking awesome!"
I was in college having Dragon Ball Z parties.
Yeah,
whatever. Don't judge.
I guess the big question is, could he beat Mr. Miyagi?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. J-Lo Flicks sends $5. Love all you guys for holding this stream. That is our pleasure. Nick and Mexican Iron Man did a great job. They basically told me to get out of the way of planning this week. I plan every live stream here at Echo Base Network, and that is why this one has been our best. I think
Coach is actually the one holding the stream, all right.
Yeah, this is. I'm going to step aside and I'm going to be the button pusher. That's what it is.
Me and Coach were up till 4 a.m. working on stuff last night.
4:30.
We were up late.
And Mexican was early up in the taco tortilla fields getting everything ready for the breakfast tacos.
4:30 Central Time and 2:30 Pacific. You were sleepy. All right. 2-inch KINEL. 2-inch KINEL. That's their name. $2.
Oh, it's that account.
$2. Hail everyone. Happy New Year. Shout to drunk. So, all right. Awesome. Thank you for that. J-Lo Flicks, another $5.
Thank you, 2-inch KINEL. I appreciate that.
Is that a Burner J account?
I don't know.
J-Lo Flicks, $5. Man, I really wish that John Schnepp was here for this. What I would give to see his reaction to Season 2, Episode 8.
Oh, it would have been awesome.
Yeah.
Love Schnepp.
Yep. Thank you very much for that $5 super chat. 2-inch KINEL again. All-star panel, shout out to Drunk 3PO. I think we've discovered who this person is.
Yeah.
2-inch KINEL
again.
Jay.
All right, Jay.
A lot of people shout out Drunk 3PO, so it doesn't necessarily mean
Hey, he could send us all the money he wants to. That's okay. 2-inch KINEL, $2. Robert, when is the next physical media show? Louise Brooks, hail Louise, sends $5. Do you think John and Dave are twisting parts of their stories to try and fix the mess that was the prequels? I say yes.
I think so.
The prequels or the sequels?
The sequels.
Oh, no, it says prequels.
Oh.
Well, go F yourself there if it says that. But
that's from an era they've really stayed away from until the Obi-Wan series.
I would think that she meant sequels.
Yeah, probably. We never really meant, or we never really got into that. I think that was the intention to ask everybody what you feel about the plan to fix.
Yeah. What you guys were doing was too good.
I know.
Yeah.
I'll say this: that the thing that leaked from WDW Pro, which then 5 days later he leaked something that was like, by the way, that thing that I leaked yesterday, there's a whole group of people that are working to make sure it doesn't happen. So effectively, either way, if it happens or doesn't happen, he's right, which is very convenient for a leaker. They get vindicated either way. For me, if the path forward for them to fix Luke by basically reframing all of this as an act to protect Grogu, if they do that, that doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't save Luke. That actually makes it maybe even worse. The fact that he willingly let all of his students die, that he willingly let a planet or a planetary system, 5 planets, be destroyed to protect Grogu, that doesn't make any sense to me. I do know that Jon Favreau wanted to give people a good Luke Skywalker in Season 2. I don't know if there's any plan forward from this, but I think they wanted to use this to try to give people a good feeling about Luke. I don't know if it's fixable without canonizing everything.
Yeah. There's the reported Luke series that's in early production.
I don't buy it.
I heard it, and they can't do it with the CGI or the deepfake. They just can't. It's not good enough. Even the deepfake, which looked better, you can't do it that way. So
how can YouTubers do it better than the studio can? That's what I don't understand.
Because Disney didn't use deepfake for some reason. I don't know why.
Because YouTubers do it out of legit passion. And not to say John and Dave don't have passion or whatever, but maybe the people that were working on it didn't necessarily. And even with the deepfake, it does look better. I don't think you can do a series like that. So either you're looking at officially recasting him, and I don't know if they're ready to do that or what story they would tell, because then you do buy yourself into, well, now you actually have to tell us the story of what happened. I think we're going to go a little bit of a break until we actually may see anything like that.
Yeah. That or they'll just ignore it. That's been the thing we've keep hearing is there's the multiverse thing too, but otherwise we've heard they're just going to kind of ignore it. But yeah, I don't think we'll see necessarily a Luke series, but what we might get out of that at most would be maybe an animated Baby Yoda series where Luke's kind of in the background as the mentor, but it's more aimed towards kids and stuff, maybe, to where it's just to give Baby Yoda some excuse to do cute stuff.
Right.
No, I'm not kidding either. Don't be surprised if something like that happens. But it'll end up being something geared to 5, 6, 7-year-olds. Probably is my guess. Yeah. Outside of that, no, I don't think we'll see Luke again unless it's some small cameo. I have a feeling many of the legacy characters or any characters that are major characters, they'll never bring in for more than just a cameo.
If we don't get more Luke, then they don't like money.
Yeah. I don't think it's. Here's the thing: is that it's not even so much that I don't think it's that part of it. Is they're going to continue to try and keep us on board, and I'm sure we'll get cameos and stuff from Luke here and there and other characters, but I just don't see them doing like Ryan's saying. I don't see them doing a full on Luke series because one thing they have not done yet is recast anybody in a role in a time period where we have seen them. Yes, they've done younger versions and so on, but we have not seen, like, if they were to bring Sebastian Stan in to play Luke in this era, sure, a lot of people like that idea, but it's not seeing something we've seen them do. And if they were gonna do that, I had a feeling they were gonna do that now. Like they would have done that with this Mandalorian to kind of set that up.
And I will say this too, just like if they don't do Luke, they don't want more money. I think that for a vast majority of people, they are back in with just that little bit of Luke. You know what I mean? That got them invested again. So yeah, I think they've kind of already like done what they intended to do with that. And I think that Star Wars fans have been so beaten down and destroyed and demolished that that's all it took. And I think they're I'm not talking about everybody. Obviously, I didn't have the same reactions a lot of people did to Luke's return, but the majority of people, I think they're cool with it now, and they're really ready to see what else they have in store. And I don't think necessarily they need a Luke Skywalker show to keep that goodwill going now.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I would like to see Luke in part of a story arc, 3 or 4 episodes.
Yeah,
that would be great. But it goes back to what we said earlier, guys. There was just this inexplicable disconnect between the higher ups at Disney and how they felt about Luke Skywalker and how they perceived the fans to think about Luke Skywalker. They were totally off. If Disney knew that we would be crying our eyes out seeing Luke again, they would have done this before if they didn't, maybe, if they had better leadership.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've heard, and again, Ryan could be right, because I can't really make my arguments and back up my claims without doxing certain people. So, I mean, that's not fair to him. But from what I've heard, and again, take this as a grain of salt, that I can't really necessarily say that Ryan's wrong about, I don't necessarily know if Kathleen's trying to push an agenda directly, but yes, she has a history of hiring people with very similar political backgrounds. Yeah. And the funny thing about this whole thing is she may have known, and just like the same thing with Baby Yoda and all these other things, but she had no clue how big it was going to be. I don't think she really thought, if anything, a lot of them thought, or at least they were hoping, that Luke wasn't going to resonate the way he did with his return. And that's what we've been hearing is then they felt like, all the air had been sucked out of the room with Luke, and then Pablo went and pulled what he did on Star Wars Theory, and then that's what we heard back is that they panicked. And that's why the first time we've ever heard any response from them to a fan at all, and that's because they knew that this was bad press in the time where they had the best press ever for Star Wars. That's right. And then turn around and they drop this High Republic thing and everybody don't give a shit. Sorry, but it's true. And then and this is what we heard, and again, take it with a grain of salt, and this is in Andre's latest video, was that they were trying to pressure John and Dave to go out and say something positive about the High Republic. And I've also noticed this campaign, and it's not everybody. There are certain people who are legitimately just, they're trying to find out the information. So I'm not trying to pinpoint anybody, but this has been more so in comments on YouTube and other places where there's this insistent campaign to just remind everybody that Kathleen Kennedy is responsible for this show. Now, the only time we've seen similar things like that has been with Star Trek and stuff. And it's always the same kind of propaganda bullshit, trying to remind somebody of something necessarily that may not be true. And again, now Kathleen Kennedy was there. She's a executive producer. And like you guys said, she's very satellite, if she's even on the set. And then we heard after that, then Dave and John's response was they fucking leaked that story. Yeah. So it was basically like,
to be honest, the vast majority.
You can't say they leaked that story, but yes, no.
Anyway. The vast majority of people that I've seen that are trying to remind people that Kathleen Kennedy is involved in this show are people that don't like the show, are people that Like, and I've said that too. Listen, Kathleen Kennedy is, basically she has the same involvement in this as she did in something like Rogue One or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, she ultimately, at the end of the day, she's the one that hires these people and puts them in place. She's not a creative person. That's not what she does. She hires people that she thinks will align with her message. People that are saying the High Republic is like KK's baby, that, like, she's not involved in that. Like,
I see it more as something to keep her people occupied. And they thought
people, though,
there's the faction that are not working on anything Mandalorian related.
They got to give them something to do.
That's what I think it is. And they made them think it was going to be this big thing when it really isn't. Nobody cares.
I don't think it, but it's books and comics. Who thought this was going to be as big as the man? Like, that's
Ryan,
I think
they were pushing this for how long, dude? For like a year, and we've gotten how many trailers exactly for books and comics?
They're really pushing it hard, even though it's not.
Yeah, the idea that anyone thinks that this was supposed to be like some massive thing.
They evidently did.
No, they promoted it. They had commercials. They had TV spots for commercials in 1999 for the new Jedi Order book series.
That's a little different.
I know it's a TV spot. I know it's different.
I know, but here's the difference.
Like,
people actually bought that shit. People aren't buying this. And I don't mean to say it like it's crap. I mean, like, people actually bought that book. Nobody's buying these things. They've sold, 100,000 copies?
They've printed whatever the comic is at 200,000 copies.
Yeah, well,
that really doesn't
have
anything because we don't know the sold through.
Exactly.
But as far as the books, they've all been trending on Amazon bestseller. I've been paying very close attention to Star Wars books for a really long time. And I think there's a lot of people that haven't necessarily that like saw this come out, and because we're all so invested in Star Wars now because it's Disney and there's been so much wrong with it, there are people that are like jumping on it. I'm like, I think it's garbage, but I'm taking a perspective that's a little different. And the idea that Kathleen Kennedy would be heavily involved with books and comics, that is not something that's near as influential as anything else.
No, and that's nothing that we've reported either. We've just reported that it's something to keep her people busy. And they thought that it was going to be this big thing when the Mandalorian is sucking all the air out of the room, basically. Yeah.
All right, brothers. Hate to cut you off. We got to keep rolling.
Go for it.
Good conversation.
Sorry,
good conversation.
Me and Ryan go all the time. We always go after.
It's good. All right, time out for 30-second timeout.
Ding, ding, ding.
Jared Weaver. It's ironic Luke starred as the New Hope and returned the Jedi by bringing back Anakin. Now John and Dave made him back to return Hope. And that's a really good thing. Thank you so much, Jared, for that $5. Ryan Eisenberg sends $5. I really want to see a live-action Jedi Academy. I would love to see that as well. If you've never seen one, go play Jedi Academy. Great game.
Ty, do that animated. Do it animated. It would be awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Ty Tester sends $2. Will we see Vader talking to Sidious in Obi-Wan? I hope so.
Yeah, I would
don't
think
see
so.
why not.
Yeah, if he's going to be in it, I would imagine so.
So thank you for that super chat, Ty. RJ John Wilberforce sends $4.99. Kathleen Kennedy is a liar, pants on fire. Thank the Lord that we have John Favreau and Dave Filoni, even if it's just streaming shows. And I'll tell you what, I'm all about the streaming shows because so far it's been successful. So, but yes, thank you so much, John, for that $4.99, and she definitely is one of those. Sean Orlikowski sends a $20 super chat. It's fine to change characters from who we thought they were, but as a writer, you have to make the audience believe it. Nothing we'd ever seen from Luke made us believe that he'd ever go to the point we saw in The Last Jedi. I certainly didn't see that coming. That's a great point.
Either. Yeah.
Thank you, Sean, for sending that $20.
Right.
We greatly appreciate that.
No, that's the thing, definitely. Like, yeah, it's not Luke Skywalker, it's Jake Skywalker.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that was another thing, was all the people thanking John, Dave, and Mark, and then Mark turning around and thanking John and Dave. Again, grain of salt, but I heard that was another thing that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. That's where we heard that Pablo actually flew off. But anyway.
Pablo was just defeated, and he was lashing out because he was in a horrible mental state because Star Wars was good again. That's sad. That's loser mentality. I'll say that here.
2-inch KINEL wants me to shut up. He's simping for Ryan right now.
RJ John Wilberforce. RJ John Wilberforce sends $4.99. He says, "You hate Armageddon 2, Robert? It's a Michael Bay movie, but do you know that Abrams co-wrote the screenplay, right? Interesting point. I don't like the movie either, and if Michael Bay touches it, I don't like it. That's just, I can't get past it. He destroyed my Transformers." Orville Nation.
If he touches it, you don't like it. So Megan Fox.
I mean, she is hot, but the movie still was not.
He ruined my TMNT, and all he did was produce it.
Ryan, my wife might be watching the stream.
Right? I can't answer those kind of questions here. That's where you say absolutely not, Coach. And then
No. The answer is no. That's a no question. All right. Orville Nation sends $5. Hail Orville Nation. JJ has killed so many key characters in his reboots as a writing tool because he is not original enough. Couldn't agree more, Orville Nation. Thank you so much for that, brother. Lawrence Martin sends $2. He says, "Epic live stream, guys. Thanks." And it is our pleasure, Lawrence. Just call me sis. Oh, okay, sis. Again. Thank you so much, sis, for all the super chats you've sent in today. $4.99. Star Wars is a new myth, and the sequel trilogy threw it away. And yeah, thank you for that. We2K sends $5 Canadian. No joke. Feel bad for Star Wars Theory. Love you guys. Star Wars Theory is the man. And
yeah, he's good. He's not sweating over it.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. I would hate to catch him on a bad day in the streets. I know that. Daniel Gregory, $10. I keep hoping someone hits on this point. There are 3 Lucasfilms. 1, George's original. 2, Kathleen's. And 3, Disney Plus Lucasfilm. Kathleen's contract is up this year. That's something to watch. That's something to anticipate. Yeah.
He's not wrong.
But unfortunately, just remember, she's stuck like glue for the next few years, no matter what.
Yeah.
Her name's going to be attached to stuff. She was a producer on Indie before she was even the head of Lucasfilm.
Yeah.
And that's what, that's another thing I've heard from a couple different places. She's more or less just hanging on until Indie's done. That's what I've heard. So,
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. She needs to ruin one more franchise before she goes.
Nerd Cookies sends $2. What an amazing panel. Awesome. Yes, it was. That's why I didn't say much. I saw people like ripping me in the chat, like, why didn't Coach say anything? And I'm like, listen to these guys. Y'all just go. They're going to get plenty.
You guys can listen to us any other Saturday night and in our weekly videos.
I'll read you super chats all night, baby. Keep them coming. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Jonathan Cortez sends $5 super chat. Joined late. Saw Robert Meyer Burnett, Star Wars Theory, and Ryan KINEL as part of this crossover. Stayed for the rest of the chat. Here's money. May the force be with you. Thank you so much, Jonathan. That's very nice of you.
Oh, yeah. I just want to say something real quick, Coach.
Sure.
That I listen to y'all talk all the time, and people in chat, it is way overrated.
We agree. I agree.
I do want to say this: if you talk to Coach and Nick a lot, whether it's in the super chat or not,
here we go.
They'll help you get together a Southern accent in case you decide to move to South Carolina.
You were such
talk like that.
You were such a culo grande.
That's it's talk right there, brother. That
did you like how I rolled that
Ryan, that is non-diversity talk. Ryan, I'm sticking Ryan on you.
What does that mean? A big a-hole or something? What does that mean?
Culo grande? It means big ass.
Oh, I was pretty close.
No, it means fat ass. It means like it's a negative comment. It means you dumb fat ass.
Oh, we thought it was something positive because we're positive here at Echo Base Network. Our bad.
Oh yeah.
We're not up on the Spanish speak, man.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of positive when you have me working in the tortilla fields every morning.
I only remember the cuss. See, I'll cuss in Spanish on the show.
I don't even get a jacket. You know how cold it is here at Echo Base, Ryan? It's freezing.
I don't. Pinche de madre.
Ooh.
I live in San Diego. I've been called that a couple times, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Well, I know how to order in Spanish. I just go, I'll have what they're having, and then what that guy's having over there.
Here's what's funny is like throughout the entire show, you've probably heard my phone buzzing. My executive producer right here in the middle of the screen, Mexican Iron Man, keeps texting me going, hit the super chats, hit the super chats, hit the super chats. I'm hitting the super chats, But he's interrupting me. He just jumps in here and starts doing his southern accent to make fun of me, and he's trying to throw me off. And
oh well, if I'm not that helpful, I can spend a lot more time over at RK.
Silencio, por favor. How about that? How about that?
Okay, I gotta go handle stuff. Hey, Ryan, Tom, great job. I gotta go handle some stuff backstage for the channel. But Coach Nick, congratulations! It's an honor to be here with all of you. As always, I really love as a fan what you guys have done with the network, and keep bringing people together like these great guys like Tom and Ryan who deliver amazing content. Bye, you guys. I'll see you later.
Yep. Thanks for everything you've helped out with, Mike.
Yeah. Thanks for everything.
Hope you're feeling better, man.
Animated Effigy sends $5. The battle isn't won yet. The High Republic was supposed to be Disney's Star Wars MCU, but the Filoniverse got there first. Can there be only one? I guess not.
I mean, they can have their own universe, whether or not people pay money for it. I mean, that's another story.
I don't know.
It's books and comics.
Yeah,
like it's that what the High Republic is kind of a proving ground, right? If they can do this and get a couple people invested in this timeline, then it opens up another area for them to do movies and stuff like streaming shows and stuff like that. They're doing Acolyte, Leslie Headland's thing, but that is at the very end. It's basically a prequel to Phantom Menace. I think you're probably going to see Plagueis in there, if I had to guess.
I think that's going to happen.
If it happens, if Leslie Headland's thing ever gets off the ground. But the High Republic it's just books and comics. It's not. I think it's really blown out of proportion.
The Leslie thing's a whole.
It's not going to have any kind of, not even close to the same impact as anything on Disney Plus or in the theaters.
No, I'm telling you, like, as someone who's, diehard into all these books in the back, there's a microscopic fraction of Star Wars fans who are actually going to read books or read comics. That's just the bottom line.
Yep. Captain Spire sends $5. My first experience with Star Wars that I remember was watching Episode 4 Trench Run in my living room in New York on 8mm film on an old silver screen.
Cool.
That is awesome. Never lose that memory. That's great.
Yep.
Thank you for sharing that.
Old school right there.
Yeah. Black Lotus 30 sends $5. RDJ as Talon Card and Karen Gillian as Mara Jade. I'm down. Let's go. I'd love to see Mara Jade.
Yeah.
Irving B sends $5. Was never hooked on the original trilogy. I'll just stop reading that one right there. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Was never hooked on the original trilogy. Didn't grow up with it. That's understandable. The prequels never caught me as a kid. However, Din Djarin is my Luke. I get it now. Good for you. And that's good for you. Thank you for sharing that, and thank you for your super chat, Irving. Canadian Jedi Knight becomes a member. Joined the ranks of the Padawan. Thank you so much, Canadian Jedi Knight. Welcome to the family.
Thanks, brother.
Logan Darklighter sends $10. Guaranteed more time and effort was spent on the half-shaved hairstyles and the precise shades of melanin to ensure SJW inclusion than in making good characters for the High Republic.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
No, I agree completely, and I will have no part of that.
I
tweeted the author of whatever that mess was today.
Just Ireland.
Again, yeah. I did it again. I did it yesterday. And I typically don't do that, but at some point I'm just like, all right. Nick's usually the social media guy. I just mess around.
I focus on making videos. I don't really go after them on Twitter. I focus on making videos because then I don't get blocked.
I was hoping for a response, and then I would do a video on it. Let's see. Cred Socks 05 sends $5. Amazing stream, great job. All in Star Wars Theory, you look like a young Sebastian Stan. I'm sure he will be. We'll tell him that tomorrow night. He would love that. Adele Thomas sends $5. This is for Theory's gem photo the other day on Twitter. Ha ha ha. Love this whole stream. You guys are entertaining. Hi from Australia. Hello, Adele. Thank you so much for being here. We're glad that you enjoyed the stream. 2-inch KINEL is back. $2. You, my earlier super chats. Like, what? We hit them. We're getting them. RM for $4.99. Hi, gents. Love this stream. Best wishes to you all. Thank you so much for that and for your $4.99 super chat. We appreciate it. Ted, the Star Wars nerd, $2. Hey, can I get a shout out? All you guys rock. Ted, the old Star Wars nerd, does a whole lot of things here. He is a giver, big-time contributor at Echo Base Network, and go check out his channel. He's doing really good stuff over there. So thank you, Ted. Just a dude on a phone, $5. How about Starkiller's story arc minus the Death Star? Followed by him becoming a fulcrum during the rebellion. Anybody want to go there?
I mean, they could. I mean, they could do it. I think anything is open. I think that I'm not big for them pulling from the EU, but they are big on pulling from the EU and changing the story around. So nothing's out of the picture at this point with as well received as a lot of this stuff has been. I think that they're completely going to go retell the Thrawn trilogy, the original Thrawn trilogy, with Ahsoka as the lead character instead of Luke. I think we're going to see that soon. So anything is possible. I don't want that to happen. I'd rather they come up with characters of their own that fit into this world, but we'll see.
So you do think we'll see Luke and Ahsoka together on screen?
I didn't say that. I think that they're going to recreate Heir to the Empire, like the original Thrawn trilogy, with Ahsoka as the focus instead of Luke.
I see. Okay.
They made it they were very careful to ensure that Ahsoka didn't actually acknowledge the existence of Luke. That's one thing I've been really critical of with Ahsoka's existence in general. Is it's hard for me to believe that she didn't seek out Luke Skywalker, that that she wouldn't be aware of this hero of the rebellion that happens to have the same name as Anakin did. Like that to me is almost inconceivable that they wouldn't meet and talk and discuss like all these things that happen. And that would be such a powerful moment. And that's one of the reasons I've always said that I don't think Ahsoka should have lived post Order 66 really, but definitely post Rebels Vader duel. Because I think it creates so many problems in the universe as to why she didn't let Luke know some of these things, why they wouldn't, get together. And I think they were careful to make sure she didn't say like, oh yeah, Luke Skywalker, he's a Jedi, he'll help you out. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. My daughter's sitting here looking at me going, you have got to get off the live stream. Yeah. All right, so I'm getting in trouble, guys.
I'm feeding myself so I don't interrupt the super chats.
Thank you, guys. All right, well, thank you so much for that super chat. Just a dude on a phone. We appreciate it, and yeah, who knows what's going to happen there? They can do anything, certainly. Mark the Infinitely Tired, $2.99. Awesome night and panel. Keep stream rolling, Echo Base Network. Thank you, Mark. Darth Caesar sends in a $10 chat. I'm not hyped for the High Republic because I'm still wanting for them to bring back Legends on the side. I'll never read any other canon books except Thrawn stuff until they bring back Legends. Ooh. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen. I hope it does. That'd be great, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey,
Coach.
Yep.
If you need me or Nick can take over the super chats if Nick brings up the screen.
Nick? He's probably not in here.
He's reloading his drinks.
He's taking like 3 breaks to your none.
None.
No, that's now number 5 for Nick.
Yeah, I'm almost done.
Not that anyone's counting.
We're almost at the end. 200-watt studio, new High Republic characters, Mika Oxmall. Sounds about right. Thank you, 200-watt studio. David White sends $5. Love your channel, bro. Been watching since the start. Keep up the great work. P.S. It's okay to cry at Star Wars. Thank you so much, David. He might have been talking to Star Wars Theory there. I cried too, though. Tim Myers, $20. Hell Echo Base Network. R&B rules. Car videos rule. Gary is awesome. Theory, love your lightsaber unboxing vids. Hail Tom. Arcase Farm rules, but not better than drunks. Ethan Hale. Anna Hale. Dream Team 2021 with Doomcock. Thank you so much, Tim Myers. That means a lot. $20. Thank you so much, man. Colleen Guerrera sends us $9.99. There is clearly something going on with the midichlorians in the High Republic, and not in a good way. And Wookiees wearing pants, Neox captains, and a Prius ship with the pants-wearing Wookiee help. I agree, it is kind of alarming.
The Wookiee has no pants.
Yeah. So thank you, Colleen. We appreciate that very much. Film Exorcist sends $5. Seems we had the same idea. Sadly, my channel hasn't gotten me any closer to making movies. Keep rolling, Film Exorcist. If that's your dream, pursue it. Canadian Jedi Knight sends $5. Do you think Lucasfilm will recanonize the expanded universe through with the multiverse?
No.
Neither doesn't come either way. Man.
Well, you have one thing. Favreau has said it all counts. But the thing you have is the problem that it has been decanonized already. And I know, like Ryan's saying, they're trying to bring things in, but they're doing it in a different way. So I don't know if they're really going to make anybody happy. I know they're trying, but trying is not a solution sometimes.
They're like using things that happen in the EU and then retelling them for this. And some people see that as honoring it. Some people see it as bastardizing it. It all depends on your perspective. But either way, what they've done doesn't fit with the EU. So, do I think there's a potential that we could get more stories in the future that are in the Legends timeline? So nothing else in here, just Legends timeline. I think there's potential because there are people at Del Rey, there are people at Marvel that want to tell Legends stories. That's a fact. So if there's enough push and people are still talking about it in a couple years, I think as long as we keep the pressure up, there is potential to get those stories. Whether those stories will be as good as we want and the people we want telling them, that's a different scenario. But as long as you keep asking for it, there's always a chance. We got Marvel 108. We got an issue. We got a comic book, Marvel 108, that is Legends, definitively Legends, a new story in Legends. So never say never. People there know that people want it.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, can you bring up the super chats?
Let's see here.
Did you ask him to do too much?
I think so.
No, I didn't have the window on.
Jadrian Spivey sends $5. Is Theory aware Rob is the one that broke Duel of the Fate script? I believe he is now.
Yeah.
Didn't you guys kind of talk about that a little bit?
Not while I was here, but
I thought y'all were chatting privately back and forth about it.
I think they were talking about Cobra Kai.
Yeah, we're talking about the Karate Kid 3 script.
Yeah. Oh, I was off then. My bad.
That was me and Theory were talking about it, but
Nick, if you could bring up the chats, I'd be grateful.
Yeah, I have it, but I don't know where you're at.
Scroll down to near the bottom. I just did Jadrian Spivey at $5. There are about 18 left. Guys, thank y'all so much for being patient with us on these super chats. Seriously, y'all, we appreciate that. And it is important to us that we get to them. Jadrian Spivey was the last one that I read.
I don't see it.
Just go down to the bottom and scroll up.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm still haven't, and I've passed like 30.
It's supposed to. Well, it does depend what you're using. If you're using the actual live stream tool,
I'm using the live stream tool.
Then I think it's the other way around. Yeah.
Fire Knight 013 sends $5. Amazing panel. Thank you all. This conversation was amazing until Ryan said the P word. Just kidding. Drunk Super Chat brought it down.
Sorry.
Thank you, Fire Knight. Just a Kid from Brooklyn, $4.99. Look at this beautiful fellowship of the 9 heroes of pop culture. Oh, more like the 7 and then the 2 scrubs. Kyle G. Fisher, $4.99. You were right, Robert. No apology needed. These people will attack you either way. You didn't mend fences. You just empowered the haters.
All right, I found it. I found where you're at.
All right, guys. Ryan, Tom, you are awesome. Thank y'all so much for being here. Ryan, we can't wait to do more with you, man.
Hell yeah, man.
We've done plenty with Tom. I love doing stuff with Tom, but we don't ever get Ryan KINEL, so we need some of that.
If only you were a woman.
Guys, thank y'all. Coach has got to go because my daughter's sitting here going, I'm in trouble. So y'all are awesome. Remember, you are Echo Base Network, and the coach is out.
See ya.
Peace, buddy.
All right, so
Coach became what was that? Coach became Mexican Iron Man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he ruins everything, I swear. All right, bye.
Bye.
All right, Wizza Studios for $10. This is my YouTube fandom's greatest hits here. As a person in favor of diversity, I'll admit these shows and movies are sabotaging fandom. Shows like Expanse are doing it right, but leave politics out. Yes, The Expanse is a great show. Do you watch The Expanse, Ryan?
I've watched the first season. I really dig it. I didn't read the books or anything, so I'm not as invested. When I get more time, I'm definitely going to watch more of it. But Cobra Kai was like the first thing in a long time that I've watched because I legitimately wanted to enjoy something.
Oh, Cobra Kai is great. Tom, I know you watch Expanse, right?
Actually, no, but Andre is
Really?
going to have us start watching it now that Star Trek's done with. So yeah, we're going to be
It's
catching up
really
on
good.
that. Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah, really, really good.
I mean, I was there to help out, get the word out, to get the show renewed and all that stuff on behalf of Doomcock. But yeah, no, I've never actually had a chance to sit down and watch it.
Yeah, it's good. Lego Darth Jar Jar for $10. The crossover of the century. Love each and every one of you guys. Keep up the grind, fellas. Thank you for that, Lego Darth Jar Jar. We will do our best. Kevin Terrell for $5. The contrast is way too high. Where's the brothers at? But it's an honor to watch this. Star Wars Theory, my man. Kevin Terrell, the last time we had a big stream like this was a year ago. We had the amazing Lucas on here. And we've had another good friend of ours, Prince Zion, who's a big Final Fantasy VII fan, that has done some videos with me and Stone Loki. So man, we show some brotherly love here. We do. Next one is Harja, Harj, for $13.99. This has been a great stream. Really enjoying it. Thank you for that. Jack Reher, a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Hey Theory, Ethan, and all of you awesome guys putting the stream together. Matt G, $1.49, sends a super chat sticker with a piece of pie for EVS, I'm sure. Everybody knows EVS loves the
I'll
pie,
eat
man.
it since he's not here.
Yeah. Gek812, Young Ripper 59, be a good addition to charity show. We love Young Ripper 59. He actually gave us a shout out on his stream yesterday. I actually sent him some Batman vs. Predator comic books that he checked out that he had never read before, and that was my first ever comic books that I ever read, and I sent him a set of those, and he enjoyed them. Love Young Ripper 59. The Never Dead 4. From now on, I deem every origin of zombie outbreak on Troy Froman getting stoned in a military truck. Our good brother Gary at NERDROTIC, $100 super chat. Oof. Thank you, brother. So for his New Year's stream, I sent him a $100 super chat. He basically just sent me my money back. Now you can be a grifter too. Yes.
Actually, you guys just paid YouTube a bunch of money in the end.
Yeah, pretty much. YouTube got some of my money, YouTube got some of Gary's money, and we exchanged the difference. Thank you for that, Gary, and thank you for being on the stream. We appreciate it, brother. Our good friend, 2-inch KINEL, the man of the night, with a $2 super chat. This is the best stream lineup ever. Thank you for that. We tried the funny thing is, I will tell you guys this. So,
what's your secrets?
We're a pretty small channel here, and we don't try to go after people and hound them too much about doing stuff. We kind of stick to ourselves and for the most part, but every once in a while when there's something big going on, we try to get as many people involved as possible, and we love all the guys that came on, and there were several people that didn't make it on the stream tonight that we reached out to that we wanted to have on. Jeff from World Class, Jesse Milestone, Ivan Ortega, Doomcock, and several others that couldn't make it tonight. So yeah, every once in a while we'll put something together like this.
All right, back to super chats now. Back to super chats.
Yep.
We might have more of those $2 drunk 3POs.
Yeah, David Frieda, new member. Welcome to Jedi Master. So David Frieda, if you're on Twitter, hit us up on there. We'll add you to the Twitter Jedi Master group, and you'll have to give us the character you want to portray you in a pre-show video. Put the boots to them. $1 super chat. No message. Thank you for that. Blue North Bear, new member, Jedi Master. Thank you for that. Also, same thing like I said, hit us up on Twitter, Facebook, email, so we can, and let us know what character you want to portray you in a pre-show video. We'll add you to all that. Kristaps Iglitis, $20 euros. Some of my favorite streamers coming together. It's simply beautiful. Yes, it was.
you.
Mark the Infinitely Tired, our good brother Mark the Infinitely Tired, for $4.99. Echo Base Network is good as a cold orange Fanta. I've never even had orange Fanta.
It's not bad. It's pretty good.
Never even had it. Our good buddy Tim Myers, which, hang on guys, because I do need to bring this up because Tim Myers sent this in. Already told him that I would do it.
Ducka.
Here it is.
Wonk, 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 wonk. Wonk, 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 wonk.
All right, so I'm going to share my screen. So our good brother, Tim Myers, share screen.
We're still waiting on the June bugs. They on the Georgia Peach and need to share the screen for Nicholas out here in Alabama.
I don't have control. Mike, do you have control?
I always got control.
All right, can you share my screen?
Let me see. Where is it? Closed doors? Is that you?
Yes. Yep.
Yes, sir.
All right, so that is.
It's Tim stuff. Oh, hey, Tim.
Yeah. Tim Myers. So he is always over on Robert Meyer Burnett streams. He's doing his own thing, his own film stuff, and this is one of the films that he's put together. So you guys definitely go check out Tim Myers. He's freaking awesome. We love Tim Myers over here, and thank you so much for all the kind emails you've sent us, the donations. We're really happy to have you as a member over here at Echo Base Network, and continued success to you. And we will have you on a live stream. We promise.
Yeah, Tim said something to me in the chat, right? In his super chat.
He might man, there's been so much going on. I've not even looked at the chat not once tonight, except for when I stepped away.
He said, F you, Ryan. That's what he said. But that's all right. I appreciate that, Tim. I respect it.
He did?
Yeah.
Did he?
And one of our wrenches didn't boot him?
No, I don't care. It was in a super chat. It was joking, obviously.
Okay.
Better be. It better be. Hell hath no fury like Mexican Iron Man. I'll be Ryan Kinel's personal bodyguard. For Ryan, I will load both the sour cream and the guacamole protection launchers on the suit.
If anybody ever bans anyone that's in the chat because they insult me, then you're a pussy. Don't do that. I can take it.
We actually had a meeting with the mods tonight and said, let people say what they want, unless they're just being complete trolls and douchebags. Don't harp on people too much. Tim Meyer says Jeremy told me to. He says, Ron, I love you, man. I talk shit on purpose.
I know. I was just messing with them too. I saw the super chat come in, so I was waiting for it. But no, we're all good.
Big Red Xenal for $5. If this is the real Jedi Council, who would Yaddle be? Star Wars Meg. Yeah, I think Yaddle would probably be Star Wars Meg. But Ryan, do you know much about Yaddle?
Yeah, I mean, I know that Yaddle. So she has a different story in Legends than I think she does in Canon. In Legends, she died on a mission with Anakin. Actually, she died before the Clone Wars started, if I recall. And then in canon, we don't really know too much about her fate, although it's just different than it is. So that question was brought up a lot because Ahsoka should have probably heard of Yaddle when she's like, I've only ever heard of one other of his species when talking about Grogu. So,
Right.
Yeah.
All right, our good buddy JP RPH1 for $19.99. Congrats on the stream. You've got to do more of these type things. Win-win for everyone involved and gets more eyes on EBN. Yes, we'd love bringing everybody together. I mean, me and Coach were really just taken back, just listening to everybody. It's been awesome. We absolutely love it. Tim Myers for $2. Check your email. Tim, I did check it, and I did respond. Tim Myers, Nick, can I come on yet? Coach is gone. These guys have got to run. I got to run. Mike's got to run. It has been an insane night.
What do you mean you got to run? We're just getting started here. We got another hour or two of, we can do some live pop-ins tonight, bro. What, are you kidding me? Where do you got to run to? Don't give me any, I'm tired and
I don't have any control over
I
anything.
do? Well, you and I have control of everything together, my brother.
Are you good to stay on?
Yeah, let's do this.
I've only got about 5 more minutes.
All right,
Okay,
we can do some
Ryan-
live pop-ins of the chat peeps, because I've been
Ryan-
getting blown up on Twitter.
All right, Ryan, Tom, I got 2 more super chats, and I'm done with super chats, and then we'll let you guys shout out your channels and let you guys go, and then we'll take a quick 2-minute break and then move on from there. Mike Trout for $5. Ex-Dem democracy equals agree to disagree. Fascism equals intolerant of any disagreement. Facts. Not to get political, but also you're not wrong there, Mike. LR Dice for $5. Screw the hate. Star Wars forever. Yeah, and that's the thing. We had so many different people on here tonight with different political views and stuff, and the fact that we can all come together and nerd out over Star Wars, Cobra Kai, books, comics, pop culture, entertainment is just awesome, and that's the thing. We love bringing the community together, despite our differences in opinions and stuff, and we're gonna keep rolling. Everybody that's been on stream tonight is gonna keep on rolling with it. So, and that is the last super chat, and I want to thank Ryan and Tom for being here tonight, guys. We really appreciate you guys taking the time to come on here tonight, and we are definitely looking forward to doing more stuff with you guys in the future.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
Hit me up anytime, man.
All right, Tom, you want to go ahead and plug what you got going on?
Check us out on Midnight's Edge After Dark, Midnight's Edge Live Archive, Midnight's Edge Radio. We're working on a Karate Kid retrospective. Sure, there's all kinds of other stuff that Andre's got in the pipeline I have no idea about yet, but I'll find out soon enough. Other than that, just check us out and hang out all kinds of different places.
Awesome. All right, Ryan, what do you got going on?
I am going to be doing a Sports Wars stream tomorrow morning. I'm going to be doing a stream on my channel at probably 3 to 3:30 Pacific time. So that'll lead up to what Theory's got going on at 5 Pacific time. So that'll be good. And then we've got the Mario Kart stream, Geeks and Gamers. And I'll be putting out a video or two in between all of that stuff as well. Just continuing to grind. I talk about Star Wars. I talk about pop culture, comic books, pretty much anything that catches my eye.
And like I said earlier, man, you're killing it over on Sports Wars, man. I love that channel. I'm a big sports guy, like huge.
I want to add to that. I'll tell you, like a lot of us who don't watch ESPN anymore, or even Fox, due to the
I don't
wokeativity, the wokeativity type of thing. So I want to say this about his show. The show is amazing. Ryan, what you do is great. You guys are fast. You guys are upbeat. All of you guys, especially when you have whether you have guests or not, you guys know your material and your subject matter. Hey, this is like sports fans by guys who are fans, and I encourage everybody, especially if you've had to give up on stuff, go over and check it out. It's worth getting up on a Sunday for.
Yeah,
thank you, man.
And it's funny because a guy that me and Coach went to middle school with, in high school with, watches you guys, and I didn't even know he even watched you guys. But you guys shouted us out for the Mark Hamill tweet on the Sports Wars. I sent in a super chat I think this last week, and he texted us and was like, "Yeah, so I watch Sports Wars to watch shout outs for Echo Base Network. Like, you guys know these people?" I was like, yeah. But yeah, there's
completely different audience. We've been a little quiet over there because there's obviously a lot of stuff going on right now as far as censorship and taking people down. So we're just making sure that we know our path forward. But we will be there tomorrow morning to talk about it as always. So
awesome.
All right, well, okay, there you go. I just wanted to make sure you knew that you were still sharing the screen there. So.
Oh, yeah. Mike, I don't have control over that. Can you stop sharing my screen, please?
There you go. But again, thanks for having me. This was awesome.
Thank you.
X and Iron Man reaching out. I'm glad I was able to hop on.
And we promoted your channel, too. You know, go over to Arcade. Before you leave, I'm also a channel member of Ryan's, and I love being there. And it's similar to Star Wars Theory, being a channel member, which is that you keep in contact with us. You do car videos.
I do.
For those of us who are members, your car videos are awesome, and your pricing is very, very, very affordable. So you gotta don't just check out his channel, don't just sub there. Think about becoming a channel member. It's worth it. It's worth it. It really is.
Yep,
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
All right, guys. Well, we'll let you guys go. We're gonna take a quick 2-minute break, and if anybody in the chat wants to come on and discuss a couple topics, there's some stuff we didn't get to tonight, and we'll get into that and get y'all's opinions on it.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take a break if you need to, Nick. I'm gonna go ahead and take over, and then I'll send out the links to my Twitter, because in order to get on tonight, we're not going to throw the links out there because we have too many people watching. So you're going to follow me and message me or tweet me, and then I will send you the information as to how you need to log on. I'll just tell you right now, it's at my KINEL SJ. I'm going to put it in the chat. I'll also put my email in the chat, and so either send me an email or send me a Twitter DM, and I will send you the link, and we will do live pop-ins like we normally do every Saturday night.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, thank you guys. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Tom.
Take care. Thanks.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, Mike, you want to take over real quick? I'm going to let the dogs out.
Absolutely, brother. Poor dogs haven't been to the bathroom in, 6 hours, 5 hours?
I let them out right before the stream, so 4 hours ago. Chico's in the living room, whining. And all right, I'll be back in just a second.
No worries, brother. No worries. All right, everybody in the stream, let me go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and in the live stream. So what we're going to do now is what we normally do on a Saturday night when we don't have such an illustrious VIP list of guests, which is we're going to have live pop-ins, which is an opportunity for everybody in the Echo Base Network, for each of you to come on the stream and share your feelings about where you think Star Wars is at and where we're going. And if you just want to pop on tonight and talk about maybe something you learned or something you liked, even something you disagreed with, that any of the 10 panelists tonight, we had 10, including Coach and Nick, so we had 8 guests tonight. If you want to come on and talk, or even talk about the panel or anything like that tonight, we are here. I commit to do this for another hour at the minimum, 2 hours tops. We had a couple of people that have been patiently waiting for 4 or 5 hours. Appreciate it. And I just want to take a minute and tell all of you guys in the fan group that, I started here as about, when they talk about this being Echo Base Network, it really is a network. And by that, what I mean is that, I didn't start this channel. I'm executive producer now. I became a wrench, sure. But I started as a fan. I saw some of the videos that these guys did, and I took a look around. I'd already been a fan of Star Wars Theory. And some other places too. Star Wars IRL is another great channel as well. But I found something unique here, and to me, it started with a philosophy, and that philosophy was that these guys, just like Theory, and even like IRL, it's like these guys just cared that you were a Star Wars fan. What they cared about, what I loved about Coach and Nick, is they didn't care if you loved the trilogy or not, the original one. They didn't. They have a preference, yes. They have a strong bias preference, yes. But at the end of the day, they really don't care if, you love the prequels more than anything. And you know what? We even have people in Echo Base Network that are fans of we had this one show. Actually, we've done this twice in the last year. We had this one show where we let people come on and say why the Disney sequels 7, 8, 9, which they are 7, 8, 9, and we do refer them as 7, 8, 9. You might hear people interchangeably say Disney sequels or Disney trilogy. Hey, here at Echo Base Network, we refer to them as 1 through 9. So love it or like it or whatever, love it or hate it, that's what we do. It's canon. So 1 through 9. So we had a show or two whereby people could come on and talk about the sequel trilogy. And you know what was really interesting? Something really interesting happened. What happened was that what we learned was that, when you look at some of the stuff, it can be very generational. In fact, one of the analogies that someone came up with was that, hey, look, it's a lot like the military. It's a lot like, I don't know, maybe even some wars. Everybody has PTSD from different stuff. And, there was a couple young gentlemen who were in their 20s and talked about what they liked and what they appreciated and they saw. And it made me think, because, believe it or not, Mexican Iron Man is not a spring chicken any longer. Yes. WD-40 is needed on some of the joints. So that means that I started with Star Wars, the original. It means, 4, 5, and 6, right? But I just want to say everybody's welcome. And we certainly try to keep politics out of it. We don't really get into a lot of stuff. Lord knows there's channels that, kind of go out there, that boldly go in different places that others, have been or can go. And, that's cool. That's great. All right. So I've got a few people that I committed to and that are already lined up. And again, either Twitter me in and I'll bring you in as I can, or send me an email. And I put my email. I'll do it one more time. This is the last time we do it. So it's Mexican. It's a Gmail address, right? So it's Mexican.Ironman.ca. Guess what the CA stands for, everyone? California. Guess what California is? The state that I'm leaving in 3.5 weeks. If I hadn't shattered my leg, I'd already be gone. But I did. And so I should be done with rehab and all that stuff and get the clearance. And then I'm driving cross country with Loki, our brother Loki, by the way, Stone Loki of Mornings of Mischief. Okay, so here we go here. Let's add some folks to the stream here. And I'd like to welcome Ted, old Star Wars nerd you.
Hey, Ted.
Arnold, what's up, brother? How are you? Thanks for sticking around.
Good to see you guys.
CPTV, you've been
Good
sitting.
to see you, Cardinal.
All three of you guys have been around, I think, for all 5.5 hours, right? So,
Yeah, I've been here.
Yeah. How are you? Welcome tonight. We'll start with you. We'll go to let's see. What is my left or on the screen? You're right, everybody. So, CPTV, talk about yourself. What's up? What's going on? And then I invited you on tonight to talk about some of your videos and some of your projects and stuff. So we'll start with you, sir.
Yeah, so I'm the CPT stands for Captain Vaca. Vaca is Spanish for cow, and that's just kind of a play on my last name. I have more recently embraced my Star Wars turbo nerddom and just started embracing it. And I gave myself permission to take off with a fan fiction, kind of an alternative ending to The Mandalorian. You guys are great, like helping out the little guy. Like I did the shameless like self-promotion plug, and instead of like shutting it down, I actually got a lot of positive feedback on that. So appreciate keeping that going, because as we all know, breaking the YouTube algorithm is nearly impossible and when you're not sponsored or you're not, going down that.
Breaking it is all that happens now.
Yeah, for sure. Awesome. Yeah. Hey, there it is. So it was a ton of fun, but it's like uber tedious, So mad respect to you guys and all of your video essays. I can't imagine, mine is 12 minutes long. I can't imagine what it's like to put one together for an hour. Man, it's just a blank canvas to craft, but just kind of getting back into the swing of things and got a couple other projects that are in the works and dreaming up for future aspirations. So. This was awesome though. I mean, it's fun to just come together, and like as soon as I saw the finale of season 2, man, I started like calling all my friends like, yo, we need to right now drop what you're doing. We're talking about The Mandalorian. So, it was just my Star Wars nirvana for sure.
That's great, brother. And you know what? In these troubling times, we need as much positivity as we can get. And hey, it is tough to do the algorithm, but look, have faith and keep sticking with it. And I'll tell you this much: I remember when this channel right here, the one you're on, I remember when there were hundreds of subs. I remember Coach and Nick's the first stream they did. Actually, that's what got me to volunteer to help them out. the first stream wasn't exactly how we say as smooth as tonight was. You know, it was quirky and it was weird. Hey, you know what? You just stick with it, and you'll be surprised. But more importantly is you need help. You can't do it alone. And one of the great things about the fandom is that there's conservative and liberal people in this EBN network, and boys, gals, every gender preference. This is true diversity, and we embrace it all. So what I want to do is we got a lot of people lining up real quick in the back. So just real quickly, Captain Vaca. So this here is, I brought up on the screen here, this is the video you did, and it's an alternative ending that says, what if Luke had not shown up, right?
Yes, sir. So it's, honestly, Star Wars Theory kind of inspired me to make it. There's a little bit of like a underlying like comedy tone to it. And I think, honestly, the reason for that was, first of all, it's just kind of my personality. And then second of all, I kind of struggled, I think, just like self-confidence wise, to take myself seriously and, having to listen to the sound of my own voice. But it was pretty well received based on the people that I've talked to. And so that's always encouraging. But the more love we can get on it, man, the quicker I'm be inspired to get back to it for sure. So.
Yep. So I just put the link up there. And so I'm going to encourage everybody to check you out. Got the link up there. And then we're going to roll to the next one. Ted, I'm going to bring you up next, sir. So Captain Vaca, you're welcome to chill out and hang out with us. I just put the link up there. And so I'm going to encourage everybody to check you out. Got the link up there. And then we're going to roll to the next one. Titan, I need you to shut off your audio. You got to wear headphones, brother. I need you to wear headphones. You can't have audio going, otherwise it echoes. And close the other YouTube window that's not the StreamYard. Titan, I need. All right, I'm just going to mute him for a bit. All right.
Hey, this stuff gets complicated,
Well, you know what? Over in Alabama, we just try to follow the instruction manual as best as we can. Brother Ted, you are up next, my brother. You're up next.
Well, thank you very much, Mexican Iron Man. Captain Vaca, I understand you talking about the editing and how tedious and hard it is. I did a video. Echo Base has inspired me. They do these retrospectives. So I did a video on Porkins just for the fun of it to see if I could. And editing that thing, it took a while. It took a long time. And I really applaud all the great editing Coach and Nick and Mexican Iron Man do on this channel. It's just awesome, everything they do.
Absolutely.
Everything you do, brother.
Thank you. Yeah, I just trying to have some fun out here.
You're actually pretty busy. Now, what did you think of the panel tonight? What was your impression? Who impressed you the most, or anything you took out of tonight?
I am still just overwhelmed with everything that happened. It's going to take a while for me to process this. That was just all the good comments and the chat and everything. This is a just record-breaking stream. I loved it. Star Wars Theory, it was great to see him on here, and with Jeremy and Ryan. Love Ryan KINEL. I watch his stuff all the time. I'm big into the EU books. And all the guys, on Midnight Edge, Robert MEYER, I can't even name AVS. I can't remember, but it was just great seeing them all here. And you did a great job keeping them all together. And anyway, enough. Yeah, that was great. It was really great.
Oh man!
Like I say, I'm just overwhelmed by all the love for Star Wars and everybody coming out and supporting everybody. This is how it should be. Everybody needs to get behind everybody and just help everybody out, and that's what we're here for. We're here to love and enjoy Star Wars together, whether it be people in Canada, people in South America, wherever you are and whoever you are. Star Wars bridges ages, cultures, everything. Everybody can love Star Wars and come together and talk about it.
Excellent. Do you have anything coming up that you want to promote? Any appearances, any shows, live streams going to be on, any videos dropping, anything like that?
I just put out my news videos each night. I've been trying to do a little bit of news each night just to get a little more content up on the channel. I watch an Ewoks episode about every week or so. Spend a lot of my time watching YouTube and catching up on everybody else's stuff too. It's almost a full-time job to keep up with the other channels,
Well, I'd say emotionally, it's a lot more satisfying to it's just a lot more satisfying to be part of this thing right now than it was a year and change ago. I mean, just by far.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just by far, it really isn't. And I want to thank you for being such a core part of the core group. You've been here since before I was here, And I know, Coach, we're here. You'd say what I'm saying, but this network is blessed to have people like you that've been here from the very beginning.
Well,
Not just the folks that are here now, which we love you too, but we appreciate all your support, and it's been great. You're a fan of them like I am, right? I just happen to be on the mic sometimes, so that's all.
Right, I'm a big fan of Echo Base Network. They've been great to me. They've been great to everybody I've seen. Love all their videos. They just something about Coach and Nick. Their hometown.
They're genuine. They're genuine.
Yeah, they're down to earth, genuine dudes.
That Midwest mentality. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We're going to bring, thanks, Ted. We're going to bring Tighten Up. You ready to go, brother? I see you got the headphones on. How are you?
Hey, thank you very much for coming on. It's an honor to thank you very much for Nick and Coach.
Oh, you know what, brother? You're echoing in your own headphones because you have a StreamYard window open and you have a Google window open with the live stream. So you just leave the StreamYard window open where you can see us and close that other window. All
right, I'm a noob.
Yeah, it's okay. Hey, brother, that's okay. You know what? One of the things that we're happy to do here is we want to give, for the people. A lot of people don't live stream, and one of the things that's great about Nick and Coach is, hey, if we can help you guys get started, even if you don't even have your own channel, let's get you in front of the camera and let's get your opinion out there. So, what's going on? What do you want to talk about?
This is what I want to say about this channel. I am endearing to them. I'm in love with their channel. This is why, because I feel like all social media is like Rome. If you ever seen Maximus Gladiator with Russell Crowe, I don't know if you see where I'm going with this or not, but Coach and Nick are Maximus Decimus Meridius, the father of the blah blah blah. That epic line that he delivers, and you have Joaquin Phoenix playing a brilliant role, underrated film. I think best films ever. And everyone relates. Like Star Wars, Luke Skywalker is Maximus, and everyone knows it. And
the analogy is lost on me totally.
Look, Luke Skywalker is Maximus. He's a flawed character. His ignorance. He kind of gave up a little bit, but then he came back to himself. Maximus went through some deep stuff. He's Academy Award-winning actor, and Joaquin Phoenix is an incredible actor. What I'm getting comparing this to, look at Rome, look at the United States, right? A house against itself, divided against itself, will fall. I'm not getting biblical there, but when everything internally breaks down, everything will fall. What I'm saying is, let me pull the point. I feel like Geeks and Gamers, Echo Base Network, Doomcock and all them are the guys that speak out, and they don't get enough credit because they speak out, and then the media just wants to tear down things and take things out of context for what it's not real. They take things out. They don't see the character of the man or woman to be politically correct. And what I don't like is they don't see they judge people before they actually know them. And what I'm saying is Maximus is all of us fighting, Geeks and Gamers. Germany has taken so much crap, R&B and all that, cancel culture coming on them like Rome. What I'm saying is he's speaking up. You guys are Maximus speaking up to the culture. And that's what I'm saying.
I love it, brother. I love it.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I know you didn't get what I was saying at first, but I was trying to bring it home. And you guys give people like me a voice to speak up. I never felt comfortable to talk about these things because, Echo Base Network was the first channel I saw praying. Because you know what the media does to Christians? They said they promote this hate. That's not true. God is love. If you know the Bible, have you read it? All these, it pisses me off, man. It pisses me off. And I have to sit there and just be nice to everyone because I'm a Christian. But Jesus was not a pussy. He was not. I'm going to use that word.
We got to cut you off there. We're going to get YouTube banned. As much as I love what you're saying, we got restrictions on the channel.
I
Ty, thank you for
understand. I
coming up,
apologize. Hey, Nick and everyone else, I apologize.
No, you don't need to apologize. You don't need to apologize, brother. But what I do want to share with everybody is that, you struck in on, your analogy is well founded, because earlier today I was having a conversation with Nick and Coach, and I was saying something very similar to what you're saying. I said it a different way. I didn't use an analogy, but what I told him is this: the reason I'm still involved in Echo Base Network, and the reason why I volunteer so much, is because they're not just they're not trying to build a channel for their own sake. In fact, Nick and Coach have a very busy 80, 90 hour a week daytime jobs that they work over the weekend. Okay. But what they've done is they're not trying to build this channel. They don't even care about making money off the time. I mean, don't get me wrong. They love the super chats, but every dollar that y'all give them, whether you're a channel member or super chats, they reinvest in this little channel. They buy toys, collectibles, they give them away. They, get better equipment. God knows, if you see videos from a year ago, the production value is completely different. But they do that, and they do that from a non-selfish standpoint. And what I told them is that Echo Base Network is not just about entertainment. They actually are creating social change, where on a daily basis, people like you and me, Titan, we're happier because we came here. We're motivated because we came here. And like Captain, look at Ted.
They're giving us voices, which we've never had before.
Exactly. In fact,
if you're a Christian, you cannot speak out in the media. And I am thankful, gratitude for Echo Base Network.
Great having you here, brother. I got to rotate in Cardinal Sin now. Cardinal Sin, how are you, brother? How are you?
Hey, how are you, brother?
I'm fantastic. Thanks for your patience, and thanks for joining everybody here on here tonight. And what do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? Star Wars, The Mandalorian, the Tonight's Panel? What do you want to talk about?
I want to throw some shade at Ted for taking exactly what I was going to say, and now I'm left without very much to say at all.
Great, Ted. Ted's the old Star Wars nerd, of course.
That's right. Yeah, he really he said it all. It's about community. It's about love for Star Wars. It's about bringing all these channels together, regardless of size. And he did a fantastic job of saying it, which leaves me with very little to say. So thanks.
All right. So, I will say this for you. I will say this, and if anyone else wants to come on, you're more than welcome to. I'm now going to take the crazy step of I'm going to take the link to this channel. We're gonna get to your promo in a second here, buddy. But I'm going to take the added step, and I'm going to go ahead and throw the link. It seems like some people are having problems on Twitter, and I'm not sure about Gmail. But anyways, if you want to come on, that's the link. We're going to do this for a little bit longer, not all night, but a little bit longer. Cardinal Sin, you have some exciting news. I've known you. Where did you and I originally meet? Was it on the Doomcock channel? Or was it?
Yeah, it was via Doomcock. Yeah.
Wow, that was a while back, wasn't it?
But since then, you've been my hero.
Me? What are you talking about?
You're Mexican Iron Man. You're everyone's hero. You're the everyman that's taken on the mantle of, becoming a superhero in your own life, and that really speaks to me a lot. And it moves me, and I think it moves everybody that's familiar with who you are and what you do.
All right. Well, I'm going to be like Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers here, and I'm going to adjust myself in my chair because I don't take compliments too well. I think I'm more comfortable when Coach and Nick are beating up on me. Hey, listen, let me change the subject because thank you for your compliment. Okay, thank you. It's wonderful to hear that. And what I do is I try to work a little bit harder each week to make a couple extra bucks so I can do some super chats here and super chats there and do some channel memberships here and there. And that's why I was plugging the guys earlier. I'm a fan. I don't get any financial consideration from Echo Base Network or any other channels I support because I believe that we need to build community. And you know what? In a town where we can live in our own towns and cities and we can't even hang out together, but you know what? We can build community. We can build community here. So, Cardinal Sin, now you've launched your channel now about a week ago, right? And we're starting your launch, and you've got a video, and so I'm going to bring it up here.
Well, I launched the channel a few months ago.
Okay,
but it's been slowly building, and there's a very special episode of Into the Fringe, which is my paranormal /UFO show, and
which me and Coach have appeared on.
Yes. And Mexican Iron Man is my special expert co-host for the next month at least.
Yes, until I get fired or he upgrades me. But why don't we go ahead and I'm gonna go. Is it okay if I play your trailer?
Please.
It's a quick little trailer. All right, everybody, we got a little trailer for his show, and it's gonna be showing on what day and time? What day? Thursdays?
This Thursday at 7:00 Central.
All right, here we go. Let's watch it, everybody, real quick. Let's see what he's got.
And expert guest host, Mexican Iron
Oh,
Man.
well, let's restart
for
it.
a
Hold on,
very
let's restart it. Let's go back.
UFO
And make it big.
and aliens. Join me, Cardinal Sin, and expert guest host, Mexican Iron Man, for a very special archival alien abduction episode of Into the Fringe. We'll present a lecture by Leah Haley, who was abducted by both aliens and the military. You'll hear her relate in her own words her true first-person account of abductions by both aliens and military personnel. She shares her experiences with black helicopter intimidation, of her phone being tapped, being followed, and of being shot down while aboard an alien craft. Then the military abducted her and wanted to know what the aliens told her aboard the craft they just shot down. She was then kidnapped, threatened, and tortured. A CPA with 2 master's degrees, Leah shares the emotional trauma she experienced when her normal world was shattered and goes into detail about her harrowing experiences. Don't miss this live stream premiere on the Cardinal Sin channel, Thursday, January 14th at 7 p.m. Central. This is the first time this lecture has ever been broadcast. Make sure and tell your friends this mind-bending lecture will blow the doors off what you think you know about UFOs and aliens, and will be on hand to answer your questions afterward. Join me, Cardinal Sin, and my special guest host, Mexican Iron Man, for a powerful first-person lecture, including a Q&A that will be just like you were there. Only on this very special episode of Into the Fringe on the Cardinal Sin channel.
Oh, looky there. All right. Look at
Awesome.
that. Look
Now,
at that. You
was
put
that just me, or did it look extra small instead of big?
Well, no, that's my format. I wasn't quite ready for you, but it's okay. It's okay. But you got on. I got to welcome Cardinal. Thanks for stopping by. You guys, thanks for stopping by. I got to rotate the next group in, but before that, I got to check with.
And if you would drop the channel link into the chat, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely, I'll do it right now. Here, let's go ahead and.
We need to get people psyched up for the show and get some subs and.
Hey, you know what? We got to support people of every channel that everybody that wants to grow, because we all started as little baby dandelions. All right, thanks everybody, and I got to get the next group of people in. Thanks, Titan.
Thanks, Titan.
All right, I got to get the next group of peeps in. Ted, you sticking around or you going?
I'll go. Yeah, y'all go ahead. I'm out of here.
All right.
All right. Good to see you, Ted. Thanks for helping out tonight.
All right, we want to welcome in our next couple guests. Let's start with the Bale 11.
Hello.
How are you, sir? How are you?
All right.
Welcome. What would you like to talk about? Star Wars, Mandalorian, tonight's stream.
Star Wars.
Okay, go ahead. Fire away.
Well, I've been enjoying The Mandalorian recently. No. Can't.
Are you echoing over there? Are you echoing? Hello? How's your audio going?
All right.
We can't hear you too well, brother. Here, let me pop you out, and then I'm gonna pop you right back in. I'll be right back. I'm gonna pop you out, and then just come right back in. I'll reset your audio. Okay. Mark the Infinitely Tired. How are you, sir?
What's up, Mexican Iron Man Nick? How's it going?
What's going on, Mark? How's it going, man?
Getting over this little virus thing I had, but luckily enough, it wasn't the beer bug. So.
Oh no! There was another possibility of that.
I had three of my guys go down with it last weekend. I got some symptoms and went and got checked, and everything was fine. It's just I had an intestinal tract infection. So yay me!
Thanks for coming on the channel and talking talking about intestinal tract infection. Well, good job, buddy. So what do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about Star Wars? You want to talk about The Mandalorian? You want to talk about tonight's stream? What do you want to talk about?
I just popped in to say hey, and tonight's stream was awesome from what I got to see. I was bouncing back and forth between two streams. Glad to see you guys are moving up in the world. It's awesome to see a channel taking off like Echo Base has. It's awesome.
Well, so we appreciate it.
You remember a time when they were little tiny Padawans?
Oh yeah, I was there.
We're still little tiny Padawans.
in more ways than we all know. Hey, Mark, as someone who's seen the channel for a while, what's your favorite Echo Base Network memory, if you have one?
Top 5 always. Nick knows that.
Oh yeah.
Those top 5, the old school top 5s were fun.
Okay, cool. All right, well, Bailey 11, you're back. Can you let's do a sound check? Can you hear us?
Yeah.
There you go. You sound much clearer now. Good job. All right, great. So, what's on your mind? What do you want to comment on?
Star Wars.
Fire away.
Yeah, The Mandalorian is pretty good.
Yeah, I think for the most part, I mean, most of the Star Wars fans are pretty happy with the Mandalorian for the most part. I mean, there's definitely stuff you can criticize with it, but overall, especially the last episode of season 2, kind of overshadowed a lot of that criticism. So how did you feel when you saw the return of Luke Skywalker in that final episode?
Happy, yeah.
Say that again.
Happy, yeah. Really.
Nick, you got the floor. I got to take a quick break, real quick. I'll be back in 5. Nick, you're up.
All right. Yeah. Were you expecting to see Luke in that last scene, Bale? No. Yeah, I wasn't either. Well, what about you, Mark? What was your reaction? What was your thoughts on that final episode of Mandalorian?
I lost it. I mean, seeing the X-wing come in was one thing, and I had hope beyond hope that there would be a Y-1300 freighter flying right behind him. That would have been even better. But getting Luke popping out the X-wing and dismantling the Dark Troopers was cool. It was very cool, and actually, they could have done a little bit better with the face.
Yeah,
it looked 2-dimensional more than it did 3-dimensional. But overall, that was a phenomenal ending. There's nothing better than that.
Yeah, I could tell as soon as he did that face reveal that the CGI was not really.
I'll give it
that
this
great.
Yeah, I give it this much. It was better than Leia's in Rogue One, because Leia's in Rogue One was terrible. It was horrible. Yeah,
it was. But yeah, the reveal and him coming back, it was freaking awesome. I loved it. So Bale, where do you see Mandalorian and Star Wars going from here?
I know.
Huh? Can you hear us?
Yeah. Well, I think it might get worse.
You think it's going to get worse moving forward?
Yeah. Probably more woke with Kathleen Kennedy involved.
Well, fingers crossed. Hopefully, it does not get worse.
Yeah.
Mark, Mark, where do you see it going from here?
I see a little bit of it taking off from the Clone Wars with going back to Mandalore. Hopefully, we'll get a little bit of the fighting over a fight over the Darksaber and bringing in the rest of the Mandalorian sects to see who takes over and who ends up there. I was really interested when Grand Admiral Thrawn was brought up, but somebody, I forgot who it was that mentioned it earlier, that Ahsoka would be more involved with that, which of course it is, but it would have been awesome to see maybe him show up and make a small cameo before going there. But I think next season is going to be interesting. I think there's a lot of potential there.
I can tell you one thing that's not going to happen in the plot is that Baby Yoda will not have an orange Fanta can in any episode in the next season. There is zero chance that's happening. So I don't know what this Fanta thing is. I don't know if it's a jab at we're going to institute a policy next week that anyone with a Fanta can or Fanta joke is going to get kicked or banned for 300 seconds.
Oh man, come on! I'll have to. Okay, you're no fun. You're no fun, Mexican Iron Man.
Oh, that's me, no fun. Anyways, Bell and Mark, really tired guys. Thanks for coming by, and got to get some more people in here. Thanks so much. See you next weekend, guys.
See you later. All right, thanks, guys.
Bye bye. Okay, and there goes Mark. All right. This is fun. All right, well, it looks like we don't. Let me check my email one more time. We're going to do one more check of my email. I don't have anyone in my email. Let me go over and check on my Twitter. Do you have any super chats that we got to read?
Let me double check. Let me refresh the page. Nope, we're good.
All right, on my Twitter, let's see. I had John Smith, I had Richard Wilson, I had the Watchers, all of those people I sent links to. I don't see them in the back, but of course that was an hour or two ago.
Did Tim Myers come on here while I had to step away?
No, I threw the link out on the public feed too. So I think Tim basically waited the 3 or 4 hours and then he rolled up, bro.
Oh, okay.
But at least, but at least you shouted him out, so that's a good part.
Yeah. I sent him another email and told him he could go ahead and jump on. I didn't know if he had gotten it or if he.
And that's something I want to say to people in the stream. You know, one of the things that you're really good, Nick, about of course you and Coach, but the way that like for example, Captain Vaca earlier today came on board is that he's a small channel. He produced content. Yeah. Hey, listen up in the stream, everybody. If you guys have a small, tiny channel, maybe you have no subs or just a few subs, but you got something creative. You did a video. Maybe you did like, so you looked up the Star Wars theory and you put together your own fan film, but you've got no reach. Well, you know what? Why don't you just hit us up, send an email to echobestnetwork@gmail.com. And like what Nick did with Captain Vaca is he went over there, checked it out, then he sent me the link and asked me what I thought. Nick and I talked about it. We said, yeah, let's bring him on. It's good enough. I mean, is it perfect? No, but Captain Vaca didn't have $1 billion budget either. But you know what? It's fan content, and we would be more than happy to bring some of you guys on the channel on a Saturday night. Right now, we've got about 700, 600 people, watching. Earlier, we had almost 3,000, by the way. You guys had about 3,000. I don't know if you were counting, but.
Yeah, that 3 weeks ago, we were really pushing, like, man, if we could just get 50 people on here.
That was 4 weeks ago, but yeah. Like that.
Yeah.
I just want to commend you, Nick. I want to give you a compliment and say that's great that you take the time to go to other tiny channels. It's wonderful
that you
absolutely. Do that. And I think that's wonderful. Melissa Lord just threw something out about Nick and y'all. Did you read the Air Trilogy? Do y'all think we'll get it, the original story, in live action? I don't think so but this is my opinion. I don't think so because I think all the content they've thought about doing, and I don't think even all of it's going to get done, but all the content that they've thought about doing is up on the board, on the blackboard on the wall. And I can't see them with the theater shutting down. And then you look at what's happened with Warner Brothers. And, there's now there is a partnership and collaboration between theaters and studios. There is now outright hostility, if not war.
Yeah.
Agreed? Would you agree?
I agree.
Ergo, I think people like Disney especially are going to look at what happened with Tenet, which was a major, had a huge budget, brought in trickles. They look at Wonder Woman, where they had a dual. So they're looking at things that have had theatrical releases as well as dual releases and say, we think we're just going to hold our little marbles. And remember, people, Disney does not have the cash that it used to. Now, while in Florida, Disney World is open, Disneyland in California has been closed, and reports, which I will soon be confirming, I'm going to go live out with Loki, and I'm going to be an agent of Doomcox again, and I'm going to infiltrate the closed Disneyland location in Southern California, and we will be producing a video. Last one we did got 140,000 views. We're going to go infiltrate, but because of their cash flow, Melissa, it's just not going to happen. Now, I would love it to happen, but it's just not going to happen. Nick?
So real quick before I answer that question, Titan, yes, I completely spaced out that Titan is Tim Myers. So yeah, I did see you in here. I just completely spaced that was your name on here. So yeah, I did see Tim in here, and I'm glad you got to come on here.
Well, I'm gonna plead ignorance. I'm sorry, bro. I did not know you were one and the same, but
yeah. and I hate I wasn't on here when you jumped on here, but I have a standing desk, so I'm standing the whole time, and we've been going for 6 hours, and so I had dogs whining in the back, so I had to go sit down, take a smoke break for a minute, let the dogs out.
But you apologize. And you know what?
but-
Frankly, let's tell people the truth. You were up yesterday. You got off work around 6 or 7. You stayed up till 4:30 to get ready for tonight.
I got off work at midnight last night, and me and Coach stayed up till 4, a little
And
after
the night
4 a.m.
before,
this
you were
morning.
with me on the phone for 2.5 hours
Yeah.
prepping for the show too. So
Yeah,
you know, you
exactly.
guys in the chat, that's the commitment we have. So here's the takeaway for tonight. We're going to wind things down since we don't have anyone else wanting to jump on the stream. And what we're going to say in parting is this, and I think I can say this as the exec producer. I'm going to say 2 things. One, tonight's show was epic.
Yeah.
But without dropping any spoilers, and I don't want to jinx anything. Yes, the matchup video that they did for Theory was amazing. Yes, their other videos have been amazing. Tonight's stream was amazing. But we've got something in the works right now that will make all of that look, how do we going to say, level B compared to what we got in the works?
What we have in the works will make tonight's stream look small.
And that's
I'll-
unbelievable. And
I'll leave it at that. So
stay tuned. Stay tuned. If you're not a sub of this channel, go sub right now. It costs you nothing, but at least sub so you get the notification of what's going to happen. Follow them on Twitter. Sub if you want to become a channel member. You know, you can become a channel member. But big things are afoot at the Circle K, as they said at Ted's.
Yeah, and if you are, I'll say this one more time. If you're a Jedi Master member, hit us up on Twitter, Facebook, or email.
Yep.
So that we can put you in a group chat and we can find out who you want to portray you in a pre-show video of character of your choosing that we're going to put together. But yeah, hit that bell notification so you guys get alerts because we got some huge breaking news that we're hopefully going to be breaking. We're keeping our fingers crossed. There's
It could
things
be
in
as
the
early
works.
as Tuesday, no later than Saturday. We hope. It could be. It
Yeah.
could take us another week, but we're working on it. I'm working as hard as I can. And number 2 is that, again, if any of you have small channels and you've got content, you're not getting subs, you're not getting reach out to echobasenetwork@gmail.com. Send us a link to your video on YouTube. Let us see what you've got. Nick and I'll take a look at it. If it's okay, and stuff like that. And meanwhile, we would love to have you guys on and help promote your channels and help you grow and stuff because we got to grow together.
Yeah, I shared. There was one of our members that commented on one of our videos, and I shared out his video. Anakin Skywalker. And he did a video on his thoughts on Pablo Hidalgo, talking down on Star Wars Theory, and I gave him a shout out, sub to his channel, gave him a like, and this is the other thing, and I really want to stress this point while we got people here. We'll do whatever we can to help anybody else out that we can, because we know the struggle of trying to get a YouTube channel up and going. We had help from Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers and a couple other people when we first started, but then we didn't want to bother them once we got to a certain point, and we really just did our own thing and really tried not to reach out to people, because I know how often they get blown up with people trying to get them to help, and we'll do what we can, but don't think that if we don't respond or we don't got time or something like that we're trying to blow you off, because that's really not the case. We really try to do what we can, but you also have to remember, I have a full-time job, full-time life. Coach has a full-time life and a full-time family life with a wife
and 3
and
kids, 4 kids, foster kids.
Yeah, and so our time is super limited, and we'll do whatever we can to help anybody out that we can.
I run a full-time business, accounting and tax firm with 7 employees. So, but hey, don't send that email and send that Twitter, and we will get to everybody, and we will do that. And Nick, you've been an amazing follower. Real quick, there's some things in the chat I just got to do real quickly.
Right.
I just want to just real quick. Mark, thank you for finding the last Fanta. Please drink it. I don't want to see it again. Hail Mike Trout. Melissa, thank you very much. I'll shout you back in my makeshift Southern Texas. I have no idea where I made up this accent that makes me sound like I'm from nowhere. Mexican baby Grogu. Oh no, Mexican baby Grogu in the chat says Mexican Iron Man is my papa. Okay, that's that. I think that's an alternative ID. Mexican baby Grogu. Is it, that's a new person, or that's Mark the Infinitely Tired. And we're going to take a DNA test if we have to go on Maury if we have to. Melissa Lord, move to Florida. We'd love to have you. You know, Melissa, it's funny you say that. I lived in Miami. Actually, I lived in Coral Gables for 9 years. I cannot go back to Florida because, well, I don't have any warrants, but let's just say that I had way too much fun when I lived there. You know what I mean? South Beach. That, you know what they say is like, Vegas may be the city of sin, but let me just say this much: Satan doesn't have all of his vacation properties in Florida. That's what I'm saying. Eric Stevens, I'm moving to South Carolina, Hilton Head Island. I'm going to be moving. I'm going to have a golf course 2 minutes from my house. Come on by. Let's play some
love
golf.
Hilton Head. Eric Stevens, you got to let us come hang out, man. I love Hilton Head.
I'm moving to Hilton Head.
I love it. Yeah,
Well,
we
come
need to all
visit.
go. I'll come out there. I'll bring my clubs out there. We'll go play golf.
Okay, let's see who else we got. A few more little bye-byes. Darth Scipio, Mexican Man, are you leaving California too? As all these right-wing as are all these right-wing nut jobs. Well, I am, because California's going to hell in a handbasket, and it is a sack of horseshit.
California sucks. I would never
get into
live
that now.
there.
By the way, I've been a lifelong registered Democrat for 35 years. Darth Scipio. But yeah, California's going to hell in a handbasket, and I run a business, and it's a CPA tax firm. And frankly, look, in the last 2 years, I've got no referrals for no new clients. That means businesses aren't here. You've got, 18 of the Fortune 100 companies have left the state in the last 2 years. That's been a drain. And the politics are just ridiculous, and I'm not talking lockdown mass or anything. I'm not trying to take sides. I'm just saying that a guy like me who has a tax accounting firm, it's time for me to go. And my largest client moved to South Carolina, so I'm following him out there and already bought a house. But let's not talk politics, Darth Scipio. I'm going to be on Hilton Head. If you play some golf, come on out there. All right. And then let's see. Div send Alabama folks to Nerdeed's house. He too has many years ago. Okay.
Shout out to Clobbering Times too. I've not been paying attention to the chat, but I see Clobbering Times has been here.
Yeah.
And
Preservative Culture, the CA in my email stands for California, not Canada. Let's see. And then finally, the last two, I think, are, let's see, go. Or maybe that's it. I think is that it? That's it. Yeah, I already talked to Melissa. Give her a shout out. And then Clobbering. Yeah, that's it. All right. Looks like we are done. And Coach is still not back, but that's okay. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for the show tonight. I'm going to leave it to I'm going to pop out and let Nick say goodbye on everyone's behalf. Thanks, everyone.
And you'll have to end the stream, Mike, because I can't on my end.
You are Echo Base Network.
Oh,
sitting here
yeah,
listening to
baby.
you.
There he is.
So
why don't you two take us out?
All right.
Well, great stream. Great job. Thank you for... Look, if Coach is on a stream for, let me add it up, 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
And my daughter is about to strangle me. It is time for me to go. And you did a great job. Thank you, Nick, and for taking over.
Yep. That's why there's two of us running this thing.
This was a historic.
Hey, and what did Mexican Iron Man do? What the heck?
Yeah. We were getting to you.
Yeah, geez. You said let you two take it out.
Yeah.
So this was a historic watershed moment. This was YouTube gold. And it's not something that we did. We don't deserve any credit. This is a community coming together. This is a group of people, good people, that came together to talk about why they love Star Wars fandom and creating things that we all love. So thank you all for being here. It means the world to us. We will be back Saturday night, same bat time, same bat channel. We hope that you will join us. You will definitely hear Nick and me talk more next Saturday night. Not that you want that, but that is our show. And who knows? We might have some special guests. We have some very special news in the works that we'll get to eventually.
Yep.
And We are, you are Echo Base Network. Nick, final word.
Come see us on Star Wars Theories stream tomorrow. I believe it's 7 o'clock our time, 5 o'clock Pacific time. We're in Central. He is going to be doing a charity stream that we're going to be a part of. Everybody that was in the panel tonight, we're going to be bringing all them back if they can come on. So if you're not subbed to Star Wars Theory, which I'm guessing most of you are, go sub. Come see us over there tomorrow night and donate some money to charity. It's going to a good cause.
Absolutely. Thank y'all so much. Thank you for our guests, our visitors. Thank you for our mods, our members, our subscribers. Thank you all so much.
The Richard, Purple, Mike, running things in the background.
E. Stevens.
E. Stevens, all our mods. And I haven't looked at the chat all tonight, so I don't even know everybody that was in there.
Yeah.
Because I was doing like so much at one time. So I just thank everybody for being here and hanging out tonight.
Yep.
We still got over 600 people in here right now. So.
Yep. Well, we love you guys. Thank y'all so much. What a great community. You guys are just fabulous. So Nick and I will be putting together some content throughout the week. We'll be back live next Saturday night. And we will be over at Theories, like Nick said. So, guys, that's going to do it for us. Thank y'all so much. We are going to end the stream with the trailer to our next feature film. We hope that you enjoy. See y'all later.
See y'all later.
Acknowledge using your target for attack.